Wandering Tech Priest in Multiverse. Chapter 1 Unwanted Travel. The last thing Ren felt was pain. A sharp, crushing sensation, then there was a blaring horn. The screech of brakes. And then nothing. When he opened his eyes, the world he knew was gone. No asphalt beneath him. No city lights overhead. Instead, he floated in an endless void, surrounded by swirling colors that flickered between shades he couldn't name. Before him stood a figure, its presence overwhelming. It wasn't just something he saw, it was something he felt, pressing against his very soul. Ah, finally awake. The voice echoed, not in his ears, but directly in his mind. Calm. Almost amused. Where am I? Between places, the being said. And there's a problem. A chill ran down Ren's non-existent spine. What kind of problem? The being sighed. Your soul is headed somewhere it was never meant to be. Ren frowned. Where exactly is that? Then, he saw it. An oppressive skyline of Gothic spires. Titan-sized cathedrals stretching into smog-filled heavens. A planet-sized machine of unrelenting industry, choking on incense and blood. His breath, if he even had one, caught in his throat. That's just a game. The being's gaze sharpened. For you, perhaps. But for the people who are living there, it's reality. Ren felt the weight of that statement settle over him like chains. His mind raced. Then, can't you send me somewhere else? Like fairy tale? That's a good place. His voice rose in desperation. I don't want to die in some trench, get turned into a servitor, or be possessed by a daemon. The being raised a hand, and silence pressed down on him like a vice. That is not something I can decide after I am not the one who is sending you there. The voice was patient, measured. But I can grant you a gift. A message formed in Ren's mind. Dimensional Assistance Program initialized. Ren exhaled sharply. Even with a system, I'll probably be corrupted before I can even use it. You don't have to worry about that, the being said. The moment you are reborn, the system will adjust to your situation. Consider this a gift from me. But whether you survive or not, that depends on you. Before Ren could ask something else, the being's presence faded. Then a sudden force yanked him. The colors around him blurred and twisted, folding into themselves. The last thing he saw was the void collapsing into pure darkness. You can read this novel on a places where it's actually uploaded. The only website it have been uploaded on: Patreon, Scribble Hub, fanfiction.net, Wattpad. Web novel. The last website should be Royal Road, which I really don't like, but at least they are not cheating me. Chapter 2 Leaving the Warhammer World. The idea of a second chance is good. A new world, a fresh start, a place to live without regrets. If you can escape to some fantasy world, it could be a great start. But restarting in the grim darkness of Warhammer? That's not a second chance. That's just suffering. Ren was gone. Now, there was only Luther. Born into the Imperium of Man, where life was nothing more than fuel for the war machine. He had a father, a tech priest. He had the system. With those two things, survival was possible. Maybe even success. But survival wasn't enough. Any success was useless in this nightmare. Any meaningful research was a crime for a tech priest. So, any research he did in secret he never made public. As for the chaos, the system had suppressed his memories as a safeguard against corruption, shielding him from the warp's influence. The system has also tried to protect his emotions. That was enough. Enough for him to still dream, a simple dream. A normal ice guy experience, which he always desires. So, he made a choice. He stole knowledge, scavenged resources, and built a machine. A portal, his one and only chance to leave this cursed galaxy behind. A place where he could just do his research. And maybe, just maybe, find a few beautiful girls. The lab was cold and dimly lit, the glow of cogitator screens casting flickering blue light onto the metal walls. Servoskulls hovered in the air, their red optics scanning the workspace, mechanical limbs twitching as they assisted in calibrations. The scent of machine oil and burning incense mixed with the sterile tang of recycled air. The fortress trembled as explosions ripped through the corridors. Klaxons screamed. Smoke seeped in through the reinforced doors, thick with the scent of burning promethium. The loudspeakers crackled to life. Heretic. By order of the Fabricator General, you are condemned. Surrender, and you will receive the Emperor's mercy. Luther ignored the voice echoing through his lab. His scarred fingers moved fast, inscribing final data runes and adjusting dials. The red glow of his single mechanical eye flickered in the dim light, the other still organic, strained from exhaustion. His robes, tattered and stained, smelled of incense and metal, the long hours of work evident in every frayed edge. Beneath the hood, his face was older than 16 years should look. From relentless work, sleepless nights, and the weight of survival. His skin was rough, worn from oil and flame, and though half hidden behind his mask, the sharp lines of his jaw hinted at what exhaustion had taken from him. He had a few seconds, and it was enough. A servoskull hovered closer, running final checks. Tools? Weapons? Blueprints? Everything is secured inside the system space. Everything except one last thing: the reinforced metal container. Unlike the rest, its contents couldn't be stored. Inside were servoskulls and genetic samples taken from the mechanics archives. His servo claw extended, tearing the central cogitator from its connections. Sparks flew, flickering against his robe as he initiated the lab's self-destruction sequence. A warning flashed across the monitors. Core meltdown imminent. The lab doors shuddered. Luther climbed onto the circular platform at the heart of the machine. At that moment, the doors burst open. A squad of Skitarii stormed through the breach, their movements unnervingly precise. Cybernetic optics locked onto him. Fire. But it didn't matter. A rift split open before him, the very fabric of reality distorting under the strain. The air twisted, rippling with an eerie glow as alarms blared in protest. The portal was unstable, untested but functional. Luther wasted no time. He heaved the metal container into the portal. Then, with a final breath, he jumped into the abyss. The squad of Skitarii behind him was no longer relevant, as the entire lab exploded. As soon as he left the Warhammer world, the system notified him. Dimensional travel successful. A rift tore open in the air, twisting the fabric of reality with an eerie hum. A massive metal container covered in intricate Mechanicus markings was the first to emerge with a heavy thud. Then, a second figure followed. Luther's vision shifted erratically as he was expelled from the portal, his senses overwhelmed by the sudden transition between dimensions. The feeling was both crushing and weightless, existence folding in on itself before violently snapping back into place. He landed hard, his boots sinking into the soft earth. The distant sounds of wildlife barely registered in his mind. He exhaled slowly as the system stopped suppressing his memories. His electrons flickered to life and started adjusting to the new world while scanning the area for threats. He turned his gaze deeper into the forest. Then, without hesitation, he moved forward. Chapter 3 Saving Extra Cheerful Elf. The forest was silent, too silent. The usual hum of insects and rustling leaves had vanished, swallowed by the suffocating weight of fear. The corpses of the bandits lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching as residual impulses ran through their nervous systems. Weapons, coins, and scraps of armor were scattered like discarded trash. Luther crouched beside one of them, pressing a thin metal device against the dead man's neck. A soft click. The body convulsed once before going still. Faint pulses of energy flickered across Luther's cybernetics as stolen memories, experiences, and knowledge flowed into his personal cogitator. Fragments of fear, greed, and violence passed through his mind like shattered glass. He sorted through the chaotic mess, extracting useful details: geography, language, and local customs. Adventurers descended into a dungeon filled with monsters for power and wealth. Gods ruled the city of Orario, each leading a familia. Their blessings, Falna, allowed mortals to grow stronger. Luther exhaled through his mask. This was not the worst world he could have landed in. It was dangerous, certainly, but compared to Warhammer, Danmaki was a paradise. First, he took everything valuable belonging to bandits. Then, he turned his attention to the white-haired elf, still bound but unharmed. Pale skin, silver eyes, delicate features like something out of a storybook. Luther stepped closer, observing her impassively. "You're awake," he said, his voice flat. The elf blinked, her silver eyes unfocused before snapping at him. Huh. She tugged at her restraints, realized they were still tight, and then looked up at him with sudden clarity. Her ears twitched. "Are you with them?" "No." He pulled out a knife and cut through the ropes in one swift motion. She stretched her arms, wincing. Then, without hesitation, she grinned up at him. "Thanks, but you should give a warning first. I almost thought you were going to cut me, by the way. Are you an adventurer?" "No." Her ears perked. "Then how did you do that? Do you have a magic weapon?" Luther considered the question, then pointed to his gun. "No magic. Just good knowledge and engineering." The elf tilted her head, studying it with curiosity. "But if it's not magic, how does it work?" Luther didn't answer. She pouted. "You're kind of mysterious, huh? Well, my name's Lyra." She puffed out her chest. "I was on my way to Orario to become an adventurer. Then those bandits attacked me. I really thought I was going to be sold off." Luther remained silent, already reconstructing a map in his head. There was a village nearby. It would be a safe place to gather more information. "You're heading to Orario too, right?" Lyra interrupted, stepping closer. "Then let's go together." Luther glanced at her. "I was considering a village first." "No way. That's the opposite direction," she huffed, shaking her head. "There's nothing there except farmers and boring people. If you want to have fun, you should come with me." She paused, realizing how that sounded, then quickly corrected herself. "I mean, lots of fun things in Orario." Luther raised a brow beneath his mask. "And why should I go with you? Isn't it obvious? Saving a beautiful girl, going on an adventure together, becoming best friends duh." Lyra grinned, her silver eyes bright. "Oh, that reminds me, I can introduce you to Loki familia. They're really strong." Luther immediately shook his head. "No. What do you mean? No, you don't want to join a powerful familia? Or do you not want to be an adventurer? Not interested in Loki?" Lyra frowned, then suddenly gasped, clapping her hands together. "Oh, I get it. You want to be like one of those ancient heroes. But I still think you should join Loki, they have really good family members." Lyra grinned, bouncing slightly on her feet. "Just follow me, that village is really boring." He exhaled, adjusting his cloak. It took out a small bomb and put it around the bandits so it could kill them after they left. After this, he said, "Fine." For Luther, it didn't matter where he went, so following a cute elf is also a good choice. "Yay, let's go," Lyra said with a cheerful voice. Nobody would believe she was kidnapped just a few minutes ago. As they started walking, Lyra kept chattering beside him, filling the silence with endless questions. And for the first time in a long while, Luther found himself thinking about something other than survival. Chapter 4 Arrival in Orario. As Orario's gates grew larger, massive stone walls became visible. They rose like an unbreakable castle, enclosing the city. The iron doors at the entryway were large enough to allow a dozen soldiers to walk through side by side. Luther lifted his gaze, his left mechanical eye buzzing slightly as it zoomed in and adjusted its focus. The Babel Tower, a gigantic ivory-white monolith arching into the skies, pierced the sky in the center of Orario. Even from here, it dominated the skyline, its pristine surface gleaming in the midday sun. It was a beacon, impossible to ignore. Amazing, right? Lyra grinned, noticing his stare. That's Babel Tower? The gods live there, you know? And the lower floors have magic shops, blacksmiths, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Her voice was brimming with childlike wonder. Silent, Luther's gaze lingered on the tower. It reminded him of the grim, stratified hive spires of the Imperium where the upper classes looked down upon those suffering below. But unlike those filthy, oppressive structures, Babel was pristine. Too pristine. Its immaculate facade felt almost artificial, a stark contrast to the grime and struggle he was used to. Lyra tugged on Luther's sleeve, her enthusiasm infectious. Come on. We've gotta get inside. Lyra and Luther reached the main gates, where stoic guards in light armor stood watch, their gazes sharp as they checked travelers. Their eyes lingered on Luther longer than necessary, taking in his robes and the unusual glow from his eye. Business in Orario, one of them asked, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. Adventuring. Lyra declared proudly, her chest puffed out. Luther said nothing, his arms remaining crossed. After a brief but thorough check, the guard stamped their entry pass and waved them through. Inside, Orario exploded with sound and movement. The streets thrummed with the vibrant energy of its inhabitants. Merchants' cries mingled with the laughter of children and the hustle of countless footsteps. Adventurers, easily identified by their worn gear and confident strides, brushed shoulders with travelers from all walks of life. Towering buildings climbed toward the sky, casting long shadows over winding alleys, and the rhythmic clang of distant hammers rang from blacksmith forges. The rich scent of spiced food mixed with the metallic tang of industry. After asking for directions from a friendly street vendor, they made their way toward Loki Familia's estate. A large mansion with a sturdy iron gate, decorated with a playful emblem of 3 interlocked rings, stood before them. Beyond the gate, neatly manicured gardens hinted at the wealth and prestige of the Familia. Taking a deep breath, Lyra strode forward, clutching a sealed letter in her hands. Her knuckles were white. I'm here to join Loki Familia. I also have a letter from my village chief, she announced to the guards, her voice a little louder than intended. One of them, a man with a trimmed beard, raised an eyebrow before taking the letter. He inspected the seal, exchanged a meaningful glance with his companion, then muttered, "Wait here," and disappeared inside. Lyra rocked on her heels, turning to Luther with barely contained excitement. Okay, this is my big moment, but don't worry, I'm sure they'll let me in. She bounced on the balls of her feet. Luther said nothing. His mechanical eye subtly scanned the estate, noting watch points, high walls, and strategic entry points. He mentally mapped the layout, assessing its defenses and vulnerabilities. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the mansion. The red-haired goddess stretched lazily and let out a loud, unladylike yawn. All right, who is having me do papers today? She mumbled, her voice raspy with sleep. Her sharp, crimson eyes flicked to Lyra first. A smirk tugged at her lips. Aren't you a cutie? Loki leaned in, inspecting her up close. White hair, silver eyes with pointy ears. Ah, what a precious little elf. It's a miracle you made it here in one piece. Before Lyra could react, Loki squished her cheeks between both hands, shaking her slightly. Lyra's face turned red. I can take care of myself, she protested, prying Loki's hands off. Loki grinned. Young and energetic, but it doesn't matter. Lyra hesitated. Her ears twitched, her voice quieter. Well, I did get some help. She cast a quick glance at Luther. Loki's amusement faded. Her crimson gaze shifted this time, toward the second figure. Unlike Lyra, he didn't react. He simply stood there, arms crossed, his entire form wrapped in heavy, red robes. The fabric was stained with dust and oil, and where his left eye should have been, a single red mechanical lens glowed faintly beneath a metal mask. He was an enigma, utterly unreadable. Loki's smirk widened. Well, mystery man. She tilted her head, sizing him up. Ya got a name under all that metal. Silence. Lyra blinked. Wait. She turned to Luther, realization dawning. You never told me your name, did you? Luther finally shifted. His mechanical eye adjusted with a faint whir as he glanced at her. Luther Farinus Cogbane. His voice was low and gravelly, almost robotic. Lyra pouted. Humph. Took you long enough. Loki's smirk twitched. You wouldn't happen to be some runaway noble, would you? Her tone was light, but her eyes were calculating. Lyra giggled. Oh, I doubt it. He's terrible at talking fancy. Loki chuckled, her guarded and calculating demeanor evident. She glanced back at the letter in her hand. Then, without even opening it, she tossed it back to the guard. All right, Lyra, you're in. Lyra's ears perked up. Really? Just like that? Her face lit up. Loki stretched, yawning. Yeah, you made it all the way here, you're cute. It's enough for me. Lyra grinned brightly. I won't let you down. Then she hesitated. Wait, what about Luther? What about him? Loki's voice held a hint of impatience. Lyra frowned. He helped me get here, and he is strong enough to join. Loki raised a hand, cutting Lyra off. Her crimson eyes studied Luther once more, a faint, almost imperceptible frown touching her brow. Nah, I'm not taking him. Lyra's face fell. Huh? Why not? Don't get me wrong. He's got something interesting going on. But I can feel that instead of joining me, he's thinking something bad about me. Then, as if making a final decision, Loki jerked her thumb toward the direction. Just go in that direction, and you can find guild headquarters. They'll take anyone with a pulse. Luther met her gaze for a long second, his red eye unblinking, betraying no emotion. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, his heavy boots making soft thuds on the paved path. Loki watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face for a moment. Then, with a loud clap of her hands, she dispelled the silence. Weird guy, she mumbled. Lyra, let's go inside. We've got papers to fill out. Chapter 5 Calculations and Transactions. The busy streets of Orario swirled around him, a colorful symphony of activity that Luther scarcely noticed. As he walked, his mind churned with intricate calculations, contemplating a singular, audacious idea, capturing a god, harnessing their raw power, and transforming them into an energy source, a living battery. There was no reason he could not replicate the Necron's archaic techniques. If their malevolent technology could bind and drain divine entities, so could his. Loki's divine essence alone could power an entire battleship, rendering it the most secure fortress in any galaxy. But that was not the true treasure. The real value lay in understanding the heavenly blessing itself. If he could decipher its secrets, he could forge warriors superior to even space marines without the burden of their bulky, cumbersome frames. He might not require such immense physical strength himself. His weapons had always proven effective, but it wouldn't hurt to have a retinue of perfectly sculpted, highly capable servants. And then he realized that was precisely why Loki had rejected him. She had sensed it the way he looked at her, not as a deity deserving reverence, but as a mere resource. A tool to be analyzed and exploited. Even with her divine powers sealed, a god's intuition was not to be underestimated. Luther sighed, brushing the thought aside. Loki was not worth the effort or the complications. If he truly wanted divine energy, he would find a less troublesome god to experiment on. With that, he refocused on his immediate goal, the guild hall. The guild hall and a new beginning. The guild hall loomed before him, an imposing, sturdy structure bustling with adventurers of every rank. It stood as a place of order amid the vibrant chaos of Orario, where new recruits were registered, vital information exchanged, and quests assigned. Stepping inside, Luther's gaze locked onto the main reception desk, where a half-elf woman with glasses assisted another adventurer. Her voice was a calm murmur within the general hubbub. He waited patiently. Next. Her clear voice cut through the noise. The half-elf turned to him, her expression warm but professional. Welcome to the guild. Are you here for registration? Luther gave a slow nod. All right, I'll need some basic details. She pulled out a form, pen poised. Name. Luther Farinus Cogbane. Do you have a familia? He shook his head, the subtle movement barely visible beneath his cowl. Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, but she continued, explaining the process of registering as a solo adventurer. Without a god's blessing, he would not receive a falna, no stat growth, no divine aid. She expected hesitation, maybe even a reconsideration. Instead, Luther simply stated, proceed. His voice was flat, devoid of doubt. She blinked at his indifference but nodded, finalizing his registration with practiced efficiency. All right, with that done. She placed a newly stamped document in front of him. This is your adventurer card. Is there anything else you need today? Luther tapped the paper with a gloved finger. Properties. Her expression shifted from confusion to professional curiosity. You're looking to buy a home. He nodded once. She hesitated briefly, taking in his unusual attire and demeanor, before motioning for him to follow. We can discuss this in a private room. This way, please. Inside a small, utilitarian meeting room, Ina laid out a stack of property listings across the polished wooden table. There are many available buildings in Orario, but their costs vary significantly depending on size and location, she explained, adjusting her glasses. Do you have any specific requirements? It needs to be large enough to build a workshop. Luther's gaze scanned the documents, never lingering on any particular one. She sighed softly, flipping through her records before pulling out a separate listing. There's an abandoned church in the outer district. It's in poor condition, structurally unsound in parts, and nobody really wants it. If you're planning to rebuild, this would be an excellent choice. It's also quite cheap. Luther took the document, scanning the details with his mechanical eye. Secluded. Structurally damaged but reparable. No previous owner complains. Perfect. The words confirmed his silent assessment. I'll take it. Ina blinked. You're sure? You don't want to check other options? Perhaps see the property first. No need. His tone was absolute. Well, all right. She began writing the paperwork, a faint smile playing at her lips, perhaps amused by his directness. That'll be 2 million valis. Luther reached into his robes, retrieving a small, unassuming metal case. He flipped it open, revealing a flawless, fist-sized diamond. It caught the room's light with an unnatural brilliance, pulsing faintly with an internal glow. Ina's eyes widened, her jaw slackening. Is that real? She whispered, leaning closer, mesmerized. Luther responded flatly, can this be converted? She hesitated, tearing her gaze from the gem, then nodded. We can assess its value, but the price we offer will be far below market value. There's also a significant conversion fee. That is acceptable. She quickly summoned a senior guild appraiser, a wizened man with a jeweler's loop seemingly etched into his expression. He examined the diamond carefully, his breath hissing through his teeth. After several intricate calculations, he determined its worth and offered just over 3 million valis, more than enough for the purchase, with surplus funds remaining. After finalizing the transaction, Ina handed him the deed to the church, a genuine smile on her face. All right, Mr. Cookbane. The property is now officially yours. Congratulations. Luther stood, tucking the document away. After inquiring where he could purchase crafting materials, he turned and left, his red eye a fading point in the bustling guild hall. Ina watched him go, a contemplative look in her eyes. Then she shook her head softly and resumed her work, though her mind lingered on the quiet, strange man and the impossibly large diamond. Chapter 6, checking the system for any changes. Inside the Loki Familia mansion, muffled sobs filled the air. Lyra clung to Riveria, her face buried in the elf's robes, shoulders trembling as she cried. Riveria's emerald eyes burned with disapproval as she glared at Loki, her usually composed expression tight with irritation. Loki, rubbing her head where Riveria had just struck her with her staff, groaned. Oh, come on. I'm just giving her some extra knowledge, she huffed. Riveria's gaze sharpened as she picked up her staff again. That's enough, or I don't mind giving you a few more bumps. Loki blinked, then waved a hand dismissively. The high elf sighed, gently rubbing Lyra's back for comfort. You're the head of this familia. Act like it, Riveria scolded. Don't forget what happened when you pulled this with eyes. Loki smirked, undeterred. Yeah, but she's here because of me, you know. I invited her. No need to lie to my face, Riveria snapped. Then, softening again, she gently urged, come, Lyra. Let me show you your room. Loki watched as the elf guided the sniffling girl away. Once they were out of sight, her smirk returned. TCH. No fun at all. While Riveria was settling Lyra in, Luther was wandering around the vibrant streets of Orario. His steps carried him through market squares. Among the smithies and workshops, he found a shop labeled Deadless Materials and Custom Orders. Inside, he approached the counter, where a heavy-set dwarf with soot in his beard looked up. Never seen robes like that before. What can I get you? Luther placed a sheet of parchment on the counter neatly drawn with material specs and notes. The dwarf squinted as he scanned the list. That's weird. I know some of these materials, but most of them, I don't think they even exist. Just point out what you can sell, Luther said flatly, taking out the remaining 1 million valis. This should cover the down payment. Well, I can get you raw iron. Steel's a little expensive, most smiths don't part with it easily. As for mithril or adamantite, you won't find those on the market. Rare stuff, hard to come by. Just deliver the materials to this location. Luther scribbled down the address of the abandoned church. The dwarf nodded slowly. All right. Give me 2 days. Luther left the workshop and visited several alchemy shops. He examined herbs, enchanted reagents, and rare powders, noting down anything useful for future research. By the end of the day, he had multiple delivery orders arranged. At a jewelry shop, he sold a pouch of synthetic diamonds and colored gems, covering most of his research expenses for the month. As he stepped out into the street, he muttered under his breath, now, let's see what my future lab looks like. Luther stepped through the creaking wooden doors without hesitation. Dust hung heavy in the air. Shattered pews lay scattered across cracked tile flooring. Moonlight pierced through holes in the ceiling. He tapped his fingers against his palm, activating his schematics. With a flicker of light, his HUD scanned the building, marking dimensions, structural weaknesses, and potential energy flow. Standing in the center of the church, he raised his hand, projecting a glowing holographic blueprint above the altar. Lines shifted and adjusted as he muttered, this much transformation should be enough for now. After finding a usable room to sit in, he began to examine his gold finger for any changes. With a faint click of thought, he opened the interface only he could see. 6 core functions lit up across the display, each waiting for input. He schemed through them one by one, mentally checking if anything had changed after coming to a new world. System store expensive, but invaluable. It offered blueprints and standard template constructs. Occasionally, rare, high-tech items appeared in limited stock. Memory suppression and restoration, a mental safeguard. It allowed him to suppress dangerous knowledge to avoid corruption. Point generator, no killing for points. Every blueprint he decoded and every invention he mastered would grant him points, which could be used in the system store to buy stuff. Subspace storage, a personal dimensional vault linked directly to him, capable of holding objects as large as 1 or 2 battleships. Ideal for storing materials and equipment. However, it has one major drawback, a noticeable delay when retrieving items, making it impractical for quick weapon swaps. Energy, the system, supplying the energy required for dimensional travel. Research module, with it, he could scan and understand most technology he encountered. Simple devices were analyzed instantly. Advanced or alien tech required real-life experiments. He closed the interface and began taking out equipment for his lab, Luther's gaze drifting to the blueprint. Time to build, he said quietly. The soft motion of servomotors echoed through the air as Servitor sprang into action and began cleaning the church. Chapter 7, Arrival of Hestia and Belle. The sun was beginning to set, casting a warm orange glow over the city of Orario, as Hestia led Belle through winding alleys with excitement, her small hand eagerly tugging at his sleeve. Come on, Belle. It's a little old, but it's cozy and quiet. Belle smiled nervously, still not quite believing this was real. After being rejected multiple times, he had finally joined a familia. He glanced around at the quiet streets. Even if it's old, I'm just glad to have a place to belong. Don't say it like that, Hestia said, puffing her chest out with pride. This isn't some shelter, this is the start of our story. As both of them continued to walk, the building came into view, an old, ivy-covered church, weathered by time yet still standing. There it is. Hestia beamed. Bell tilted his head slightly. A little old. Don't think about appearance, she replied with a grin, placing her hands on her hips. It's all about love, you know. She pushed open the heavy wooden doors with a theatrical flourish only for her grin to freeze mid-motion. The smell hit them first. The scent of burned oil, scorched metal, and something acrid and chemical wafted from within. It clung to the air, oppressive and unnatural. Bell instinctively took a step back, coughing into his sleeve. Then came the sound, faint clicking and whirring, the hiss of pressurized steam, and something like a low mechanical growl beneath it all. As they stepped inside, Hestia was shocked. The interior of the church had been gutted. The old altar was replaced by an altar of steel and circuitry. Long cables twisted across the walls like veins. From the ceiling, robotic limbs hung like spider legs, twitching faintly. At the corner of the room, a bulky humanoid figure stood guard. It looked like a man if a man were made of rusted armor, exposed pistons, and thick breathing tubes. Its chest rose and fell. One of its arms ended in a chainsaw, the teeth stained and dripping with old oil. The other arm was a mess of wires, with no clear shape or function. A figure crawled across the wall, this one spider-like. Its legs moved in precise motion, dragging a broom-like tool behind it as it swept dust into neat piles. Red eyes blinked from within its head. It paused, turning its gaze toward them. Bell yelped and jumped behind Hestia. Monsters. Hestia's voice cracked. What the hell is all this? Who filled my home with these creepy things? A calm voice echoed from deeper within the church. I did. From a side room stepped a figure in rust-red robes. His face was hidden behind a rebreather mask and a hood, but the single red bionic eye that glowed beneath it was unmistakable. Behind him, a servoclaw folded neatly back into place like a scorpion's tail. Luther's voice was mechanical and emotionless. Since I purchased this place, it shouldn't matter what I do with it. Hestia blinked, stunned. You bought my home. Luther nodded, not caring about Hestia's emotions. Bell glanced at her. So, it's his now? Should we leave? Hestia didn't answer right away. Her fingers curled into fists, knuckles white. You freak. This was supposed to be my place. Her voice rose. One of the hulking servitors took a slow step forward. The floor groaned beneath its weight. Its chainsaw arm revved faintly. Bell shrank back with a squeak. I think it's going to kill us. Luther raised his voice. You are trespassers, he said coldly. If you do not leave, I don't mind adding a few more servitors to my workforce. Hestia stepped forward, instincts taking over. Her divine presence flared, not enough to send her back to heaven, but enough to rattle the world around her. The oppressive scent of machine oil was suddenly drowned out by something greater, something divine. Bell stumbled back. Gee goddess. Luther's heads-up display screamed in a split-second, red error messages flooding his interface. At the same time, servitors started to malfunction as steam hissed from their limbs. The spider-like one collapsed, sparks shooting from its head. Luther staggered. His bionic eye rapidly adjusted, struggling to make sense. Hestia stood between him and Bell, arms outstretched protectively. I don't know who you are, she said, her voice calm but firm. But I can't let you hurt my family. Luther tilted his head, adjusting his body. You are really reckless. Because of your outburst, I could ask the guild to capture you. Coming to her senses, Hestia exhaled as the glow faded from her eyes, her divine aura receding. She hadn't meant to release it, but she just couldn't handle the pressure. You've damaged my equipment, breached private property, and threatened me with divine force. Hestia raised her chin stubbornly. Only because you took my home. It's not yours, Luther said, voice level. I claimed it through guild channels. Bell placed a calming hand on her arm. Goddess, maybe we should leave for now. We'll figure something out. But Hestia didn't move. She looked around at the steel and cables defiling the once holy place and then locked eyes with Luther. Hestia forced herself to swallow her pride, not because she wanted to, but because she had to for Bell's sake. Hestia stared at Luther, her breath catching in her throat. Pride warred with desperation in her chest. Then, slowly, she lowered her head. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to damage anything. Her voice trembled. Still, please, if it's possible, please let us stay here. Bell looked at her, stunned by the humility in her tone. It was completely different. He also started to feel bad. If he had some money, he could have just left with her. Then she wouldn't have to lower her head in front of an unknown person. Luther's eye scanned her heart rate, posture, stress signals. No deception. He remained silent for a short time as he realized how much he had changed in just 16 years in the hellscape of Warhammer. Had he been his old self, he might have looked at Hestia and wondered how to win her favor. Perhaps even felt nervous under her gaze. Now, he only calculated her threat level, analyzed the effects of her divine aura on his internal systems, and considered whether capturing or avoiding her would be more efficient should hostilities escalate. And yet, there was a flicker of something human buried under the calculations, relaxing his muscles. He made up his mind. While he would not become his old self, instead he would become a tech priest who would not just create new things but enjoy the benefits they could bring him. It's impossible to stay inside right now. He pointed at the modifications made inside the church. But if you want, I can make temporary rooms outside of the church first now. Hestia's eyes lifted. With a proud smile. See? I knew it would work out. Chapter 8 Self-Diagnose and Helping Hestia. Inside the church, Luther sat on a cold metal slab, numerous cables snaking from his head and body. Dimly glowing hollow screens hovered around him, displaying streams of biological data, chemical markers, and neural pathways. Emotional response registers, suppressed. Synthadrenaline, levels normalized. Serotonin inhibitors, active. Cortical filters, active. Note, foreign environment causing unknown variables. Luther's bionic eye flicked, reviewing the cocktail of neurochemical suppressants, stimulants, machine overrides, and other enhancement protocols embedded in him by his father back in the Forge world. Now, they were unnecessary for his new life. He reached to the side, retrieving a dull gray injector canister labeled in fading binary script. Emotional Restoration Protocol 02, Ember. A prototype compound, can be considered heresy. Developed by Mechanikus, who believed emotions were a part of human essence not weakness. As for his ending, let's just say now he doesn't have a mouth to talk about emotions. With a soft click, he jammed the injector into a port on his neck. Hiss. The fluid surged into his bloodstream, targeting the cortical filter and serotonin inhibitors like a virus keyed to a very specific lock. His screen flickered. He sat still, letting the injector clatter to the floor. Sensory sync, 87%. Emotional registers, minimal, fluctuating. Stability, within acceptable parameters. Luther narrowed his eye. So, this is what remains of feeling? There was no comfort. No relief. He raised a hand to his chest, fingers brushing over synthetic skin and metal grafts. Emotional spike detected, 5.6% unidentified source. He exhaled slowly. At least now I don't have to worry about becoming a robot. It would take time to recover and remove some of the implants, but it was a great start. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside the church. You can't stop us from arresting her. She broke the law. Another voice, sharper and female, I'm not leaving with you. This is ridiculous. Luther's eye narrowed. He disconnected the cables with a hiss and stood, quickly redonning his robe. He crossed the floor and pushed open the large church doors. Outside, the late evening sky had dimmed further. Hestia stood between two armored figures, members of the Ganesha familia, judging by their ornate uniforms and signature elephant insignias. One of them, tall and imposing, was Shakti herself. Luther's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Explanation required? Shakti turned to him. Are you the owner of this building? I am. We're here for her, she said, gesturing to Hestia. She released a divine aura. That's a direct violation of guild regulations. We're taking her in for questioning and detainment. Luther's eye flicked toward Hestia, then back to the group. What you detected was not a divine aura. Shakti raised a brow. Excuse me. It was a malfunction in one of my devices, my void engine. An unstable energy surge, likely misread by your sensors. He raised a hand calmly. Understandable mistake. Shakti looked unconvinced. Void engine. Prototype dimensional core, quantum adjacent, Luther lied smoothly. It has since been contained. Hearing the several terms which she couldn't understand. Then why don't you show me that engine? I want to see how it released a divine energy, Shakti finally said. It's broken. But if you want, I could make a new one, you just have to provide the resources, he replied. Shakti let out a tired sigh. I will report the incident. If there's something similar, you better make a few extras. She understood this might be just an excuse, but she didn't care. She already had too much work, it was better to let Lord Ganesha decide. She turned and motioned to her team. Let's go. As Shakti and her team turned and disappeared, silence fell over the churchyard. Hestia let out a shaky breath and glanced up at Luther. Bell stood beside her, tense, his fists still clenched from the confrontation. Why'd you help us? Hestia asked. Because if I don't help a cute girl now, I might regret it later, he said. He knew once his emotions stabilized, he might crave companionship or at least the presence of beauty around him. So, he figured it was better to start treating Hestia kindly. That way, when the time came, he wouldn't be completely clueless about how to talk to a girl like a normal person. Bell looked confused after hearing this answer. For him, a goddess was a goddess, not a cute girl. Luther turned and walked back inside without another word. The two followed hesitantly. The interior of the church was dimly lit, the glow from still hovering holoscreens bathing the space in a soft, sterile light. A half-assembled servitor stood in the room, ready to be completed. Luther sat back on the metal slab, the faint hum of power returning as a few cables reconnected to his skin. He didn't look at them as he spoke. Hestia stepped forward. Is there something we can do to help? Bell added. You covered for Hestia, which stopped her from getting into trouble. Luther glanced at the two of them. I do not think you can do anything for me. He paused. It's better for you to think about yourselves. Hestia crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks slightly. TCH, don't look down on me. Luther tilted his head silently. She huffed, then added more seriously, I do know Hephaestus. She can make equipment the kind even top adventurers beg for. Bell blinked. Wait, you know her. Even if he had just arrived in Orario, he had heard about Hephaestus. Hestia grinned at him. I used to live with her. She turned back to Luther. There's no one who doesn't like her weapons. Maybe I can arrange for you to meet her. Luther didn't answer right away. He simply looked at Hestia, then Bell, his gaze unreadable beneath the faint red glow of his mechanical eye. Hestia tilted her head, waiting. Well, finally, he spoke. I can build my own weapons. His tone was even, but there was something almost amused beneath it. A tech priest going to a god for tools, it's funny. Of course, if it's about stealing knowledge, that's a different thing. Hestia raised an eyebrow. No one can make better weapons than her. She caught herself, momentarily forgetting that Hephaestus rarely crafted weapons for anyone. I am a tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, he said simply. My kind dismantled stars and rebuilt them. We created minds of cold steel, souls of circuitry. Compared to what I've built, a divine weapon is a child's toy. There's no comparison. The silence hung for a beat. Hestia blinked. Okay, wow. I think that's the most arrogant thing I've heard all week. Bell, still trying to catch up, scratched the back of his head. I haven't heard about anyone destroying and rebuilding the stars. Luther didn't react. After all, once he would be using his weapons to capture some monsters, people would realize the difference between miracle and knowledge. Hestia continued speaking. It's okay to brag in front of us, but be careful outside or they might think you're crazy. She started to once again look around, then said, well, since we are going to share this place, at least try not to let your scary stuff just stare at people when they walk in. It's better for you to get used to it or you might find a place to rent for yourself, Luther said, turning slightly, his voice as flat as ever. You should return to your tent. I imagine you have much to do in the morning. Hestia huffed, planting her hands on her hips. I would have been asleep already if not for those Ganesha Familia jerks stomping around out there. She muttered something under her breath, then looked back up at him. Where are you going to sleep, anyway? I don't have time to sleep, Luther replied, adjusting one of the cables on his forearm. Once the materials arrive, I need everything ready to begin reconstruction immediately. He pulled out a metallic tube filled with a swirling, iridescent fluid. With this, I can stay active without rest. Hestia squinted at the strange container, leaning back warily. That doesn't look like any potion I've seen. I mean, I'm no alchemist, but even I can feel whatever's inside that thing is no good. Luther's mechanical eye narrowed slightly, the red lens reflecting the glow of the fluid. It was made for soldiers when they need to stay awake for weeks, he said calmly. As for the side effects, I already have medicine for that. Hestia looked at him for a long moment, then sighed and turned toward the church's hallway. Fine, fine. Just don't die from overwork, all right. Bell gave a quick bow. Good night, Mr. Luther. Luther didn't respond. He simply stared at the swirling fluid in his hand, calculating the time he would need to fix this place. As the footsteps faded and the door creaked shut behind them, silence returned to the church. Chapter 9, The Crimson Church of Steel. It was no longer a church. Crimson metal panels had replaced the crumbling stone, and golden circuitry ran across its surface like veins of divine energy. The structure, which had once been in disrepair, now stood as a striking symbol of renewal. The walls were coated in hardened resin, which had a subtle metallic sheen to it. The gold circuit-like etchings, inspired by the Adeptus Mechanicus sacred iconography, gave the facade an almost holy quality. Inside, the central hall remained largely unchanged, cold, metallic, and utilitarian. The same metal slab sat in the center, where Luther frequently rested while planning. The difference now was an increase in floating servitors who patrolled silently like ghosts of forgotten labor. The wall-mounted units hummed softly, ventilation systems, power converters, and atmospheric filters. Unnecessary, perhaps, but operational. Efficient. Flanking the hallway, 6 rooms had been restored. Each featured polished floors, reinforced doors, and basic bedding. Toilets had been reconnected to the city's rudimentary plumbing system. A proper bathhouse was still lacking, but Luther had personally built a simple cleansing unit. It was minimal, functional, sufficient for now. Beneath the structure, at the sub-level, he had excavated a basement using specialized drones and plasma cutters. Part research facility, part assembly line, it housed rows of mechanical arms now locked in idle position. One sealed chamber remained empty, reserved for future weapon storage. Above ground, few locals dared to approach. Whispers about the Crimson Church circulated cautiously. The guild had visited once. No laws had been broken, and no damages were reported. They left him alone. On day 5. Sunlight barely filtered through the cracked window of Hestia's small room when muffled groaning echoed down the corridor. Yug. I don't want to sell potatoes. What kind of goddess sells potatoes? She buried her face into the pillow with a dramatic sigh. I was supposed to be worshipped, pampered, and adored, not bargaining with old grannies over root vegetables. With another groan, she kicked off her blanket like it had personally betrayed her. Eventually, she dragged herself to the door, cracked it open, and peeked out with half-lidded eyes. A servoskull floated by, its optic sensor scanning lazily for dust. A nozzle attached to its underside released a fine mist, disinfecting the air and surfaces as it drifted past. Hestia stared at it, then sighed. Hey, you. Yeah, you. She pointed without lifting her head. Want to work my shift today? No? TCH worth a shot. The skull offered no reply. It just continued its cleaning cycle like an obedient ghost. She leaned against the doorframe, arms hanging loosely, and muttered, would be nice if one of you knew how to cook, too. Back in the central hall, Luther paused mid-calculation as the goddess's voice echoed down the corridor. Again with the potatoes. His mechanical eye whirred faintly as it adjusted the focus, catching the drifting servoskull. She treated them like toys, tools with personality. He doubted she even realized they were once human, stripped of name, identity, and soul. The idea of using one to prepare breakfast or pour water was unsettling. It would be like asking a rotting corpse to make you tea. Even he, a man of efficiency, drew a line. Of course, he was planning to design purely mechanical variants for Chore's limited AI domestic drones. But for now, he let her believe what she wanted. Eventually, when she saw him constructing new units, she'd understand. He didn't see a need to correct her just yet. With a low sigh, he returned to his work. His fingers moved precisely across his interface, causing schematics to unfold in layered projections. Blueprints for a new servo unit. Diagrams for a modular chainsword powered by harvested monster cores. Soft, barefoot steps padded across the metal-plated floor. Hestia appeared, arms folded lazily behind her back as she peered at the holograms flickering above the slab. Her eyes followed the shifting outline of two different chain blade tooth designs. So what's that thing? She asked, gesturing toward the schematic. Chainsword. Variable teeth. Power source derived from harvested cores. She squinted. Doesn't look like a sword. And hey, you haven't stopped working at all, have you? Don't you think it's a bit much? Even for a blacksmith. I'm not a blacksmith, Luther replied calmly, attempting to correct her. I'm preparing before heading outside. What kind of preparing takes that long? She muttered, turning away. Forget it, I still have to go sell potatoes. She disappeared from the hallway with an exaggerated sigh, off to face her divine punishment in the form of daily labor. Luther, now alone again, visibly relaxed. The tension in his shoulders faded. He turned his focus to the hovering servoskull nearby. They were entirely encased in metal. No visible bone. That made them easier for others to accept. But soon, he would modify them, outfit them to hunt monsters and harvest cores directly. It would simplify resource gathering and make crystal farming more efficient. Those same crystals could be converted into low-tier energy cells for his downgraded weapons. Take the chainsword, so durable it could last thousands of years. It could be powered by solar, thermal, or any type of energy. A blessing for warriors. A curse for merchants. After all, if people never needed replacements, how would he profit? And without profit, how could he buy materials? Without materials, how could he continue his research? So, Luther planned to sell unique equipment and energy packs, intentionally making them more complex to maintain. As for a bad reputation? Impossible. No matter how much lower quality his weapons were, they would still outclass the local alternatives. The best example was the so-called magic swords of this world, expensive and only usable a handful of times. Yet despite their flaws, they remained in high demand. His chainsword would be the optimal weapon for high-intensity combat. With enough monster cores and raw materials, he could churn out a steady supply of standardized gear. Of course, flooding the city with weapons would devalue them. It was better to sell in limited quantities locally while expanding sales across the world. That way, he could amass enough resources to rebuild machines capable of traveling to other worlds and forge new weapons for himself. To achieve that, he'd need trusted people, and most importantly, he needed more time. Chapter 10: Checking the Goblins. After completing his initial preparations, Luther finally left the confines of his workshop. His crimson robes caught the sunlight as he stepped through the district of Orario. The city bustled with life, merchants calling out, adventurers laughing over recent kills, but wherever he walked, the crowd parted with instinctual caution. Perhaps it was the unsettling hum of servos or the mechanical arm coiled behind his back like a predator at rest. Maybe it was the faint scent of incense and machine oil that clung to him, a strange blend of the sacred and the industrial. But if anyone were to name the true reason they gave him space, it would be the things that followed him. Two servoskulls floated silently beside him. Because they were covered in metal plating and stylized paint, they no longer inspired raw fear, but behind them was a hulking humanoid servitor, its armored frame moving with eerie precision. One arm ended in a spinning chainsaw, the other in a compact laser cannon. Exposed pistons hissed with every step. His first stop was one of the poorer districts, where buildings leaned on each other like drunkards and the air carried the sharp tang of alchemical brews. Luther moved past narrow alleys and uneven cobblestone paths until he reached a stretch of run-down market stalls and shuttered shops. His red mechanical eye scanned for vacant buildings. Finally, he spotted one. A crooked for lease sign hung on the doorframe. It would suffice. Within the hour, the paperwork was processed through a guild intermediary. He paid the fee, secured the workshop, and registered the location under his personal authority. Next task, field testing. Without wasting time, he headed for the upper floors of the dungeon. Inside was relatively quiet, only the occasional screech echoed through the stone corridors. When Luther activated his chainsword, its mechanical shriek echoed off the walls. The weapon's teeth spun into a blur, vibrating with brutal precision. A single goblin, drawn by the sound, lunged at him with a crude knife. Luther simply stepped forward and swung cleanly, bisecting the creature. Green blood splashed across his robes, only to vanish seconds later as the corpse dissolved into a magic stone. When a trio of goblins emerged from a side passage, Luther gave a mental command. The large servitor surged forward, slamming one goblin into the wall with bone-shattering force. The servoskulls hovered higher and fired their laser weapons, turning the other two into ash and crystal. Luther gave further instructions: continue killing and collecting crystals. As his machines carried out the cleanup, he began his real work. Sometimes he killed. Sometimes he only removed limbs. Each action was carefully observed and catalogued. What tissues reacted violently to pain? What organs held potential? Were they structurally viable for conversion? An hour later, a bag filled with neatly sealed monster cores hung at his side. But not all goblins had been killed. 3 were intentionally left alive, restrained and gagged, bound with high-tensile cables. They twitched weakly with each step the servitor took, dragged like livestock. Luther didn't spare them a glance. They weren't beautiful girls, deserving of attention or sympathy. They were test subjects, maybe for chemical trials, maybe as servitor prototypes. If successful, he wouldn't need to worry about manufacturing more later. To the average adventurer, goblins were walking coin purses. To Luther, they were puzzles waiting to be taken apart. By the time he exited the dungeon, 2 adventurers from the Ganesha familia moved to intercept him. "Whoa there, friend," the taller one said, raising a hand to stop him. "You can't just walk around town dragging monsters behind you." Luther didn't stop. "They are restrained." "That's not the point," the second one added. "Monsters aren't allowed outside the dungeon. Even if they're tied up, it's illegal. They're supposed to be killed down there." Luther's mechanical eye focused with a faint whir. "Do your people not also break rules when convenient? Besides, I have a secure research facility." The 2 looked at each other, skeptical. "Look, unless you've got guild approval, you're not allowed to bring dungeon monsters into the city. What familia are you even with?" "I operate under the divine will of the Omnisaya." The younger one blinked. "I've never heard of that god." The taller adventurer narrowed his eyes. "That's not a registered familia. Are you messing with us?" Luther's voice remained calm. "I am not affiliated with your so-called familias. And if you wish to stop me, I suggest you speak with your own gods first." The chains on the goblins rattled as the servitor took a step forward. Both adventurers tensed, hands drifting toward their weapons. The younger leaned in, whispering, "Should we do something?" The older one sighed. "Let's check with the guild first. If he's lying, senior members can deal with him." Luther raised his hand and pulled out a paper. It was an official guild permit, stamped with glowing seals. It clearly said he was allowed to take live monsters out of the dungeon for research. The younger adventurer leaned in. "Huh, it's legit." The taller one grunted. "TCH. Just be careful not to release them accidentally." Luther said nothing more. As he resumed walking, dragging the goblins behind him, one of them let out a muffled scream. This time neither adventurer moved to stop him. By the time he returned, the sun was about to set. Luther moved closer to the reinforced doors, while Servo was carrying goblins behind him like luggage. The church's systems recognized his approach. The doors automatically opened to receive its unwilling guests. Servo skulls drifted from their wall cradles, scanning the struggling creatures and clearing a path toward the containment lift below. The goblins growled and thrashed, but the energy shackles held firm. Then, "Kya-ya-ya-ya-ya." A piercing shriek echoed through the hall like a proximity alarm. Luther's mechanical eye twitched at the pitch. Hestia stood at the far end of the corridor, face pale, finger outstretched. "WHWH, what are those?" Luther didn't break stride. "Specimens." "Specimens? You brought monsters back here? Into the church. They are restrained. They will be deposited in the lab's containment bay. They're goblins? Goblins? Do you know what goblins do? They bite? They stab? They are terrible." Hestia stormed up to him, flailing her arms. "You are not bringing a monster into my home. It's my home. It's a church, and I am a goddess, so that's my home. You can't just drag goblins through the front door like groceries. They are not groceries. They are biomass. Useful biomass. Biomass, biomass, you can't convince me to allow these monsters to be here." Luther, ignoring her protest, orders a servitor to take them inside his lab and contain them. "See, out of sight, out of mind. You should get used to it or find a new place." Hestia was visibly trembling. "How can I sleep peacefully when I know there is a monster in the basement?" Without missing a beat, Luther handed her a small wrapped bundle. She blinked. "What is this?" "Food. I acquired it on the way back, predicting your agitation and accounting for appeasement." Her frown cracked slightly. "You got me dinner." Taking the package, "Fine, I am generously going to forgive you this time." Luther ignored her, pretending to silently leave for his lab. "You can read this novel on a places where it's actually uploaded. The only website it have been uploaded on Patreon, Scribble Hub, fanfiction.net, Wattpad. Web novel, the last website should be Royal Road, which I really don't like, but at least they are not cheating me." Chapter 11, Checking the Monster and the Shop. Inside the lab, Luther focused on the data streaming across the holographic screen. The goblins lay motionless within the containment chamber, twitching now and then, but otherwise docile. He observed their physiology, tapping commands into the system with the slow, deliberate rhythm of someone trying to wring meaning out of junk. First, he examined the possibility of turning them into servitors, biomechanical hybrids integrated with machine systems. It was a crude concept, but in emergencies, any biomass could serve. Unfortunately, the reality was less generous. The deeper his research went, the more obvious it became. Converting goblins into usable units like servoskulls was grossly inefficient. Despite their natural resilience, their biological structure had already begun to degrade. Removed from the dungeon's unique environment, their cells weakened and broke down. And that wasn't even accounting for their unstable behavior and malformed genetics. Keeping them alive long enough would cost more than they were worth. He sighed, pulling up their genetic profile. Even the DNA was barely worthy of the term. Fragmented, attempting to make any changes would only result in total collapse. Complete waste of effort, Luther thought, closing the files. His attention drifted toward his reflection on the screen. His mechanical eye whirred softly as it adjusted focus, flickering red in the dim lab lighting. I should look for the best to improve my body first. And I still don't have a proper weapon on hand. Not wise. As for experimenting with divine blood, he wasn't ready. He set the machines to begin producing a few standardized weapons. They would be sold in the coming days. Once the production queues were active, he left the lab. The moment Luther stepped into the hallway, Hestia was waiting at the old wooden table, tapping her fingers against the wood with a mix of impatience and anxiety. She perked up the moment she saw him. Luther, you finally came out. The table is not for sitting, he said plainly. She rolled her eyes. You're such a delight to talk to, seriously. Ignoring the sarcasm, he moved past her. But then, she reached into a small cloth bundle and slowly unwrapped something. This used to be Belle's sword. She placed the object on the table. Luther stopped. The so-called weapon was a warped, cracked blade barely held together with glue and desperate patchwork. Is this a kitchen knife? He asked. It's a sword, she snapped. Kind of. She let out a heavy sigh. He's doing his best, but we don't have money for proper gear. I wanted to ask a friend of mine, someone with a forge, but she's really busy right now. Her voice dropped. So I figured. Maybe you could help. She motioned subtly toward the hallway, toward the armory tucked behind sealed doors. Those weapons you keep displayed. They look like they haven't been used in a while. Maybe Belle could borrow one? Just until I can find something else. Luther didn't bother turning around. No. Hestia blinked at the bluntness. These weapons were built for enhanced users. Belle is not one. He would injure himself, or worse. She folded her arms, visibly annoyed. There was a short pause. Then Luther added, however, I've started automatic production of standard-grade weapons. He may pick one up tomorrow morning. Her expression softened. Wait, you'll actually give him one? Consider it an investment. If he survives long enough, he may return with funds. That would allow access to better weapons later. That's actually helpful, she admitted, narrowing her eyes. No conditions. No conditions. Hestia looked at him with curiosity. What do you mean by automatic production anyway? Luther paused at the stairs and looked back. It means I press a button, insert raw materials, and the machine does the rest. The clunk of his boots echoed faintly as he ascended the stairs. Hestia remained seated, quietly watching the warped blade on the table. The next morning, Luther handed Belle a newly forged, mass-produced sword. The weapon lacked flair, it was durable. More than enough for a beginner. Luther didn't even stay to see how Belle reacted. His focus had already shifted. First, increase the church's security. Then, Luther moved through Orario's quieter alleys, a box of newly crafted swords resting in a cart behind him. His destination was a little far, a modest building. It had been empty for months. Now, it would serve as the storefront for his first official venture. After replacing the locks with a biometric panel, he stepped inside empty shelves. Bare walls. Dust lingering in the corners. It would do. He started working on installing a reinforced weapons rack and laying out a few displays for better weapons. The current shop wouldn't attract the average adventurer, so he decided to change the look from the outside. As he started to think about the design, the door creaked open, revealing a man outside. Ah, so the rumors were true, came a friendly voice. Luther turned slightly, recognizing the blue-haired god leaning against the doorframe. The god stepped in with a calm smile, hands tucked into his sleeves. I heard someone opened a shop near ours. I thought I'd come by and see what kind of neighbor we'd have. Luther offered no pleasantries, only a nod. Myaik glanced at the cart inside. There were weapons and some tools. If you are planning to sell weapons, this is not a good place. But it has a good rent, Luther said. And as long as I sell at 50% of the market, I won't have to worry about not selling. Then you would lose money, Myaik replied. I can't lose money, Luther said, placing all the standard-grade swords in one corner under a wooden sign that read 50% discount. He stepped back, arms crossed, eyes scanning the display with mechanical precision. It's just a one-time offer to attract adventurers. Once I start selling high-grade gear, the shop's location won't matter. Myaik smiled at the confidence. You've got a solid plan there. Then he extended a hand. I just realized we haven't properly introduced ourselves. I'm Myaik, god of the Myaik Familia. We specialize in affordable potions. Luther glanced at the outstretched hand, then shook it with a firm grip. Luther, I'm a tech priest who specializes in weapons, gear, and medical services. Medical services? That's an interesting way to put it, Myaik said with a small chuckle. But aren't you dabbling in a lot of things at once? Luther's head tilted slightly. Sometimes it's better to have more skills, especially when those skills complement each other. Myaik chuckled. That's an interesting statement. He paused for a moment, then added with a smile, if there's a chance, I'd like to work with you, Myaik said warmly. We'll see, Luther replied simply. He didn't dismiss the idea. Chapter 12, Faithful Wrong Encounter. TCH. Another broken crystal. Luther rolled the shard between his fingers. It barely held enough energy to power a weak servitor joint. With a flick, he tossed it into a pouch already rattling with failures. Behind him, a servoskull buzzed softly as it attempted to extract more shards from a kobold corpse. Today's harvest had been disappointing third-class monsters with first-class mediocrity. He turned, already considering the next section to scout, when a familiar, panicked voice echoed through the corridor. Ruyun. Luther paused just long enough to see Belle sprinting down the hallway, panic written across his face. The roar came before the words finished. A hulking minotaur burst from the shadows behind Belle, eyes bloodshot and breath steaming through flared nostrils. Luther blinked. Minotaur. Fantastic. Belle skidded to a stop beside him. Let's run. It's just a minotaur. One shot and it'll be gone, Luther replied flatly. You're insane, run. I'm also heavily armed. Without another word, he raised his plasma pistol and fired. The bolt tore through the minotaur's chest in a hiss of vapor and light. The beast staggered mid-charge, then collapsed into the dirt. A second later, its body dissolved into particles, leaving behind a single crystal. Belle stared, panting. That was awesome. Did you also make this magic weapon? I don't have time to tinker with magic. This gun is pure science. The servo skull floated past Belle, picked up the minotaur's crystal, and handed it to Luther with mechanical efficiency. Before either of them could say more, swift footsteps echoed from deeper in the corridor, light, precise, and fast. Far too fast for Belle to follow. A figure emerged from the shadows. Eyes Wallenstein. Golden hair tied behind her head, eyes sharp and unreadable. She stopped a few meters away, sword still at the ready. Belle's breath caught in his throat. Something tightened in his chest as he looked at her. Luther lowered his pistol, recognizing her immediately. Eyes flicked to the weapon. No chant, no spell, no magic. Her gaze then drifted to the floating skull beside him. It hovered in silence, grotesque in design. Something about it unsettled her, not just the shape, but the why of it. She looked back at Luther. You killed it. Her tone was calm but guarded. Luther tilted his head. Yes. Belle glanced between the two, then offered a nervous smile. Thank you for coming. Eyes finally looked at him. Her expression softened slightly. You're injured? Belle rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. I am fine. Luther turned away. I be going now. He walked past them without another word, the servo skull trailing silently behind like a shadow. Eyes watched him go, something quiet passing through her eyes. She wasn't one for unnecessary thoughts, but something was wrong. Eyes glanced back down the hallway where he'd gone, then turned to Belle. Do you know him? Belle shook his head. Kind of. I'll escort you back, she said simply. Belle's face lit up, then quickly turned red. No, I mean I should be able to go back myself. Eyes tilted her head slightly, watching him fumble. All right, she said and disappeared into the corridor, leaving Belle standing alone, half relieved, half disappointed. The cool air hit Luther's face as he stepped out of the dungeon, and he exhaled, the weight of the day's work beginning to settle on his shoulders. The atmosphere outside felt lighter, but not in a way that calmed him. His thoughts were still buried in plans, calculations, and unfinished projects. This is a waste of my time, he muttered. He was a tech priest, not a glorified miner. Because he lacked the proper tools to build something like an energy core, he reluctantly started collecting the monster crystals. But, the truth was, it wasn't a sustainable solution. The process was slow and inefficient. It would be much better to establish a team capable enough to farm these crystals and bring them to him. I'll need to find capable individuals to gather these crystals for me and can also act as my personal team. Belle is a good candidate, but it's hard to control him. His mind started to recall all the characters he could use in this world. While he was thinking about the characters, from behind, Belle quickly closed the distance, his voice rising. Hey, wait up. Luther stopped but didn't turn to face him right away. Thanks again, Belle said, out of breath from the run. For saving me back there. You know, with the Minotaur. Luther glanced at him for a split second. You're welcome, but I think you should prepare yourself for a similar situation. Belle rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Well, I don't think I would meet Minotaur again. As the church came into view, Luther couldn't help but think, as Belle was not saved by a beautiful girl, what type of changes would happen in the future. After entering inside, Belle decided to update his status while Luther got it inside the basement lab and started to write down some people's names that he might have a chance of recruiting. Chapter 13 First time meeting Freya and Riveria. Freya, disguised as Seer, turned a corner with quiet steps, her expression soft and pleased. Belle had accepted her lunch with that innocent, flustered smile that tugged at her curiosity, the kind of reaction only he could give her. She didn't need to linger. Her job here was done. But as she prepared to move on, a figure approached from the opposite direction, calm, steady, and silent. She thought it would be just another adventurer or local resident, but what she saw was wrong. His robes were layered with tools and strange metal parts. His mask glinted under the morning light, and a red mechanical eye glowed faintly beneath it. Floating behind him was a metallic skull, one she was certain wasn't just metal. His aura wasn't divine. It wasn't even magical. It was something else, alien and unsettling. Freya stopped walking. So did he. Their eyes met, she could feel it. His gaze didn't linger like others. It didn't falter or fluster. It was like someone had found a new toy. The funny part? She couldn't even see his eyes, but she knew he was looking at her like something to be collected. Should I ask someone to beat him up for thinking such a rude thing? Freya mused, tilting her head slightly, deciding to speak first. You're not from around here, are you? Luther's voice was neutral, flat. Isn't it obvious? The servo skull behind him whirred softly, scanning her and collecting data. Freya smiled again, as if amused. Don't be so cold. Why don't you come inside and have some breakfast? The food is no good for the body, he replied coldly. Why don't you tell that to the owner of this restaurant? I believe she'd want to know why her food isn't good for the body. Luther glanced at the signboard, the hostess of fertility, and recalled information about the owner. Does she want to kill me? He thought, remembering that the owner was quite strong, and didn't take kindly to people insulting her food. At the same time, Freya decided to examine the type of soul he had, her eyes studying him with renewed interest. She had seen the divine light that radiated from gods, the warmth of mortal souls, and the faint flickers of magic that whispered through the air. But Luther? His soul was a different kind of presence. It felt like something beyond this world. She could almost taste it, the faint residue of chaotic energy that had touched him in ways she couldn't fully comprehend. Freya's smile faltered for a moment as a curious thought passed through her mind. Should I use my divine form to see his soul more clearly? Luther's voice broke her thoughts. You know, I think it's better if you try my energy packs. I believe they'll stop the distracting thoughts you're having. Freya raised an eyebrow, amused by his rudeness. Why don't you remove your mask so we can talk properly? It's better for you to go back to your work, Luther replied flatly. I'll do that when you promise to come inside, she said, stepping a bit closer. I don't have time. Then come when you're free. Luther considered it for a moment, recalling the elf who worked inside the hostess, someone he had already marked as a potential recruit. Well, I'll try once I'm free. Then I'll hold you to that, Freya said with a playful wink. Luther gave a faint nod. If time allows. Then he turned and walked away. Freya watched him for a moment longer, then turned on her heel, slipping back into the restaurant, her smile never fading. She had just met a soul unlike any other, and she was far from done with him. Later, Luther made his way toward the dungeon, his HUD quietly scanning the crowd. He was searching for a particular target, Lilyuka Arde, a small palom who looked like a little human girl. His objective was clear: recruit her. She was clever, experienced, and deeply familiar with the dungeon's lower levels. If he could gain her trust either through subtle manipulation or by offering her strength, she could become a valuable asset. And if she could conquer her nightmare by defeating the Soma Familia that enslaved her, then she wouldn't just be useful. She would be the perfect assistant. Arriving at a place crowded with various supporters, he looked around but couldn't find her. Probably already inside the dungeon, he thought, and so he entered as well. The moment his boots touched the uneven stone, his HUD flickered softly and began scanning the environment. The first floor had already been cleared by morning raiding parties. Occasionally, there were distant echoes, a shout, a blade, the hiss of a dying monster, but none of it concerned him. He moved forward without pause. No weapon drawn. No caution is necessary. The servoskull drifted silently behind him like a phantom, its single red eye glowing faintly, its sensors on passive scan. Upon arriving at the second floor, he encountered a few monsters like kobolds, but he just kept walking, eyes fixed forward. The HUD pinged each creature in the vicinity, but he ignored them all. Then something stirred behind him. A kobold lunged at his back only to be shot down by the servoskull. The servoskull floated over. With a brief hum and a tchk, a small mechanical arm extended and harvested the magic crystal, handing it over to Luther before resuming its silent patrol. Reaching the third floor was smooth. Almost no resistance. But instead of monsters, what caught his attention was a voice. Sharp, annoyed, and very loud. You should be the one apologizing, a female voice snapped, sharp like a blade. It echoed through the corridor ahead, followed by a softer male voice trying and failing to respond. Me, but it was you. Luther turned a corner and spotted Belle, clearly caught in a verbal barrage. His white hair was messy than usual, his red eyes blinking rapidly as he tried to defend himself. The girl in front of him, Lyra, was an elf. Her stance was sharp and proud. At a distance stood Reverial Joe's elf, her arms crossed, visibly troubled by Lyra's attitude. Lyra, Reveria said, trying to remain calm, you almost injured a fellow adventurer. You should be the one apologizing. He distracted me mid-shot, Lyra snapped, not even looking at Reveria. Why did he have to pop up from around the corner? Luther stood at the edge of the scene, watching silently. He wasn't interested in the argument. Not really. But something else caught his attention. He tilted his head slightly, scanning Lyra with a quiet hum through his HUD. Her hair, it wasn't white anymore. It was silver. It was really bad, he thought, realizing he couldn't dress her up like a battle sister anymore. Belle, already overwhelmed, glanced past them and his eyes widened when he saw a familiar figure standing silently at the edge of the corridor. His heart skipped a beat. Luther. Belle blurted out, pointing behind Lyra. Are you here to kill monsters? Lyra paused mid-glare. Both of you know each other. Luther took a step forward, the servoskull floating steadily behind him like a silent shadow. Yes, he answered flatly. We do know each other. Belle nodded, unsure of what to say. Lyra scoffed. So, which familia? Luther pointed to one of the symbols on his robes. I haven't decided to change my belief in the Omnissiah. Omnissiah? Belle asked. Is that your god? I haven't seen him around the church. Luther looked at Belle. It's not a physical god. Then how did you receive your blessings? Lyra muttered. Luther's gaze flicked to her. For me, the blessing is not something that increases strength, but knowledge and the miracle of technology. His eyes lingered briefly on Lyra again, sharper now, with a hint of knowing. I didn't think you would change your hair color. Reveria caught that. You know her too. Luther paused, then gave a short nod. We've crossed paths before. I helped her escape a situation. But now I think I should have just kept her for myself instead of sending her to Loki. Lyra's expression twitched. I am not a pet. Belle looked between them, even more confused. Wait, what kind of situation? Bandits who were going to sell her, Luther replied simply. Lyra turned away, her head low, clearly not in the mood to talk about her shameful past. Luther didn't push. Instead, he said calmly, I'll continue my exploration. It's dangerous to go deeper into the dungeon without a Falna. Riveria tried to stop him. It's only dangerous for the weak-minded, Luther said. The servoskull gave a faint electronic chirp, as if in agreement. Then both of them made their way toward the 4th floor, leaving all three behind. Chapter 14 Unsuccessful Day. Luther's boots echoed through the deeper halls of the dungeon. 4th floor, then 5th. No hesitation. He wasn't here to hunt monsters. At least on first 5 floors Lilyuka Arde was nowhere to be found. The deeper he went, the more scarce the crowds became. Most adventurers didn't press far alone, and those that did, help. The cry echoed down the passage. Around the bend, a small group of adventurers stumbled toward him bleeding, limping, their armor torn and scorched by acid. Slime residue still clung to the younger one's leg. Please, monsters swarmed us, can you help us return to the surface? Move, Luther said, stepping past them. You can't just, one of them began. But he was already gone. To him, they were irrelevant, especially since he wouldn't get any benefit from helping them. Hours passed. He had scanned all active routes and confirmed Lilyuka Arde was not present. He turned back. By the time he reached the exit of the dungeon, the sun had already begun to set. Passing through the busy street with the same uncaring pace. As he gets near the hostess of fertility, there is Bell Cranel standing outside trying to make up his mind. He was pacing nervously in front of the restaurant door, eyes flicking to the window, then away again, like a mouse staring into a lion's den. Luther stepped up beside him without a word. Bell flinched. Luther, are you going back? Luther gave a slight nod. You're wasting time. Bell scratched his head. I know, it's just. Cyr invited me, said she'd saved me a seat. But every time I go in there, the girls kind of glare at me. Luther glanced through the window. Inside, Cyr was behind the counter chatting with another waitress while casually glancing toward the door. Waiting. They're watching you, Luther confirmed. Yeah, that's why it's scary. Did you not bring your money? Luther said. Bell gave a weak laugh. Of course, how can I forget money? But you might forget to pay after eating if you stay nervous like this. Luther's voice was flat. How can I forget paying money? The two stood there in silence for a moment. Bell exhaled. All right, I'm going in. Bell took a shaky step toward the door, and then it opened on its own. Cyr stood there, leaning casually against the door frame, a teasing smile already on her lips. There you are, she said. Took you long enough. Bell flushed. Ah, Cyr? I was just about to. She glanced at Luther. Well, you're both here. That's enough. Come on in, Mamma Mia said she made extra today. Bell hesitated. Cyr grabbed his wrist and gave it a little tug. I saved you a seat, remember? Then her eyes flicked to Luther. You too, you can stand near the wall if you want, but you're not escaping without at least one bite. If you have a problem with the food, talk to Mamma Mia. Luther stared at her and started to feel that if he didn't go inside, something bad was going to happen. As Bell walked through the door followed by Luther, Cyr lit up and started to guide them to a table. The interior of the hostess of fertility was as warm and rowdy as ever, filled with laughter, clinking mugs. Bell followed Cyr like a nervous duckling, casting glances at the waitresses. Runo and Anya caught his eye almost immediately and grinned. Bell flinched. Luther moved behind them, silent as ever, his masked face drawing curious glances for a second or two. Cyr led them to a table near the back, tucked away from the main crowd. Here. This one's yours, she said cheerily, nudging Bell into the seat. Luther stood behind, arms crossed. He wasn't planning to stay long, but Cyr had other plans. Sit, she said to him. He tilted his head. I don't eat. Cyr smiled innocently. If you stand around like a statue, Mamma Mia's going to assume you're casing the place. As if on cue, a shadow loomed from the kitchen. Mamma Mia, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Luther met her gaze for a long, silent second. Then, with the faintest sigh, he slid into the seat opposite Bell. Satisfied, Cyr beamed and spun off to fetch drinks. Bell sank into his seat with a relieved sigh. Thanks for coming in with me, he muttered. Luther said nothing, eyes scanning the room looking for an elf. Cyr returned moments later, placing 2 cups down. One for Bell, and one pointedly for Luther. On the house, she said with a wink. Bell raised his cup nervously. Cheers. Luther didn't move. Cyr just laughed and ruffled Bell's hair. You're hopeless. As the night settled and chatter filled the air, Luther sat in silence, taking out a straw after opening a small hole in his mask. He started to drink. As the food arrived, Bell was confused, trying to decide if he was more grateful or terrified. There was too much to a point where I thought he might not able to finish. At one point, Cyr returned with a small plate and placed it gently in front of him. Just a slice of bread and some roasted vegetables. Doesn't count as a meal, she said before he could argue. But I'll be offended if you don't at least try it. Luther's eyes met hers briefly. Just pack my portion, decided to eat in the safety of his lab. Cyr little disappointed since she didn't get the chance to see his face. The tavern door opened again, a few heads turned as a tall blonde woman in sleek armor stepped in, flanked by others in light gear. The sword princess, eyes Wallenstein, glanced around, expression unreadable as always. Riveria followed just behind her, speaking quietly with a short, grinning goddess in red Loki. Table in the corner, Loki said, waving to Mamma Mia without waiting for permission. And don't give us that look, Mia. We'll pay. Mia grunted, already reaching for a fresh bottle of liquor. As the Loki familia passed by Luther's table, golden eyes swept briefly across him. Just a flicker, barely more than a glance. Bell didn't notice any of it. He was too busy trying to survive Seer's attempt to spoon more stew into his bowl. Luther leaned back slightly in his seat, his gaze flicking between the Sword Princess and her companions, thinking about the plot, which was changing. As Bell longer saved by the princess, would he still get his skill? And then there was Lyra's character, which didn't exist. Chapter 15 Bell New Skill. The warmth and buzz of the tavern grew louder as the evening wore on. Members of the Loki familia had claimed a large corner table, half of them already laughing, the other half drinking like it was the end of the world. Bet Loga, slouched near the end, took a long pull from his tankard. His yellow eyes drifted lazily across the room until they landed on Bell. His lip curled. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, just loud enough for nearby tables to catch it. "Isn't that the white rabbit who got stumped by a little girl?" A few chuckles rippled from the nearby Loki familia members. Bell tensed, a mix of embarrassment and frustration bubbling in his chest. But he wasn't the only one who heard. From the seat beside Riveria, Lyra slowly turned her head. Her fork clicked against her plate. She stood, deliberately, hands on her hips. "Who are you calling little? I'm telling you, I'm 42. Bet's eyes gleamed with mischief. If 42 years old isn't a little for an elf, then I guess Riveria here must be a grandma. I mean, she's... Before he could finish, Riveria's staff shot out, swift as lightning, and knocked Bet's head to the side with a loud thwack. Bet's eyes went wide, and he froze, blinking a few times, then started to rub his sore head and glared at Riveria. "What the hell? I am teaching you not to be rude," Riveria said while taking back her staff. Looking at Bet's expressions, the Loki familia table erupted into laughter. Lyra, meanwhile, grinned from ear to ear. "Well, that was satisfying," Lyra said, crossing her arms. "Maybe next time, Bet, you'll think twice before making fun of an elf." Bet growled but wisely stayed silent, his pride temporarily deflated. While everyone was laughing, Bell groaned and slumped over the table, burying his face in his arms. "I should have just stayed home." Luther watched him for a moment, then said quietly, "Are you thinking about running away without paying?" Bell froze. "It's not that." That Bell started to think, did he really look that unreliable? He just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. The rest of the meal passed in relative peace at least, no more flying insults or staves. Bell managed to eat most of his food, though his appetite wasn't all there. Every now and then, he'd glance at the Loki familia's table, but after the earlier embarrassment, they seemed to lose interest. Luther didn't speak again. He sat quietly, sipping from the straw beneath his mask, seemingly unbothered by the noise around them. Bell found that oddly reassuring. By the time they left the Hostess of Fertility, the streets were darker, lit by warm lantern glow and the last stretch of twilight. Bell walked a step behind Luther, still stewing over everything Bet had said. But by the time they reached at the church gate, a familiar figure was standing in the doorway, arms crossed, foot tapping. Hestia. The tiny goddess squinted at them. "You're late? I was starting to think I'd have to come looking." Bell laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Sorry, Seer invited us for dinner." Luther walked past the gate without a word. Hestia glanced at him, then back at Bell. "Who is Seer? You shouldn't go with strangers." She started to complain. "Soon she will have a hard girl's name." "She is not a stranger." Bell tries to correct her but completely fails. She is stepping aside to let him in. "I have to tell you multiple times, don't go with beautiful girls. Now come inside so I can update your status." Inside, the church was quiet again. The fire crackled low in the hearth. Bell slipped off his boots and glanced toward the dark corner where Luther had already disappeared. He looked down at his hands, still trembling slightly. He clenched them, recalling the earlier embarrassment. Later on the same night, Bell sat on the edge of the bed, shirt off, his back to Hestia as she gently traced her finger down the middle of his spine. "Still thinking about earlier?" she asked softly. He didn't answer. Hestia sighed, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "You don't have to carry it all, Bell. People say dumb things. That wolf guy, he's always like that." "It's not just him," Bell whispered, staring at his clenched fists in his lap. "Everyone looks at me like I'm a joke. I want to be someone who can stand on his own." His voice trembled. "I feel like I'm completely useless. If not for you, I wouldn't able to become adventurer, and if Mr. Luther didn't help me yesterday I probably would have died." Hestia's hand paused. A warmth, faint but steady, pulsed under her fingertip. She blinked, as noticing the change. He didn't notice. "I want to be like Sword Princess or Mr. Luther," he continued, voice rising with conviction. "I want to be strong and able to help people around me." A sudden glow lit up Bell's back. Intricate symbols, ancient and alive, shimmered into view beneath Hestia's touch. They pulsed like a heartbeat. His heartbeat. Her breath caught. "Bell." He blinked, turning slightly. "Did something happen?" Hestia hesitated. "Nothing," she said carefully. She said, "Let me just copy your status first. Can you put stay in yourself?" She retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill from the nearby desk, her heart pounding. Sitting down, she began transcribing Bell's current stats, but when she reached the skills section, her hand trembled slightly. The name glowed on his back with divine weight. Rieli's phrase. a skill that evolves with desire, grows stronger the more he longs to reach someone. She glanced back at Belle, who was sitting quietly, still watching his hands. Hestia. It's nothing, she said, forcing a smile. All done. You've grown stronger again. She folded the status paper, keeping the skill portion covered with her hand, feeling it was not the time yet. You really want to protect everyone, huh? She whispered, eyes soft. Belle nodded, unaware. Yeah. Hestia moved toward him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind. Then just keep chasing that dream. One step at a time. He closed his eyes, leaning back slightly. For once, the shaking in his hands had stopped. When he finally went to sleep, Hestia remained seated near the bed, staring down at the copied status in her lap. Her fingers hovered over the words. Rieli's phrase, she murmured. Chapter 16. A nice day. While Belle was off on his daily adventure in the dungeon, Luther finally opened his shop. No signs advertised its presence. No shouting vendors hawked wares. No flashy banners proclaimed its existence. Just a clean, reinforced door and a small placard that read, Mechanica, Weapons and Enhancements. Inside, he had arranged a modest selection of weapons. The standard swords, however, were relegated to a single box with a handwritten sign, 50% discount. Luther held no illusions about a customer stampede on day one. Most adventurers were creatures of habit loyal to their preferred smiths and forges, but habits bent under the weight of a bargain. Whether they came sniffing for cheap swords, quality gear, or performance-enhancing upgrades, his money-making plan was sound. For his own safety, he meticulously avoided selling anything that could pose a threat to him. Even the weapons he intended to release later had already been designed with built-in countermeasures. By midday, the first curious faces trickled in. Low-ranked adventurers, under-equipped, hunting for deals. One group hefted a cheap blade and stopped. The balance was perfect. Smoother than the rough-edged junk they'd overpaid for. The sword they had bought for 11,000 valis seemed like a crude toy compared to this one, now going for just 5,000. Boss, is there something wrong with these swords? One asked, eyeing the discount pile. The question lingered, thick with unspoken suspicion. The adventurer caught himself, quickly amending, why are they priced so low? Feels off. Luther leaned against the counter, arms folded. His expression was unreadable behind the mask. Simple, he replied. A hint of a smirk slipped through. I don't have the overhead most forges do. If I wanted to, I could produce thousands in a day. The group exchanged looks. Should we buy one? Another murmured. Let's just test it, the leader said. Take one into the dungeon. If it holds up, we'll be back. Coins changed hands. The servoskull scanned the payment in silence. Cold, efficient. Luther said nothing more. His mind was already elsewhere. I should build a simpler forge for these swords. Wasteful to run them through high-tier systems. Then a flicker across one of the console screens interrupted his train of thought. A live feed stabilized one of his scouting servoskulls, patrolling the lower districts. It zoomed in. There she was. Lilyuka Arde. Cornered. Two older adventurers loomed over her in a shadowed alley. Their gear bore the faded crest of Soma Familia. One backhanded her with brutal force. The other tore the pouch from her hands. She didn't scream. Didn't beg. Just curled inward like a kicked animal, waiting for it to end. Luther's expression didn't change. Fortunate timing, he thought, leaving the shop in the care of the servoskull a poor business decision, since it lacked the capacity to conduct actual sales. By the time he arrived, the adventurers were gone. Their laughter echoed down the alley, their pockets jingling with stolen coin. Lilyuka was on her knees, brushing dirt off her sleeves with mechanical focus, preparing to vanish again into Orario's filth. She didn't hear him. Not until the heavy thud of boots made her flinch. She spun, eyes wide. Terror panic. Fists clenched. Muscles tensed. What she saw stopped her breath. A featureless mask. A single red glow where an eye should be. And no, I didn't take anything from you, she blurted, scrambling back. Be quiet, Luther said. Flat. Cold. Final. She froze. Her body obeyed before her mind caught up. I don't. Who are you? She whispered. No answer. He stepped forward, reached down, and lifted her like she weighed nothing. What are you? Let me go, she struggled, fists pounding against his arm. He turned. His cloak swirled around them, a shroud of motion, as he walked away with clinical efficiency. After a few useless punches and kicking, Luther sighed. Annoyance. Nothing more. Then he knocked her out with a swift motion. Carefully he concealed her under his cloak. It wouldn't do to look like he was kidnapping a child. Dash. An hour later, Lilyuka jolted upright, breathed sharply, eyes wide. Cold metal pressed against her back. The air smelled sterile, tinged with disinfectant. She blinked, her vision adjusting to the pulsing lights overhead and the silhouette of unfamiliar machines. A low hum vibrated beneath her. She panicked. But her injuries had been treated, cleaned, bandaged with precision. Where? Rows of mechanical limbs hung above motionless bays. A half-assembled humanoid machine stood nearby, cold, alien, and terrifying. Then she saw him. Luther stood at a console, fingers tapping commands. He didn't glance her way. No words. No acknowledgement. Only the soft clicks of metal against glass. The memories returned in a flood. The alley. The pain. The mask. Where am I? She croaked. In my lab, he replied. Her gaze darted to the only door. Seamless. Reinforced. No handle. Why did you bring me here? He tapped one final command. The screen dimmed. Only then did he turn. To add you to my new collection. She recoiled at the word. Collection. He stepped closer. The servoskull followed like a silent wraith. I know about you, Lilyuka Arde. You're efficient. Clever. Wasted. Her hands clenched. Silent. Watching the floor. I want you to work for me. Unconditionally. What kind of work? She asked, her voice unsteady. That depends on your potential. Logistics. Inventory. Fieldwork. Combat. Her eyes flicked to the machines. Am I, your prisoner? You could call it that. After all, if you attempt to flee, I could reduce you to a puppet. A direct extension of my will. No emotion in his voice. No cruelty. Just pure, unfeeling fact. Luther didn't win people over with kindness. He offered control. A cage with space to move. Lilyuka looked down at her trembling fingers. The walls buzzed with silent menace. This is a terrible day. I'm just a supporter, she whispered. I don't have anything you need. Then I'll make you useful, he said, already returning to his console. He translated a weapons manual, then gestured to the terminal with a flick. Start by reading this. It'll give you a foundation. Tonight, we'll begin strengthening you physically and otherwise. Nutrient packs are in the cooler. As he reached the door, he paused. Perhaps keeping her confined all day was unproductive. You may explore the church above if you wish. Don't touch anything marked. And don't try to escape. He didn't need to say what would happen if she did. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Talking with Naza Mayak and Lilyuka. The street had cooled, the day's frantic energy bleeding into the slow, deliberate pace of evening foot traffic. Lamps flickered to life across the plaza, casting luminous pools of amber onto worn cobblestones. Luther stepped into the profound silence of his shop. No signs of forced entry, no frantic complaints, just the stillness he had anticipated. Precisely as he'd left it. He settled behind the counter, metal fingers already skimming across the terminal interface, parsing the day's logs. A voice, sharp and unmistakable, cut through the silence. Well, look who finally remembered he owns a shop. Luther turned slowly. Across the narrow path, framed by the crooked doorway of a herb-laden apothecary, stood an Chianthrope with half-lidded eyes and a smirk that dripped with dry amusement. Naza. Arms crossed, voice cool with sarcasm. You vanish the moment you open and leave a grim-faced tin can to mind the store? Revolutionary business model. It possesses more intelligence and reliability than most humanoids, Luther replied. Naza clicked her tongue. Try selling that idea to the adventurers. Unless you're aiming to run a cult, you might consider actual customer service. Her gaze slid toward his stark signage. Shops tend to do better when the owner isn't a ghost. Luther's eyes flicked toward her own domain, the Blue Pharmacy. Its sign, faded by years of sun and storm, creaked faintly. The symbol of Mayak Familia was weathered but intact. The structure leaned toward his own, as if drawn by some quiet, architectural kinship. He said nothing at first, gaze passing over the apothecary's cluttered facade before returning to Naza. I am not concerned with coin, he said at last. The servoskull drifted silently into view behind him. This is a supplementary venture. An experiment. His tone turned brittle. Unlike some, my survival is not shackled to the whims of commerce. Naza raised an elegant brow, ready to retort until a second voice interjected, warm and gentle. Naza, must every interaction become a skirmish? Mayak stepped from the shadows of his shop, robes dusted in herb fragments, his presence calm as still water. He's new to this corner, he added. Let him adjust in peace. Naza scoffed. He abandoned the place like a cursed relic. Mayak ignored the jab with the grace honed by years of dealing with her. He turned to Luther, expression patient, eyes kind. If managing alone is burdensome, consider hiring a clerk, he said gently. Even the best minds benefit from another human's insight now and then. Luther was silent. Behind his mask, calculations flickered. The servoskull, while useful, lacked initiative. A human assistant distasteful, but perhaps, practical. Mayak bowed lightly. If you ever require help, our door remains open. Naza muttered, just loud enough to carry. If you need a marketing expert, steer well clear of me. She followed Mayak inside, the apothecary's door shutting with a quiet click. Luther sat back behind the counter, masked gaze reflecting faintly in the polished glass. Minutes stretched into stillness. A clerk, he murmured, the word tasting foreign. The logic was sound, but finding one with the necessary competence? Tedious. His eyes settled on the servoskull. Modifications could extend its function, but it would never be sufficient. Eventually, he powered down the shop's defenses and left, his boots echoing against the stone as he returned to the hidden sanctum below. The lab's artificial lights cast a sterile glow across seamless steel. Machinery hummed deep within the walls, a rhythmic thrum, like the heartbeat of some sleeping machine god. Lilyuka sat hunched on a padded bench, knees to chest, wrapped in an oversized coat. It smelled faintly of oil and ozone. Her eyes followed a surveillance drone as it glided silently above, sensors pausing on her before vanishing into shadow. Time had lost meaning. Her wounds had been dressed, polymer seals fused to flesh like a second skin. Footsteps echoed behind her. She didn't flinch. Luther entered. Did you complete the task? He asked, his voice flat. Not a question, an expectation. She nodded without looking at him. He moved past her, stopping at a cluttered table scattered with alien components, unknown metals, glowing wires, and something disturbingly like a glass eye. He stood in silence before turning to face her. Are you prepared? Lilyuka blinked, her voice caught between fear and confusion. Prepared for what? To embrace your role within the Adeptus Mechanicus, he said, the name heavy with reverence. I will teach you combat, technology, and doctrine. You will become my extension. She glanced at the strange tools, then at the circling drone. The excuses she had rehearsed died in her throat. I'm still in the Soma Familia. Inconsequential, he dismissed coldly. She hesitated, then slid from the bench, dwarfed by the coat. I am not good with fighting. Luther approached a seamless locker. With a sequence of runes, it opened with a hiss. Inside, weapons. Sleek, humming, otherworldly. He selected a compact design matte black, small enough for her hands. A las pistol, he said, offering it to her. Lightweight. Minimal recoil. Adequate for your level. He placed it carefully in her hands. Enough to dispatch vermin. Against true enemies, you'll require experience. She held it gingerly. What is a las pistol? Luther sealed the case of monomolecular blades with a click. A directed energy weapon, he explained. It projects coherent light, focused to pierce most conventional armor. He stepped closer. Tonight, you'll learn to use it. Tomorrow. His voice hardened. You will prove it. Chapter 18 Training of Lilyuka. The low light of the dungeon pulsed like a heartbeat around Lilyuka. She stood at the edge of the 9th floor's corridor, clutching the lasgun in one trembling hand, the monomolecular blade strapped at her side. Her frame was small, barely filling out the red robes Luther had tailored for her, but her eyes were wide and alert. Remember, his voice crackled through the vox bead in her earcom, ever watchful. Just like on the 3rd floor, aim properly and eliminate. Doesn't matter if it's a goblin, oversized lizard, or mooing minotaur. She nodded silently and stepped forward. Her hands were steadier now. The practice on the upper floors had helped. The first threat came silently, 2 purple moths, drifting down from above. Their wings sparkled with poison dust. Zap zap. She fired. Each beam struck clean. The first moth burned midair, wings curling before its body turned to ash. The second dropped just as fast. 2 magic stones hit the floor with soft clinks. That wasn't so bad. The scent of moss deepened. The stone walls closed in tighter as she moved, boots crunching over dust and old, scattered fragments. Group of monsters coming from the left tunnel. 10 meters. Position defensively, Luther said. Calm. Cold. She turned. A swarm of killer ants. At least a dozen. Thick armor. Sharp limbs. Red eyes glowing under the dungeon's pale light. Their legs scraped the stone in unison as they charged. She raised the lasgun and fired. Some beams hit, others missed. One after another, ants burst into sparks and ash. A few magic stones rolled away, but more kept coming. Her heart hammered in her chest. She backed up, trying to steady her aim. Another ant lunged close. She shot again. The beam tore through it. Gone. But the rest were already closing in. One ant leapt. She screamed, dropped low, fired in panic. The beam struck midair. The ant collapsed, twitched, and turned to ash at her feet. Take it easy. I'm still here, Luther's voice said in her ear. She blinked away tears, jaw clenched. Raised the weapon. Fired again. Another hit. Another ant vanished. Something in her snapped. She kept shooting until the last ant was gone. Dust settled. Magic stones clattered across the floor. Silence. She stood alone in the tunnel, chest heaving, surrounded by nothing but ash and crystal. It's over, she whispered. Luther said nothing, but she could feel his attention. Watching. She glanced down at the weapon in her hands. It didn't hum with magic. Didn't feel alive like the swords she'd once used. Just cold metal and light. But it worked. Her steps grew lighter. For a moment, she imagined using it against her old familia. That fantasy shattered as a silverback stepped into view. Tall, hulking, fur-matted and dark. It sniffed the air, breath steaming in the dim light. Then its eyes locked onto her. She froze. No. It roared and charged. Stone exploded where she had been standing a second ago. She rolled, scrambled, raised the lasgun, and fired twice. Scorch marks. Nothing more. Her breath caught. She tried to back away, slipped. The gun clattered out of reach. The silverback turned toward her. Snarled. She couldn't move. I'm going to die. Then, zap. A crimson beam shot past her. The silverback stopped mid-step. Twitched. Another shot straight through the chest. It collapsed, dissolving into ash and crystal. Lilyuka lay curled on the floor, gasping for breath. The servo-skull hovered above her, lens blinking softly. Luther's voice returned, distant but cold. I suppose that's enough training for this basic weapon. She bit her lip, blinking hard as she watched the servo-skull drift over to gather the crystals. Lilyuka picked it up with trembling fingers, trying not to look at the scorched stone where the silverback had fallen. Her legs were still shaky. Her breath came in ragged pulls. Let's go back, Luther said through the vox. I believe we'll have a good conversation about increasing your strength. The servo-skull turned silently and began drifting down a side corridor, its crimson lens casting pale reflections along the tunnel walls. Lilyuka followed. Her footsteps were quiet, slower than before. Her mind kept drifting back to the killer ants, to the beam slicing through the silverback's chest like it was paper. The silence pressed against her ears, broken only by the soft hum of the servo-skull and the distant grind of monsters. She didn't speak. Luther didn't offer anything more. The long walk back up through the floors blurred together fewer monsters. When the light of the morning sun spilled across her face, she didn't feel triumph. Only relief. By the time the crimson-touched spires of the church came into view, her legs were aching and her robes were stained with sweat. She trudged up the steps without a word. He said nothing. He simply turned and walked into the church. She followed him inside. Luther stood within the main hall. The servo skull drifted silently above, casting soft shadows. Incense drifted faintly in the air, tinged with oil and ozone. He activated a terminal, the projection flickering to life. Without a word, he began showing her the possible enhancements. The first images were of suits towering power armor. Then came war vehicles with mounted cannons and mechanical limbs. At last, the projection shifted to a towering figure, a titan. Massive. Glorious. It crushed through legions of monsters like ants. Then an entire city, wiped away beneath its feet, plasma fire pouring from its weapons. Lilyuka stared, eyes wide. Her breath caught in her throat. That's real, she whispered. Could I really have something like that someday? Luther's mask turned toward her, unreadable. To create a titan, he said evenly, I would have to transform this entire world into a forge world. Every forest replaced by furnace stacks. Oceans turned to coolant reservoirs. Cities consumed by assembly lines. He paused, letting the weight of it settle in her mind. Living in such a place, he continued, is not pleasant. Lilyuka didn't reply right away. She looked back at the titan in the projection then down at her trembling hands. I think I'd be okay with something smaller. Just enough to kill the god of Soma Familia. For the first time, there was a flicker of amusement in Luther's voice. Rather than killing him, he said, perhaps we should keep him alive. He might make a fine power source for the titan. Chapter 19, the initial member of the cult. In the sterile stillness of the lab, the soft rustle of fabric sliding over skin seemed amplified as each garment fell to the floor. Lilyuka's arms tightened around herself, her flushed cheeks mirroring the nervous flick of her eyes towards Luther and then away. Silence hung heavy between them. You're lucky, Luther finally said, his voice neutral yet edged with a dry humor. If I were like most tech priests, you'd already be half machine. Skin flayed, nerves replaced, beauty discarded for function. He paused, his gaze lingering for a moment. But I am not like them. I won't destroy the original beauty. The servo skull chirped, an unimpressed sound that might have been a routine diagnostic. Luther gestured towards the cleansing unit. Step in. We need to sterilize before the procedure. With a hiss, the unit opened, revealing a basin filled with faintly glowing blue-gold liquid. Metallic petals of pipes and emitters arched above. Hesitantly, Lilyuka stepped into the warmth, still trying to cover herself. A sigh escaped her lips as the liquid eased the knot in her shoulders. Steam curled around her as the servos whirred to life, releasing a luminous mist and low-frequency hums that vibrated through her bones. You'll feel a tingling, Luther said from nearby. Microscopic scrubbers creating clean traces essential for interface calibration. She nodded, her arms still wrapped tightly as the luminous mist swirled around her spine and limbs. Your body isn't ready for deep augmentations, he continued. So we start with tracings. Anchors. Neural scaffolds. The external systems will carry the burden. He tapped a rune, and the basin drained with a soft hiss. Out. Lie on the platform. She obeyed, climbing onto the cool slab. Red etchings pulsed faintly beneath its surface as clamps clicked into place, and golden light flooded the platform. Don't move, Luther warned, his voice losing its earlier lightness. This part will hurt. He lifted a vial glowing ink suspended in biogel and loaded it into a sleek injector. It's your bridge between flesh and machine. The first needle sank into her skin, a sharp sting. Lilyuka clenched her jaw, her fists balling white-knuckled. Burning lines bloomed across her back, shoulders, and spine, sacred circuitry etched in fire. They pulsed faintly beneath her skin, as if alive. How far you go depends on your will, Luther said quietly, his gaze intent. The servo skull hovered closer, its optical sensor whirring silently as it recorded. The ink threaded deeper, linking nerves she hadn't known existed. The platform beneath her pulsed in rhythm with the sigils now glowing on her flesh. Then came a hiss, soft, almost gentle. A transparent mask lowered, sealing over her mouth and nose. Cold, scentless vapor began to flow, stealing her breath. Sleep, Luther murmured, his voice a low hum. You don't need to feel what comes next. Her breath slowed, her fingers gradually loosening their grip. Darkness took her. From the ceiling, a row of surgical servitors descended like metal saints, their halos replaced by gleaming blades and syringes. With ritual precision, their limbs moved, forming a silent ring around the girl on the slab. Low binary chants buzzed from their vox emitters, devotional prayers in the cold language of machines. Needles pierced her neck, spine, and wrists, implanting fine conductive thread subdermal interfaces to read motion and intent. Another bored into her lower back, anchoring a reinforced port no larger than a pinpoint. Finally, a nano-sized limb slid into her temple, laying the groundwork for future overlays. Her body twitched, an unconscious response to the intrusions. Luther stood just beyond the silent ring of servitors, arms crossed, his masked face unreadable in the dim light. When their work was complete, the servitors withdrew in silence, ascending as smoothly as they had descended. Biosealants closed the incisions, leaving only faint lines. Cooling plates locked beneath her skin. Her body appeared whole, untouched to the naked eye. Luther stood over her, the smooth surface of his mask reflecting the amber light. Subdermal interface, stable. Neural pathways, linked. Combat reflex relay, 42% efficiency. He studied the golden schematic hovering above her, a fleeting display of complex data, then dismissed it with a wave of his hand. The lab lights dimmed to a soft amber. A low hum filled the air, signaling the cooling field activating around the slab. Luther turned away. The soft echo of his boots was the only sound as he left the chamber. In the central hall, Luther sat alone on a cold metal slab, thinking about what type of technology he should get next as he called up the interface of his system. System points available, 2,013,420. He scrolled through the list of available blueprints, eyes narrowed behind the mask. Advanced reactor designs, long-lost constructs, and engines all locked behind absurd point thresholds. The best example is the machine he created to escape. If he had tried to purchase the blueprint for that escape machine, it would have cost him over 1 billion points. Luckily, the system had granted it to him for free. If not for that, he would have died long before he could buy it. After all, there were not many ways he could get system points. His current points were not enough to buy something expensive, so he needed to look for something useful. Then, something caught his eye. Blueprint, compact hyperflux reactor core, prototype class. Cost, 1,800,000 points. Status, high output/low instability. Notes, derived from lost Mechanicu's field arrays. Requires custom forge calibration. Not rated for civilian zones. Luther paused. Unstable, but manageable, he muttered, eyes narrowing. With the correct adjustments, I should be able to resolve the instability issue. In addition to powering his lab, a hyperflux core may pave the way for autonomous construction, heavier manufacturing, and even Titan, which he lacked. He pressed the glyph for purchase. Acquired the blueprint. He could simply examine the blueprint while selling some firearms in the shop after he departed. Chapter 20 Getting a new clerk. Luther sat behind the counter, gaze distant, mind immersed in the blueprint etched across his neural link. The compact hyperflux reactor core design spun quietly, its layers unfolding precisely. Lines of energy dispersion, containment shielding, and temperature thresholds flashed by like sacred text. He blinked after a time, making a dozen changes. The core was viable, but volatile. Stabilizing output would necessitate higher-grade alloys, at purity levels that the typical forge could not manage. Fortunately, he was capable. He moved in his seat, the subtle groan of strengthened metal resonating through the shop's silence. Outside, the rising sun created deep shadows over the square. A party of adventurers went purposefully across the dungeon's third floor, their armor still dusty. Their plates were covered in scratch marks. The commander was holding a basic sword that had been purchased here the day before. There are no enchantments or heavenly emblems, only pure workmanship. However, it had split a killer ant in a single strike. This still feels wrong, one said. No way this thing should be that cheap. The leader didn't answer. He inspected the weapon, his fingers brushing on the blade's flat. Then, with a modest nod, he stated, "We are purchasing more. Before the price rises." As they approached, the shop's door opened quietly with the sound of pressured hydraulics. The air within was cooled and purified. Luther did not look up immediately. They went inside, their boots scuffing on the clean metal floor. One of them carefully placed the blade on the counter. "We would like more. The quality is the same." Luther did not speak, instead pointing at the enormous container near the wall. They rushed fast and chose 5 swords. One of them froze as he looked over to a nearby display case. Inside were weapons that appeared considerably more advanced, sleek, razor-sharp, and some humming softly with hidden power. The price tags? Nothing under 10 million valis. The man glanced down at his own sword, then back to the crate. "This'll do," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The leader dropped a pouch of coins onto the counter. Luther counted it with a single glance, nodded once, and processed the sale. "Thanks," the leader offered as they left. The door hissed closed behind them, leaving the shop in silence again. Luther returned to the schematic in his mind, isolating energy leaks in the second stage reaction loop. If he realigned the magnetic buffer rings by 0.03 degrees. He paused. Footsteps echoed near the entrance. "Working alone again, Luther?" A familiar voice said, light but knowing. Myaik stood in the doorway, a small basket of fruit in hand. He stepped inside, offering it forward with a friendly smile. Luther took the basket. "You don't expect me to find a clerk in a single day?" Myaik chuckled. "Well, if you want, I know plenty who need the work." "If you know someone capable," Luther replied, tone cool. "I don't mind hiring." Myaik leaned against a display case, arms crossed. "I can get you candidates. People who won't faint the moment that metal skull floats by." Luther's gaze narrowed behind his mask. "Why are you so eager to help?" A shrug. "You helped Hestia. Helped Belle. This is me returning the favor." "Partially. Also helping someone find a job isn't a crime." Luther remained silent. A soft whir filled the pause as the servoskull drifted across the ceiling. "There's a girl," Myaik continued. "Elna. Human. 19. No familia. Works odd jobs in the lower districts. Quiet. Efficient. She doesn't ask questions she shouldn't and she could use the coin." Luther made a thoughtful sound. The schematic slipped into the background. "You can assess her yourself," Myaik said. "Just don't scare her off with your usual charm." Luther gave a small nod. A servoskull could monitor her, and she could contact him via a communicator if anything happened. He did plan to install a secure line soon. Myaik smiled, satisfied. "She'll be by later." After the god left, Luther lingered on the thought, was this truly a favor being repaid or just kindness disguised as practicality? Perhaps both. He turned his focus back to the blueprint. Hours passed. The sun shifted. And then footsteps. The door hissed open again. A young woman stepped inside. She was lean, with unkempt brown hair tied into a loose ponytail. Her clothes were plain and worn, a mix of faded cloth and patched leather. She moved with quiet caution, eyes scanning the room. Sharp green eyes settled on him. Are you Elna? Luther asked, his voice calm and neutral. She stiffened slightly. Yes. I heard you needed help. Her voice was steady, if cautious. Luther studied her for a moment, then rose slowly. You've worked in the lower districts. She nodded. Odd jobs. Delivery. Cleaning. Some merchant stalls. I'm not picky. Her eyes flicked up to the servoskull hovering overhead, its crimson lenses tracking her. I don't have high demands, Luther said, turning toward the shelves. Familiarize yourself with the shop. That's your first task. Elna looked surprised. She hesitated, then asked, will there be payment? Luther didn't look up. 60 valis a day. More for overtime or handling inventory. Her eyes widened slightly. That was generous. Food's not included, he added dryly. She nodded quickly. Understood. Good. Then you start tomorrow. He paused, then pulled a few coins from beneath the counter. Buy a chair. There's a stall across the plaza. Elna took the coins, stunned by the simple trust. Behind the counter, Luther had already returned to his schematics, as if the matter was settled. Chapter 21 Return from the Depths. Lilyuka awoke in darkness. Not the comforting kind she knew, the kind that draped over the alleys like a blanket, the kind that let her disappear behind crates behind the guild. No, this darkness was sterile, alien. It hummed with hidden machines and a silence too still to be natural. Her eyes were open, but her senses lagged behind. Everything felt delayed, like she was one step removed from her own body. Something beneath her skin pulsed. Not pain, just a hum. Mechanical. Faintly electric. No wounds. No bruises. Just a fading line down her forearm, vanishing even as she stared at it. She remembered the table. The cold metal. Luther's masked face looming above her. Then nothing. A hiss broke the stillness. The lights dimmed as a door opened. He stood in the doorway, silent. Watching. He stepped forward and placed a sealed gear kit on the floor beside the door. Without a word, he pointed to it. 10th floor, he said flatly. Kill at least 10 monsters. Then return. No encouragement. No ceremony. No sparring match or weapons test. Just an order. Her heart pounded. I thought you were going to train me. Teach me. Luther's gaze didn't shift. He pointed to the wall-mounted terminal. Just watch here. Instructions are included. I've uploaded some videos, you'll have a basic idea. She froze. No witty retort. No protest. She knew that look. It was the same look the world gave her every day she scraped to survive. Just colder. Less human. Her legs were shaky as she moved to the gear kit and cracked it open. Inside, dull gray armor, a short curved blade, a spare pistol with a single energy cell, and a flask of water. The armor shimmered faintly just beneath the surface, crimson etchings pulsed like veins beneath skin. Her fingers fumbled with the unfamiliar straps until a servoskull floated over, mechanical limbs unfolding to assist. It worked with swift precision, tightening, adjusting, and aligning. When she looked back toward the door, Luther was already gone. The terminal flickered to life with a soft chime. An angular gear symbol glowed on screen, red and slow pulsing like a heartbeat. Text scrolled across. Subject, Lilyuka Arde. Implant registry, verified. A red lens from the hovering servoskull projected data against the screen. Equipment briefing loaded. Play orientation? She hesitated, then said, yes. A flat, synthetic voice began. Welcome. You have been outfitted with the Type 3 subdermal scaffold, a low-grade, neural-linked exoskeletal support system. Designed for lightweight augmentation of strength, mobility, and survivability. Not rated for prolonged direct combat with high-threat entities. Functionality includes reactive fiber layering beneath dermal tissue, micro-servomotor nodes at joints, accelerated grip and lift capacity up to 2.5x baseline, impact dampening layer integrated in spinal rail, basic environmental resistance, heat, cold, toxic air, armament package, compact curved blade, carbon-hardened alloy, mono-edge mimicry, low-yield magnetic pistol, single energy cell, 6 bursts, tactical armor shell, reinforced composite plates, chest, arms, legs. No enchantment. Images and diagrams accompanied the list, schematics, angles, and stress points. She stared until the voice cut off. Her fingers twitched. Her legs itched to move. The hum beneath her skin was ready. She descended into the dungeon. The 10th floor greeted her with cold mist and silence. The light was pale and unfocused. Mist swirled low, obscuring her feet. Every scrape of stone, every distant howl, seemed amplified. The air was thick with tension, with danger. She moved like a shadow, small, crouched, and careful. The first monster was an imp. It sprang from behind a rock, a tiny blade gleaming in its clawed hand. Instinct screamed at her to run, but her arm moved on its own. The curved blade flashed. A single slash across the chest. Blood sprayed. The imp dropped before it even hit the ground. Her breath hitched. Her grip shook. Then steadied. The blade responded. The scaffold pulsed. The sync rate ticked upward. Not fear. Not now. The second came too fast. A silverback. It burst from the mist, bellowing, fists pounding. Too big. Too fast. She dove left, rolled behind a stalagmite. It sniffed. Roared again. She raised her pistol. First shot missed. Second shoulder hit. Roar. Third. Fourth center mass. Nothing. The beast surged forward. Fifth shot into its eye. It howled, stumbling. She dashed forward. Slashed its hamstring. It fell. Her last shot right into the back of its skull. It stopped moving. Her arms ached. Her lungs burned. But something was changing. Sink. 31%. 2 imps. They came together fast, small, yipping. The first leapt. She caught it midair, blade slashing it clean open. The second lunged from her side. She turned quicker than she thought she could, elbow to its jaw, then a brutal stab into its chest. It dropped. She stood panting. No delay. No shaking. Sink. 44%. An orc. Huge. Towering. Its cleaver was longer than her arm. She didn't fight it head on. She danced. Drew it in. Made it swing wide, miss. Again. And again. Then pain. Its blade scraped her shoulder. She stumbled back. Red warnings flashed in her vision. Warning, lateral impact pressure threshold approaching. She grit her teeth. Slid beneath its guard. Plunged her blade into its armpit. It shrieked. She pulled free. Stabbed again. And again until it finally collapsed and shattered into stone. She knelt, panting. Sink. 63%. The pain faded. Movement became easier. Her arms flowed with the blade. Her footing was solid. She was changing. 2 hard armoreds. They came in a pair, slow, deliberate, but unstoppable. She found herself in a narrow corridor. Her pistol was empty. Their shells repelled her first strikes, useless. She remembered weak points. She baited the first one in. When it reared, she slid beneath, driving her blade behind its leg joint. It shrieked, twitched, collapsed. The second struck her back. She hit the wall. Ribs screamed. But she stood. The scaffold caught her. Barely. She reversed her grip and lunged forward, low, upward thrust into its underjaw, deep and brutal. Bone cracked. It spasmed. Fell. She panted, shoulders heaving. 10 kills. She counted each one. Whispered the number with every breath. Her armor looked intact, but she bled beneath. Her shoulder throbbed. Her legs trembled, struggling to match the exoskeleton's demands. She was faster, stronger, but still mortal, still flesh. When she emerged from the dungeon hours later, no one saw her. Just a flicker of shadow vanishing into the city. She returned to the Crimson Church, trailing gore and fog. The door opened before she touched it. Luther was waiting, silent, watching. She stepped past him, not because she was ignoring him, but because she was saying, with her silence, "You wanted a killer. Here I am." If he wanted a tool, she would become one. Chapter 22. Average day. She limped into the church hall at precisely 3:17 in the morning. Luther didn't speak. He watched. The armor, streaked with blood but structurally intact, had held. Mostly. The tactical shell had done its job, dispersing impact, absorbing trauma. Her pistol hung limp in one hand, the grip slick with dried gore. The energy cell was completely drained. The edge of her combat blade had dulled to a faint shimmer, less weapon, more worn metal. He remembered clearly she preferred distance. That was the whole point of the gun. She was supposed to shoot them. Instead, she'd stabbed an orc in the armpit like some kind of murder goblin. She walked in without a word. No call for help. No fanfare. Just the faint, dragging thud of her boots across the alloy floor. Luther watched her for a moment longer. Objectively, the mission was a success. 10 confirmed kills. No permanent injuries. Subdermal scaffold sink at 64%. The armor had held. But the look in her eyes was something else, not broken, not afraid, resolved. She passed him without a glance. For a moment, he felt like some kind of villainous overseer, a cold handler sending pawns into the grinder. Just another faceless boss watching assets bleed. Even so, he just turned and let her follow him into the lower chamber. In the lab, she stripped off the armor without complaint. The servoskull moved with practiced precision, unlocking clasps, retracting plates, and peeling back the frame to reveal bruised skin underneath. Luther examined the injuries in silence. Deep violet blooms marked her ribs and thigh. A shallow gash crossed her shoulder where the dermal weave had split, but it was closing. Slowly. Efficiently. She didn't flinch beneath the light. He handed her a nutrient vial. She drank it in 2 swallows, without a word. Luther turned to the terminal. Data from the scaffold streamed across the screen: shock logs, cortical spikes, and neural strain telemetry. She had pushed it hard. Too hard. Sync rate, 64.2%. Impressive. Dangerous. He logged the adjustments. Blade, replace with monomolecular edge. Pistol, upgrade capacity. Add integrated cooling. Armor, add kinetic gel padding to the spine and torso. Improve joint flexibility. She sat on the edge of the table, sweat drying on her skin, fingers curled in her lap like coiled wire. Luther paused, his mask reflecting her small, hunched form. He said nothing about the way she'd fought too close, too reckless. He didn't mention how she'd ignored the original plan, test the gear, keep your distance. Because she had survived. He'd show her how to fight properly later, when there was time. For now, there was work to be done. The lab settled into quiet. Just the low hum of servos and data streams. Luther stood still for a long moment. The sync readings might have stabilized, but her body told the truth. Tension coiled in her limbs, faint tremors in her fingers. She hadn't even made it to a bunk. She just slumped sideways into a nearby chair, armor half hanging off her frame like a broken exoskeleton. She was asleep within minutes. He watched her a while longer, then moved. Gently, he lifted her light as always, but somehow heavier now, like something had sunk into her bones. She didn't stir, not even as he carried her through the silent hallways and laid her onto the bed in the refurbished chamber near the sanctum's heart. He adjusted the covers with clinical precision. The lights dimmed automatically as he stepped away. Then he turned and left. Back in the forge chamber, he activated the drafting console. Personalized gear was one thing, obsessive, exact, and efficient. But armor for adventurers? That was a different kind of problem. Mass production required balance, price, durability, and ease of repair. Still, demand was growing. Word of Mechanica's gear was spreading fast. He loaded a fresh template and began inputting variables. Material, composite polymer mesh over reinforced carbon-laced plating. Weight, under 7 kilograms. Durability, 12-point trauma dispersal grid. Features, modular chest plate, collapsible helmet, universal sheath bracket. Price range, 40,000 to 80,000 Valis. Affordable. Replaceable. Clean aesthetics. He paused, watching the schematic rotate. Clean lines. No embellishments. Something a level 2 and a level 1 could use. He kept working. By the time that was completed, it was already opening hour for his shop. He powered down the terminal, packed new equipment and left for the shop. The alleyways near the church were quiet, but further out, Orario stirred wagons creaked, shop fronts groaned open, and the scent of street bread began to waft on the breeze. He didn't rush. Mechanica opened when he arrived. As he entered, the interior was exactly as he left it, clean, angular lines, sterile light panels humming overhead. The display rack was stocked with trial gear. Before he could start the day's work, the door chimed. Not a customer. Elna stepped inside, carefully balancing a covered tray. She looked well-rested and clean, a pleasant contrast to the blood-stained girl from earlier. I brought food, she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Thought you might forget. Luther inclined his head. Acknowledged. Set it there. She placed the tray beside the workbench and took a slow look around the shop. Do you really make all the equipment by yourself? Yes, he said simply, returning to his console. Elna hesitated before asking, what do you want me to do today? He gestured toward the counter. Just try to sell and explain to the customer, and if you don't know, then you can ask me. She nodded. By midday, customers started filtering in. Most were quiet, curious, clearly word-of-mouth types. One, a lanky spearman from the Soma Familia, picked out a compact blade and left. 2 hours later, a group of mid-level adventurers, likely freelancers, walked in, boasting loudly about surviving a silverback encounter. After checking the equipment, they left without purchasing anything. As he was not that famous, the sales were quite low for the quality of the weapon selling. Even so, the entire day went by without any hiccups, which was good enough. Chapter 23 Freya's Interlude. In the towers high above the bustling streets of Orario, Freya sat alone upon her throne of pale stone and velvet dusk, the room dim save for the golden fire flickering in the hearth. Her hair, unbound, spilled across her shoulders like strands of moonlight. Her eyes were focused on two objects. First, the prototype adaptive monomolecular short sword. Its 60 cm blade was forged to a single atom edge that shimmered faintly in the firelight. Fractal circuitry patterns lay etched into the alloy's microlattice, visible only when the metal vibrated with energy. Microservo nodes nestled along the spine kept the blade unnervingly stable and quick, compensating for a fighter's slightest imbalance without any neural interface. The hilt was wrapped in crimson-dyed polymer sinew for grip, delivering perfect balance in every swing. Beside it lay the compact mag pistol, with the trigger mechanism was entirely mechanical, no linked circuitry to mind when held. The pistol hummed with restrained power, its complex dampening coils promising minimal recoil. Freya reached out to the pistol, testing it in her palm. Smooth. Cold. But not lifeless. She let her eyes fall half-lidded. The world dimmed. And then, it came. Not the weapon, not the steel or the design, but him. His soul. Freya had seen many in her time. Heroes born under stars of fire and prophecy. Tyrants shaped by grief. Lovers blinded by yearning. But this soul was wrong. Not flawed. Not twisted. It wasn't like mortals. It wasn't even like the souls of the gods. It didn't burn or shimmer or ache like theirs. It hummed. Quiet, like static through crystal. A storm caged inside glass. Not erratic, not lost, contained. Waiting. Its shape was jagged and shifting, as though layered in masks. Some pieces screamed of war, others whispered of machines. Not the magic of the world, but of logic of the iron and dead stars. She drew in a breath, unblinking. No soul born of Gakai would be like this, she whispered. There was discipline in him, a sharpened will. But at a deeper level, there was something darker. A purpose that did not originate from this world. She tilted the pistol again, catching its glint. She turned her gaze back to the short sword. Freya extended a hand and tapped one gloved finger against the blade's flat. Take both of them, she said at last, her voice drifting toward the tall figure waiting at the edge of the room. Test it. Otterl stepped forward, bowing his head, though his eyes lingered on the strange weapons with muted suspicion. Do I have to check their limit? Just get the general understanding, Freya said. Her smile was unreadable. Freya put the pistol on the table. Be careful not to damage the pistol. This isn't just craftsmanship, she said softly, as if speaking to the silence. This is a story frozen in steel. She wasn't smiling now. His soul. And now she understood. You didn't want to play hero, she murmured, speaking now not to the weapon, but to the phantom echo of the soul she touched. Coming. Here with something buried beneath. Her smile returned, thin and sharp. And you think the gods won't notice? Behind her, the fire cracked. The shadows on the walls did not dance, they stood still, like they too were watching. Freya closed her hand around the weapon, feeling the chill of the unknown settle in her bones. Otter waited silently, the sword held reverently at his side. He knew better than to interrupt when she spoke like this when her voice dropped and her gaze turned toward the far horizon. Freya stepped forward, resting the mag pistol carefully back on the stone pedestal between them. It didn't belong to her, not yet. I can't let him stay alone, she said, eyes never leaving the glinting steel. He wasn't made to sell weapons like trinkets in a market. I want to see the miracle, not the scraps he is selling. Then, quietly more to herself than to Otterl. Back at the shop, the mood was anything but tranquil. The display rack was missing 2 items, and the workshop's shutters still hummed faintly from the departure of the armored adventurer who had just left carrying weapons worth nearly 30 million valis. Luther sat behind the counter, his expression unreadable, his attention absorbed by a floating data slate. The servo skull beside him clinked softly as it processed receipts and updated inventory. Naza stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the aftermath of the transaction. 30 million valis. The sum was staggering. She couldn't shake the weight of what was happening. Did you see him? Elna whispered, her voice almost in awe. The tall one. He barely said anything, but when he swung the sword, just one time and then he said, acceptable. Better than expected. Naza's gaze flickered to the empty rack and back to the data slate in Luther's hands, frustration building in her chest. The shop had barely been open long enough to establish a reputation, and now Luther had already sold 30 million in equipment. She glanced at the empty display rack, then back at him, her voice sharp. Do you even realize what you've done? You're not just selling gear, you're stirring up a storm you can't control. Her fists clenched. The gods, the adventurers, they'll all come for you. Not just for your weapons. For everything. She crossed her arms, glaring. You don't have God's protection and still. You're throwing fuel on a fire and acting like it won't burn you. Freya and other gods are probably already watching. Naza exhaled sharply, clearly rattled. You're moving too fast. You're becoming a target and you don't even see it. Luther's brow arched. Jealous. She scoffed, deflating. No, why would I be jealous? Because I am making money and you are not, Luther said. Naza's tail lashed behind her, betraying her growing agitation. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, struggling to find the right words. It's not like I care about the money, she stammered, her voice rising in pitch. It's just that, well, you can't just go around selling weapons like that without thinking about the consequences. She threw her hands up in exasperation. You think you're the only one who can make a profit? I'm also selling potions, you know. Without waiting for a response, she spun on her heel and stormed out of the shop, the door slamming shut behind her with a resounding thud. Chapter 24, Looking for Materials and Passing Out from Exhaustion. The Crimson Church stood silent beneath the afternoon sun, its jagged crimson metal towers gleaming faintly. From the outside, the building merely looked strange, eccentric, almost, but inside, something far more dangerous was taking shape. On the uppermost floor, Luther stood at its heart, surrounded by a skeletal frame of reinforced alloy scaffolding. The walls glinted with polished, circuit-etched panels, and the ceiling above had been retrofitted with a segmented, retractable plate. Steel clinked softly as a servoskull hovered low, clamping another stabilizer into place with surgical precision. Luther watched the readouts flicker on his floating data slate. Mounting, secured. Shock lattice, stable. It was not yet a reactor. Not truly. But the bones were there. The compact reactor core he'd acquired the schematic for would eventually rest here suspended in a cradle of magnetic fields. When complete, it would power the church, the mechanica shop, the lab below, and perhaps even more one day. Vertical launch ejection enabled, he muttered, brushing gloved fingers across the embedded control rune plate. A cylindrical column embedded in the floor responded with a low mechanical chime. In the event of a meltdown, the system would jettison the core straight through the retractable ceiling and into the sky. Violent salvation. Luther turned his gaze downward, inspecting the wiring conduits stretching through the floor, snaking their way into the heart of the church. Each was labeled and logged with meticulous precision: power distribution, shielding, and diagnostic relays. A web of purpose. Slowly, the church itself was becoming a circuit. After a final glance at the vacant containment ring, Luther turned and descended. The central hall shimmered with filtered sunlight cast through gold-edged panes. Dust drifted lazily in the beams, catching like memories in the still air. Below, the hammering of construction gave way to quiet, cool, and serene. Hestia stood near the threshold, straightening the hem of her tunic with ritual care. She wore her usual white and blue garb, but her hair had been tied more neatly than usual, the iconic ribbon clasped with a silver pin. She was preparing to leave. Her eyes met his. The Denatus is today, she said without preamble. Formalities. The guild requires every god to attend. Luther gave a curt nod, arms folded. Divine politics wrapped in ritual. What could be more sacred? She smirked faintly, though it didn't reach her eyes. Better than a divine tantrum. I'll be gone a few days. Depends on how loud the egos get. She adjusted her ribbon's clasp again, then hesitated. Something lingered behind her silence, an unsaid worry or thought, but she let it pass. With a final glance back, she stepped toward the entrance, her sandals echoing softly across the polished crimson floor. Luther watched until the doors closed behind her. Later, back in the reactor chamber, he stood before the half-assembled frame, now reinforced with a higher grade of metal he'd salvaged from his private reserve. The tempered alloy gleamed beneath the artificial light. But the calculations had made one thing clear: he'd already used most of the high-end materials in his possession. What remained were common ions and base metals easily acquired from the market if one had the coin. True alloys, mithril, adamantite, or divine-forged composites were another matter entirely. Even if he had the funds, acquiring more than a few kilograms of such materials was nearly impossible. There was no such thing as buying a ton of adamantite. Looking at the formulas for plasteel and adamantium, only one thought echoed through his mind: replication. Plasteel still feasible. The composition could be altered slightly, impurities tolerated, and the structure reinforced by more advanced methods. It wouldn't be perfect, but it could match the quality. But adamantium. Adamantium was another matter entirely. It wasn't just a metal. It was a relic of dead stars and forgotten forges, alloyed in conditions that bordered on the mythical. Even the Mechanikus treated its production as sacred, ritualized, barely understood. Was there truly no way to synthesize adamantium? He can use variants of plasteel, but without adamantium, everything he built would fall short. Just thinking about how many materials and technologies he had to research was giving him a headache. He lifted his hand, fingers twitching slightly as he reached to call up the schematics. Then everything went black. No alarms. No dramatic collapse. Just silence. As the world returned slowly, fuzzy lights, the weight of exhaustion pressing down like gravity. Luther blinked. The ceiling was familiar. It was his lab ceiling, softly illuminated by maintenance strips and diagnostic runes. He tried to move and felt something tug at his arm cables, disconnected 4 lines, and a sensor harness peeled aside and left hanging. He wasn't alone. He turned his head slightly. Lilyuka stood nearby, arms crossed, her small form backlit by the soft blue glow of a terminal screen. Her cloak was off, and her hands were still gloved, dusty from bags of supplies piled by the door. Luther exhaled slowly and asked, "How long?" "A day." Her voice was clipped. Tired. She moved closer, boots making the faintest scuff against the metal floor. A folded blanket was tucked beneath one arm, but her hands paused as she looked at him properly, really looked. There was a tremble in her brows, a tightness at the corners of her eyes. Frustration, yes, but something raw behind it. "I got everything you asked for," she said, placing the supplies on the edge of the bench with practiced care. "Everything on the list." Her tone dipped, cracked slightly at the end. Then she turned, finally meeting his gaze. Her mouth pressed into a thin line, jaw clenched tight. "Next time you feel like dying," she muttered, "maybe you can tell me in advance." For a heartbeat, she said nothing more. Then her brows drew together, and she glared at him, really glared. "Don't you always claim you're the smart one, the calculating one? What was the plan, huh? Just drop dead next to your fancy ejection system." She bit her tongue, eyes glassy now, angry, relieved, furious with herself for feeling either. "Idiot," she whispered, barely audible. "You absolute idiot." Luther's breath rasped as he gave a silent mental pulse through the neural link. The nearby servoskull beeped in acknowledgement, drifting off with a low whir of its grav thrusters. Moments later, it returned with a small injector. The capsule clicked into the armature, and without ceremony, it pressed against his neck. A hiss, a sharp sting, then fire. The stimulant surged through his veins like molten wire. Painful clarity followed. His muscles twitched, then he moved. He sat up slowly, joints aching, breath catching in his throat. Muscles screamed in protest, but they obeyed under the effect of Electrus and his will. Only then did he glance toward Lilyuka. She was still watching him, arms crossed tightly across her chest, the mix of fury and worry still carved. Lilyuka didn't speak right away. She just stared, arms still crossed, eyes scanning his face like she was waiting for him to crack in half again. Finally, her voice came low but steady. "What happened?" Luther inhaled mechanically and slowly. "Overexertion. Neural overclock, metabolic suppression. I pushed past the safe threshold." She blinked, processing. "That's not an answer. You passed out cold." "I use a drug to keep myself awake for 7 days, he said, glancing at the disconnected sensors hanging from his arm. "After 7 days I was too busy, so I suppressed the alerts and continued to work, which started neural degradation and irregular synapse cycling." Her eyes widened. "Can't you just simply sleep?" "I do not have time for that." Lilyuka looked somewhere between horrified and furious. "So you kept working? For a week and a half? While your body what? Decayed?" "My external system kept me mobile. Some augmentations can bypass a lot of normal physical fatigue, but the brain is different. It reached its limit." She rubbed at her temple, paced a few steps, and then turned sharply. "Luther, why push that hard? You could have died alone on that floor. Is this really worth it?" He glanced toward schematics still floating faintly in his vision, then back to her. "Yes." That single word landed heavy. She stared at him, silent. She sighed, long and exhausted, and began unpacking the supplies with slightly more care this time. "You're getting real sleep." Luther leaned back, eyes half-lidded. Don't worry, I am not that stupid. She gave him a sharp look. He lifted a hand in mild surrender. Fine, just remember to check out the shop. As for the dungeon, I don't think you need to go for a while. We already have data for the first 15 floors. She sighed again, quieter this time. Her posture shifted, shoulders slumping, the tension leaking out of her frame like steam from a cracked pipe. Fine, she muttered. I'll go check on the shop. She paused at the door, looking back just once. And I don't want to see you working when I come back. Luther raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The servoskull gave a soft chirp, perhaps in solidarity. Lilyuka didn't smile, but she nodded just once and slipped out, the door hissing shut behind her. Silence returned. Just the hum of reactors and the faint glow of dormant schematics lingering like ghosts above his vision. Chapter 25 Getting Popular. The doors of Mechanica hissed open with mechanical precision, gears clicking into place as morning sunlight spilled across the polished floor. Lilyuka stood at the threshold in a uniform too large for her frame, a crimson tabard over reinforced cloth, a small cog-shaped brooch fastened near her collar. Her eyes swept over the small plaza outside the shop, already buzzing. They were waiting. Dozens of adventurers, mostly from minor familia, huddled in small packs. Word had spread. What had started as a whisper passed between dungeon crawlers about a shop that was selling swords at unbelievable prices. The crate was the first thing they saw. Squat, metallic, and heavy, it squatted near the front like a silent offering. Inside lay over a dozen swords of identical, practical, single-edged blades with no ornamentation. They gleamed with a finish far too fine for their price, each tagged with a simple stamp, 50%. The first group surged in before Lily had even spoken. She barely kept her footing as they jostled past her, crowding around the crate like starving wolves. Another group of young men elbowed each other for a spot. I told you it was real, one hissed, hauling out a sleek, curved sword with micro-ridges along the edge. Look at this. Only the ones in the crate are discounted, she called over the chaos, climbing onto a metal stool to make herself heard. Her voice carried just enough authority to cut through the noise. She noticed an elf girl eyeing one of the wall-mounted swords, a sleek, heavy-edged blade. If you want to purchase that one, Lily added, gesturing toward the weapon, you'll need to place an order in advance. As a new sword has to be made, this one is only for display. After looking at the price tag of 50 million, the elf girl froze. This was too expensive. The place buzzed like a hornet's nest. People flowed in, some only to stare, others to purchase or just gawk. Even those who didn't buy left muttering to their friends and family. Lilyuka's fingers danced across the interface, cataloging each sale with efficiency. Purchases. Impressions. Luther would want the data. Then the air shifted. The crowd parted near the entrance, not with awe, but with confused respect. A figure walked in, short and thickly built, with a heavy jaw and deep-set eyes that spoke of hard-earned experience. A dwarven adventurer wearing armor and a battered axe strapped to his back. He wasn't a customer. Not yet. He was evaluating. Lilyuka recognized him as everyone else. It was Gareth from Loki. He stopped near the crate and picked up a sword with one hand. Gave it a few test swings. The metal sang. He grunted. Not bad, but too good for rookies. He turned slowly, eyes locking onto the inner wall where the premium gear was displayed, more intricate designs, powered blades. His eyes caught an axe, a brutal thing, heavy-headed, with an inlaid coil running down the haft like a metallic vine. The edge shimmered subtly. He checked the price. His brow lifted. Pricey. Then, without fanfare, he handed money to Elna for one of the discounted swords and walked out. When Gareth stepped into the meeting chamber tucked behind the main hall of the Loki Familia, it was quiet, the kind of quiet only reinforced walls and enchanted wards could offer. Maps, ledgers. Riveria stood at the far end of the table, scanning the documents, while Finn leaned on a nearby railing, arms crossed. Loki sprawled across a velvet divan, nursing a bottle of wine. You're back early, Finn said, straightening. Gareth grunted. Didn't need long. He placed the cheap sword he'd bought on the table with a solid clunk. The blade looked unimpressive. Riveria gave it a glance, then a longer one. Looks normal, she murmured. Gareth nodded. Picked one up for 4,000. The real weapons were on the wall, Gareth continued. Well crafted and different. One axe I saw was even better than mine. So it's just a new shop. Finn raised a brow. New, yes, but it doesn't belong to any familia, Gareth clarified. And we don't even know who is making them. Rivera, also check it carefully. No known familia producing gear on par with the best familia. Loki finally sat up. You didn't buy the axe. Didn't have enough, Gareth admitted. That would be the problem, Finn muttered. We already have good connections with the Gobnio familia and the Hephaestus familia. Buying from a third party would be a problem. We can't place orders on somebody who doesn't even have a god. Riveria's voice was calm. Loki leaned back, tapping her wine bottle. But if others get attracted and place lots of orders for appointments or times, we won't even be able to place orders. We can't take that risk, Finn said. Our financial situation is already tight. Gareth cracked his knuckles. I guess just buy some for rookies. Having more swords is always good. Tell me, have you at least inquired about the owner? Finn asked. Gareth tapped the blade again. The shop's called Mechanica. The owner's name is Luther. Masked man. At least this is what I heard. Riveria lifted her head. Luther. I've seen him, Loki added, uncorking another bottle with a soft pop. Came into the city with Lyra, just dragging the interesting box. Riveria's brow furrowed. I saw him too, while training Lyra. He still gave me the creeps. Finn's eyes narrowed. No known familia. No workshop registration. And now he's selling refined weapons. Riveria ran a finger along the sword's spine, still thoughtful. Craftsmanship is better than entry-grade Hephaestus work. Loki leaned forward now, wine forgotten. So either he is buying weapons from outside Orario, or he's building them in secret, like underground. The problem is, where does he get that many blacksmiths? If it's from outside, the guild is not going to allow entry of that many goods, Riveria added sharply. Finn's gaze darkened. That's just too suspicious. I just hope it's not from some dark faction. While the conversation going on, back at the shop, Lilyuka barely had a moment to breathe. Her voice was hoarse from repeating the same lines, her fingers aching from logging purchases into the terminal. One sword after another vanished from the crate, snatched up by eager hands. Every time she checked inventory, another adventurer called for confirmation, haggled, or tried to slip an extra blade outside the shop. The crate was nearly empty now, just 2 swords left, and the air inside Mechanica was stifling with body heat, sweat, and the frantic energy of those desperate not to miss out. Lilyuka caught her reflection in a polished wall panel. Flushed and tired, Elna was just as worn, sleeves rolled up and hair damp with exertion. They didn't stop. Every sword that left the crate was logged. One left, Elna murmured, tapping her terminal as another adventurer handed over a pouch of coins. The last sword vanished into a young man's hands. He clutched it like a relic and the crowd began to thin, some lingering, most already filing out with their prizes. Only then did Elna sag against the counter. I think my soul just left my body. Lilyuka didn't smile. Not quite. But her eyes softened. We can rest now. Elna stared at the cleared-out crate, then looked at the premium weapons still mounted on the walls untouched. For now, you know what scares me, she said quietly. We just sold more swords than most blacksmith shops move in a week, and he made them in what? A night. That hit harder than she expected. Lilyuka glanced at the terminal, the quiet hum of the screen, and then toward the locked back door leading deeper into the Crimson Church. He did, she said. Somehow. Chapter 26 Reckless Use of Medicine. The dim lighting of the lower lab pulsed in a soft rhythm, casting shifting shadows across the walls. Luther stood alone, breath ragged, posture hunched not from pain, but from exhaustion. With a slow breath, he began the process. First, he unlatched the outer cloak crimson, scorched at the hem from forge work and combat. It fell in a heap beside him. Then came the internal armor, hardened, interlocking plates laced with thin actuators and embedded link ports. He disengaged them one by one, each hiss and click echoing like distant detonations. The inner bodysuit followed metal-threaded cloth that clung stubbornly to skin slick with sweat and grime. He peeled it away with care, revealing not cybernetics, but faint circular marks, the residue of electrode contacts that had interfaced directly with his nervous system. One by one, he placed each device, every tool, vial, connector, and focus. Naked, in both flesh and protocol. He stepped forward and initiated the self-diagnostic. Initiating full somatic scan. Warning, neural fatigue and muscle tearing detected. Luther ignored it. From a sealed drawer, he retrieved a simple robe still crimson, but unadorned. Just clean fabric against battered skin. Then, from a locked container, he drew a lighter version of his mask, sleek, full length, and matte in finish. He paused. The moment lingered silent, still before he finally donned the mask. Luther's breath slowed as he adjusted it, watching the readouts flash green, red, and yellow across the interface. Neural efficiency, 43%. Muscle integrity, 68%. His gloved fingers tapped against the glass panel beside him. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his breath. He needed to stabilize just enough to function. He turned to a sealed cabinet. It opened with a hiss. Inside, rows of vials, blister packs, and injector tubes. He didn't hesitate. One by one, he swallowed pills, downed foul-tasting tonics, and injected what couldn't be consumed. Muscle stabilizers, neurodampeners, pain suppressants, blood thinners. Glass clinked and plastic cracked. Some containers were half empty, others emptied in seconds. Too much, too fast, but necessary. He pressed a hand against the table for balance as the pain dulled and his breath evened out. Then footsteps. The door slid open. Lilyuka stepped inside, tugging her cloak tighter around her shoulders. She paused at the threshold, nose wrinkling. What died in here? Luther, seated on a bench beneath flickering diagnostics, didn't look up. Definitely not me. She coughed into her sleeve. It smells strange. He finally glanced over, eyes dull behind the lighter mask. That would be because we didn't burn the incense today. To be fair, I think the smell is manageable. You probably just haven't developed a tolerance for real smells yet. Lilyuka stared. You're blaming me. He gestured vaguely at a nearby vent. Just pointing out, not everything can be given the sacred bath. That would be wasteful. Lilyuka didn't respond right away. Her eyes tracked the rows of used vials, the discarded armor piled nearby, and the acrid chemical scent still clinging to Luther's collarbone beneath the robe. Her expression shifted from concern to something closer to incredulity. Can't you just take a bath? The auto-sanitization fields and microdrone surface sweeps are perfectly functional. Technically superior to primitive water immersion, he said. Lilyuka crossed her arms. Can you speak like a normal person? And just use normal water. He gave a long, pained sigh behind the mask. There is no shower room in the church. She rolled her eyes. Oh, you can build fancy weapons, but not a shower. Luther said nothing. A simple bath wouldn't erase the stench of medicine anyway. She moved toward the discarded armor and tools. Were you always wearing them inside your robes? She asked. Yes, he said. Isn't that uncomfortable? Comfortable versus secure. He trailed off, turning his gaze toward the monitor. It's like you still carrying that magic sword, even though you now have better weapons. Lilyuka looked away, a tightness pulling in her chest. She understood the feeling to stay guarded, but she didn't understand what he was afraid of. Silence stretched between them, thick, heavy with unspoken things. After a moment, she asked quietly, do you want me to go to the shop tomorrow, or to the dungeon? You can take a break, or go to the dungeon to grab some extra cash for yourself. It's not like I hired that clerk to be a mascot, Luther muttered. It's time for her to work alone. Lilyuka looked at him. What if she walks off with all your weapons? He glanced up. Lilyuka's voice tightened. And what if the adventurers stop playing nice? Some of them were shouting over prices like it was some market brawl. I swear many of them are thinking about how to take the way without paying without the money. If something like that really happened, she would be caught. Same with the adventurers. As for their ending, Luther's voice stayed casual. All I can say, I need to test few things, and what can be better than few strong adventures? This reminded Lilyuka again, the person standing in front of her wasn't normal. Chapter 27 Hestia asking weapon from Hephaestus. The forge's warm glow flickered in the dim workshop. Hephaestus sat in a worn chair, her sharp gaze fixed on Hestia, who knelt before her on the rough stone floor. The air smelled of molten metal, the distant clang of hammers a faint rhythm. Hephaestus, please, Hestia said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. Bel needs a weapon, something only you can forge. I know I can't pay, but he's worth it. Hephaestus sighed, her fingers tapping the armrest. You're asking for a miracle, Hestia. Why should I help? Hestia leaned forward, eyes fierce. Because Bel's my family, and I believe in him. Please, give him a chance. Silence fell, broken only by the forge's crackle. Hephaestus' expression softened. Fine, she muttered, rubbing her temple. I'll make the weapon. But don't expect handouts again. Hestia's face lit up, and she clasped Hephaestus' hands. Thank you, she beamed, scrambling to her feet. As time passed, the forge came to life once again. Hephaestus focused intently on Bel's weapon, the task at hand far more complex than she had anticipated. Her hands worked tirelessly, shaping and molding the blade. The rhythmic clang of her hammer echoed throughout the workshop, a steady pulse of determination. She was determined to make the best weapon she could, a weapon that would define Bel's future. Finally, with a breath of relief, Hephaestus placed the completed weapon on the workbench, examining it with a critical eye. The door creaked open, followed by a quiet but firm step. Sabeki entered, her usual confident air tempered with a certain seriousness. She carried 2 long cloth bundles, one in each hand. Did you go out today? Hephaestus asked without looking up. Had to check something? Sabeki responded. She placed the bundles carefully on the table, unwrapping them one by one. The first blade she revealed was simple, practical, and nothing too remarkable. Hephaestus glanced at it briefly, noting the unmarked hilt and clean, smooth edge. Unmarked? Hephaestus asked. Came from the crate of discounted weapons at Mechanica, Sabeki explained. Only about 4,000 valis. But there's something about it. The forging technique is quite superior without any mistakes. Not the kind of craftsmanship you expect for that price. Hephaestus examined it closely, noting the balance and texture. Functional. Could serve a beginner well, I suppose. But something's off. I don't see any of the usual signs of forging, no layering, no true shaping. It looks like it was just melted down into a sword shape. If somebody can do that, then soon we'd be out of business, Sabeki said, taking out the second sword. This one was far more impressive, quite superior, with a subtle iridescence to the alloy. Just below the hilt, a small skull mark had been engraved, gleaming white against the dark metal. Hephaestus's gaze sharpened immediately. She took the sword in her hands, running her fingers over the intricate hilt and the blade's gleaming surface. That mark. Hephaestus muttered, her voice trailing off in recognition. Sabeki nodded. Should be from its creator. This one, it feels different. More refined. At first, I thought it had adamantium in it, but when I checked, I only heard steel and iron. Hestia, who had been standing quietly at the edge of the room, finally spoke up, her voice a mix of awe and recognition. This looks like a sword made by Luther. The name dropped like a stone, and the forge fell silent for a moment. Sabeki raised an eyebrow, her own curiosity piqued. Luther, huh? I didn't see him in the shop, probably forging new weapons. Hestia nodded slowly, her eyes not leaving the sword. It's him. There's no mistaking it. I've seen that symbol many times around the church, even the things he makes that fly look like skulls. Recalling all the weapons in the shop, Sabeki turned to Hestia with a raised eyebrow. Lady Hestia, did he make all his weapons by himself? She asked, her tone skeptical. It's impossible for one person to make and sell that many weapons. Hestia hesitated. She hadn't seen Luther forge anything herself, but she had witnessed his incredible ability to overhaul the church in just one day. After a brief pause, she spoke with a thoughtful expression. I haven't actually seen him making the weapons, but if anyone could craft this many weapons by themselves, it's him. Sabeki studied Hestia's face for a moment, trying to gauge the sincerity in her words. Before she could respond, Hephaestus, who had been silently observing the conversation, spoke up in a tone that carried both curiosity and caution. I don't know for certain if he's making them all himself, Hephaestus said slowly, her gaze sharpening. But something about the quality of these weapons. It's not humanly possible without special skills. The knowledge, the way the metal is forged, it's something I haven't seen before. The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of Hephaestus' words settled in. Then, in a teasing tone, she added, if you already know him so well, shouldn't you be asking him? Hestia's lips quirked into a playful smile, her shoulders relaxing as the mood shifted. I already got a simple sword from Luther, and he's even providing shelter, so I can't ask for more, she replied, her voice lightening. And you're my best friend, Hephaestus. You are the only person I could ask for help to get a better weapon. Sabeki snorted softly, shaking her head. Just let him join your family, then you won't have to worry about money and weapons. Well, Hestia hesitated, he doesn't look like somebody who needs a family. Closing her eyes, she started to recall all the time spent with him. He's like an evil Loki, but more rational and calculating. As she said that, she felt a little bad for speaking ill of someone who was already helping her. After this, all three of them discuss a newly forged weapon for Belle, and as the conversation continues, the topic shifts to other things. Chapter 28, Monsterphilia. The basement lab of the Crimson Church was heavy with smoke. Incense dozens of sticks, all burning at once, clouded the air in lazy, choking spirals. The scent was thick, metallic sweet, with undertones of oil and old parchment. Machines hummed softly in the haze, but the human occupants of the lab were not faring so well. Lilyuka coughed, waving a hand in front of her face. Why are you burning all this incense? It's choking the air. Luther didn't even flinch, seated in his chair as he adjusted the tuning on a runic etching tool. It wards off interference. It's warding the air, she snapped. Her eyes were watery, her throat dry. We're going out. He finally looked up. The mask turned toward her, unreadable as always. Lily crossed her arms. There's a festival going on. I think we should go outside. Plus, don't forget this is your rest time. You shouldn't be doing more research. A pause. Then Luther stood, the servoskull descending from above to follow. I suppose you're right, he said. I also need to check few things. Yeah, sure, Lily muttered, grabbing her cloak. But first, let's get some fresh air. I'm nearly suffocating. The city above was alive. Color, sound, and laughter filled the streets. Flags strung between buildings fluttered in the spring breeze. Crowds pressed in around stalls offering roasted meats, trinkets, and handmade charms. Monsterphilia had begun in full. Luther moved like a phantom beneath his cloak, unnoticed, unreadable. Lilyuka stayed beside him, eyes darting across the scene. She looked, almost relaxed. They passed performers, children chasing after floating balloons shaped like monsters, and even a mock dungeon game where kids pretended to fight goblins with foam weapons. Then came the real thing. A snarl. A crash. Screams erupted as one of the side alleys exploded outward. A frog shooter, enraged and confused, emerged from behind a spice stall, its long tongue lashing out. Too fast for the crowd to react. But not for Luther. One flick of his wrist, a pulse of violet light shot from beneath his cloak. The monster's head ruptured silently. Its body collapsed in a twitching heap, steam rising from the cauterized hole. Lily blinked. That wasn't even a weapon. We keep moving. The festival hadn't stopped, only shifted. Guards began swarming the area, shouting about monsters. But Luther and Lilyuka had already faded deeper into the crowd. That's when they saw him. Belle Cranel, white-haired and wide-eyed, stood in the middle of the plaza with a dagger drawn. Hestia was yelling from behind a vendor cart. And bearing down on him, massive, silver-furred, and roaring with rage, was a silverback. Lily looked at him in confusion. That's a specimen from the lower levels, Luther said. Above ground. Probably somebody wants to play hero training. Then Eyes Wallenstein appeared. The sword princess dropped from above like a blade of judgment, landing between Belle and the creature. Sparks danced from her weapon as she deflected the beast's charge. Crowds scattered. Lilyuka watched, stunned, as the battlefield formed before them. Luther didn't move. Let them engage. Observe. Looking at Eyes, who had just arrived, she began, I thought you would help him. There won't be any problem with Eyes, Luther said calmly. Though perhaps, not untouched. The silverback roared, lifting a merchant's wagon with one arm and hurling it across the square. Belle dodged, barely, tumbling across the stonework with a yelp. His dagger skittered from his grip, clattering near the fountain. Lilyuka flinched but didn't move. Not yet. People fled in waves, festivalgoers screaming, children crying. But amidst the chaos, a few remained. Eyes Wallenstein, standing still as a statue, Hestia, shouting her support, and Belle, scrambling upright with bleeding palms and wide, frightened eyes. Luther stood unmoving beneath the cowl of his cloak, arms folded behind his back. Lily glanced up at him. Eyes is not doing anything. Should we do something? No, she swallowed. He's going to die. Luther's tone remained calm, almost detached. Without a few near-death experiences, how would a main character ever grow stronger? A moment of silence stretched between them. The silverback lunged again, faster than before. Finally, eyes met it in motion, blade flashing, deflecting its charge with a clash of sparks, but she didn't follow through. Instead, she turned, her eyes locking on Belle. The sword princess stepped back. Belle stood frozen, panting, eyes wide. Then he moved. No hesitation. No second thoughts. He dashed forward with a scream. The silverback turned on him with a roar, massive arms swinging down like falling towers. Belle ducked low, slid between its legs, and came up in a desperate leap. The blade in his hand flared with determination. He drove it into the monster's neck with both hands, burying it deep. The silverback howled. It staggered, flailed, collapsed. Belle fell with it, chest heaving, knuckles bloodied but alive. Silence gripped the plaza. Then cheers. Screams of relief. Hestia rushed to him, arms wrapping tight around her boy. Eyes stood a distance back, arms lowered, watching with a faint, satisfied look. Lilyuka's breath caught. He actually did it. Luther gave a single nod. As intended. She looked at him, then back at Belle. He's changed, she said quietly. Not as much as you, Luther replied. They turned, disappearing into the crowd without a word just as the guards arrived. High above the square, on a balcony draped in silk and shadow, a woman sipped from a glass of wine. Her silver hair gleamed in the sunlight. Her eyes impossibly deep, hauntingly violet, followed the white-haired boy with a slow smile curving her lips. Ah, Belle, Freya murmured, her voice like velvet. Her gaze lingered for a moment longer then shifted. Past the boy, her eyes drifted lower toward a flicker of crimson beneath the crowd. A cloaked figure, vanishing like smoke, his mask briefly catching the light. The smile on Freya's lips paused, then deepened. Behind her, Otter stepped into the balcony's shadow. The silverback failed. Freya didn't look away. It wasn't meant to succeed. Otter tilted his head. The weapons, she murmured. That sword you purchased, the one for 20 million. And the gun. You tested them. Otter gave a slow nod. The sword was nearly flawless, suitable for a level 5. Better than anything on the market. The gun, cruder but effective against level 1 or 2 monsters. Still odd. Fires some kind of solid charge. Not magic for sure, it can be repeatedly used, so the cost can be justified. Certainly not alchemy, she murmured, her eyes narrowing as she considered the implications. She took a sip from her wine, eyes gleaming. She recalled the new look of the church, crimson and gold. It was a beautiful temple. She couldn't wait to see what was inside. She finally turned to face Otter. He had knowledge of weapons from somewhere else, places even we don't know. And he wears that mask which I want to remove so badly. Whatever his plan is, I want to be part of it. Otter remained still. Freya's smile shifted, an air of calculation in her gaze. It's not enough to watch from afar anymore. Her fingers traced the rim of her glass, and her tone softened, but there was a cold resolve beneath it. I want to see how far he'll go, what he's truly capable of. Chapter 29 Guild Problem with Gun. The sun wrapped Orario in a soft glow as Luther and Lilyuka strolled through the marketplace. Lily clutched a paper-wrapped bundle of dried meats, struggling to keep pace while Luther moved at an easy, measured speed. It had been a long day burning incense, attending the monster festival, and watching Belle fight the silverback. Depending on who you asked, it could be considered a successful day, or a complete waste of time. As a human, it was relaxing and pleasant. As a tech priest, it was an utter waste. To be fair, there was nothing urgent for now. It wasn't as if a random demon would suddenly crawl out of the ground. Feels weird, Lily mumbled, adjusting the strap across her chest. Not hiding anymore. Just, being out here. Normal, you know, like we're just, regular people. Luther didn't respond immediately. A slight tilt of his head was the only acknowledgement. To him, there was nothing normal about them, only illusion, a veil that most chose to accept. But he let her enjoy it. The familiar silhouette of the guild headquarters loomed ahead, its stone walls catching the afternoon light. Lily's steps slowed slightly, and she glanced sideways at him. Before he could answer, a voice called across the plaza. Mr. Luther. A woman in guild uniform hurried toward them, waving with polite urgency. In a tool. Luther recognized her as a half-elf, dedicated and careful. He stopped walking, and Lily shifted nervously at his side. Apologies for the sudden approach, Ina said as she reached them, bowing slightly. Would you have a moment? There are a few things we'd like to clarify regarding your trade activities. Her tone was professional, not accusatory, merely doing her job. Luther inclined his head. Very well. Relief flickered across Ina's face. If you'd follow me. Lily hesitated, but Luther gave her a light nod. Stay close. She fell in behind him without a word. The inside of the guild was quieter than usual. Most adventurers were already deep within the dungeon or relaxing after early expeditions. Ina led them to a side office, neutral, brightly lit, and devoid of any hint of interrogation. She motioned for them to sit across from her at a wide, polished table. I'll be direct, Ina began, folding her hands neatly. The guild has received reports regarding the weapons sold at your establishment, Mechanica. They're unusual. Luther said nothing, merely waiting. Some of these weapons are highly effective against humans. Ina continued carefully. A pause. The guild does not usually concern itself with non-magical weapons. But in your case, their ease of use makes them troubling. She didn't accuse. She didn't scold. She simply laid out the facts. The guild's concern is twofold, she said. First, regarding public safety, a weapon that can cause severe harm in an instant to multiple targets is a risk. Second, your acquisition of raw materials in large quantities has raised questions about what you're doing. She smiled gently, trying to soften the implication. None of this is illegal, but if you continue, we may have to revise some regulations. Luther tapped a single finger against the table, thoughtfully. And you wish to understand my intentions. Ina nodded. Exactly. We simply want to ensure there's no risk posed to the city. Luther leaned back slightly. His answer was steady, without hesitation. I craft and sell lower quality weapons to acquire more materials. A pause. I am simply trying to build weapons that are equal to Black Dragon. For that, I need lots of materials. Ina watched him carefully. A moment passed. Her polite mask wavered just a flicker of disbelief. Black Dragon, she repeated, her voice careful but betraying a hint of shock. Luther inclined his head slightly. It is a long-term objective. Ina hesitated. Everyone in Orario knew the Black Dragon, a calamity spoken of in whispers, a terror even the gods acknowledged. If you're going to make an excuse, she said slowly, at least make it believable. Even the gods don't claim to make such weapons. I do, Luther said, calm and detached. If you wish to experience it firsthand, you can quit your job and join me. I am still seeking someone to manage my resources. Another pause. Ina exhaled softly, steadying herself. I have no plans to quit my job, she said finally, smoothing the front of her uniform. If you want to continue operating, we'll need to review your purchases and conduct assessments. She produced a parchment from her folder, placing it carefully before him. Someone from the Hephaestus Familia will likely visit your workshop, she explained, professionalism returning. You will be subject to inventory audits and material reports. This is merely to maintain transparency and public safety. Luther accepted the document, skimming its contents with a quick, clinical eye. His finger tapped lightly against a clause near the bottom. You realize, he said, tone mild, that I could simply sell my weapons outside the city. Ina's lips tightened into a line. You could, she agreed. But if you do that, the guild would be obligated to stop you. You misunderstand, Luther said softly. Your rules apply to those blessed by physical gods, which I am not. Ina's hand tightened slightly around her folder. She opened her mouth perhaps to argue, but Luther spoke first. Interfering with my sacred work is blasphemy. It would only invite annihilation. He rose, movements smooth and deliberate. Good day, Miss Toole. Without waiting for dismissal or permission, he left Lilyuka falling into step behind him. They left the guild shortly after the form filed, the questions answered, the day still pleasantly intact. As they stepped back onto the sun-washed street, Lily let out a long sigh of relief, slumping dramatically. I thought you were going to fight them, she muttered. Luther gave a faint hum of amusement. Why would I fight a clerk? At least pretend to look worried once in a while, she grumbled. Making enemies with the guild is not a good idea. He said nothing, simply adjusting the small crate of supplies under his arm. His gaze lifted briefly. The sun was beginning to fall toward the horizon. I don't have time to become someone's enemy, he said quietly. We should return. Lily nodded and fell in beside him, chattering lightly about dinner plans and possible modifications to the new tools they'd purchased. Her voice was small against the city's evening hum, but it filled the space between them easily. Neither noticed the quiet figure watching from a shaded alley nearby, noting the crimson circuit lines on Luther's coat. For now, the city remained calm. Chapter 30 Celebration for Bell Test for Lilyuka. Back in the church, the air was cool, with the familiar scent of incense still lingering from the morning's rituals. The crimson walls, now gleaming under the fading sunlight, stood as a testament to the strange and quiet life that had taken root here. Luther walked in first, his steps measured and silent. Lilyuka followed closely behind, her movements lighter but no less purposeful. She had grown accustomed to the church's odd blend of technology and ancient structure, but it still felt strange to call it home. They reached the main hall, and Luther's gaze swept over the table set in the center of the room, already laden with dishes that would rival a banquet. The familiar figure of Bell stood near the food, his wide grin giving him away even before he spoke. Luther? Lilyuka. Bell waved enthusiastically, his face flushed with excitement. You're back? We're about to celebrate. Luther halted just inside the doorway, his head tilting slightly in quiet skepticism. Celebrate? For what, exactly? Hestia, who had been fussing with the arrangement of plates, looked over at them and grinned brightly, her eyes sparkling with energy. For defeating the silverback gorilla, of course, she said, as if it were obvious. Bell quickly added, Hestia insisted we celebrate. Lilyuka raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. That's just a silverback, she said bluntly. She clearly remembered that after defeating the beast, no one had even offered her encouragement, much less a celebration. Bell hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck, a nervous chuckle escaping him. Well, yeah, but I guess it's nice. Hestia really wanted to do it, and I didn't want to disappoint her. Luther remained still, his expression unreadable behind the mask. His eyes flicked between Bell and Hestia, gauging the situation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If this is for your goddess' sake, then I see no harm in it. Bell let out a relieved breath, clearly grateful that Luther wasn't against it. Hestia clapped her hands together enthusiastically. It's about how far Bell's come. He's survived, grown stronger, and made friends. That's worth celebrating. Lilyuka didn't seem entirely convinced but allowed herself a small, reluctant smile. She moved to set down the small bundle she had been carrying, resigning herself to the evening. Belle laughed, a little more relaxed now, and gestured for everyone to sit. Hestia was already piling plates high with food, practically glowing with excitement. Luther remained standing for a moment longer, as if considering whether to truly participate. Then, with a faint shrug, he moved to an empty seat, positioning himself slightly apart from the others but within reach if needed. The evening began with cautious energy, Belle trying to hide his nervousness, Lilyuka quietly observing, Luther detached but present, and Hestia carrying the entire atmosphere forward with her boundless, stubborn enthusiasm. As plates were passed and small, awkward conversations grew, the hours slipped by. Once dinner was over, Lilyuka stood up, dusting off her hands. Without a word, she glanced at Luther, who was already rising to his feet. The two moved toward the back of the church, heading for the entrance to the lower levels. Luther's voice drifted back toward the table, flat and clipped. Make sure to clean up. And don't spill anything on my equipment. Hestia waved a hand dismissively behind them. Yeah, go work on your secret stuff, you big spoilsport. Luther didn't bother to answer. Lilyuka only spared them a brief glance before falling into step behind him, the familiar hum of the mechanical lifts below waiting to carry them into the depths of their hidden lab. The celebration faded behind them, leaving only the quiet sound of footsteps. The hum of the new lift vibrated under their boots as Luther and Lilyuka descended into the depths of the church. Lilyuka shifted slightly, arms folded, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then thought better of it, lips pressing into a tight line. Luther caught the movement without turning his head. His voice broke the heavy silence. If you are looking for someone to coddle your feelings, you are in the wrong place. Lilyuka stiffened, her fingers curling against her sleeves. She didn't respond immediately. Luther continued, his tone even colder. I only have cold steel, progress, efficiency. If you want comfort, find a goddess. There's no shortage of them. There was a long pause, broken only by the mechanical groan of the descending lift. Finally, Lilyuka lifted her chin slightly. I don't need God, she muttered, voice low but steady. I'm not here for comfort. Luther glanced at her briefly, his masked face unreadable. Good, he said simply. Then the lift shuddered to a halt, the doors sliding open with a soft hiss. Luther stepped out first, the faint glow of the lab's lumen lamps casting long shadows across the metallic floor. Lilyuka followed, silent but steady. After a few paces, Luther slowed. Without looking back, he extended a gloved hand behind him, an abrupt, almost mechanical gesture but one that carried a weight beyond its simplicity. Lilyuka blinked in surprise, then stepped forward and took it without hesitation. His hand was cold and calloused, the pressure firm but not crushing. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Then, Luther's voice cut through the sterile air, low and measured. We do not have time for celebrations. He released her hand and resumed his pace, footsteps soft against the metal floor. But, he added, his voice quieter, almost distant, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy your life. Another step, another pause, as if he considered the words carefully. Do whatever you want to do, just be cautious in your life. Lilyuka's eyes widened slightly. She quickened her steps to match him, her heart beating faster, not from fear, but something she couldn't quite name. The moment passed in silence, swallowed by the endless hum of the lab's machinery. Chapter 31 Nightmare and the Wake-Up Call. The darkness was familiar, but not in a way that Luther found comforting. His breath echoed in the suffocating hush. He was standing in the center of a sprawling, warped cityscape, its towering spires broken and jagged, like shards of reality itself. The sky above was a roiling expanse of unnatural colors, bleeding reds, sickly yellows, and sickening greens. Shadows twisted unnaturally, flickering and stretching with an unsettling life of their own. And then he felt it. A presence. From the shifting, fractured cityscape emerged a figure, its form a blur, a nightmare of alien geometry. It moved gracefully, defying the laws of space and time. Its voice slithered through the air like a serpent, distant and mocking. Ah, you are still here, it said, its voice hollow yet resonant. This reality, this plane, it is not your place. Luther's synthetic eye narrowed, a sign of his familiarity with manipulation. A rift in the sky tore open, a jagged wound in the fabric of the universe. Through the tear, Luther glimpsed the familiar horrors of barren, endless zones. The shrieks of dying men, the roar of engines, and the crackling energy of twisted, corrupted souls. You belong to the cold stars, the metal, and fire, the entity continued, its voice growing colder, sharper. You are nothing but a puppet. You can't resist fate. Luther's hand twitched, his fingers curling into a fist, the mechanical servos of his augmentations grinding softly. The ground trembled as the Lord's voice filled the air, its mocking tone thick with the promise of endless manipulation. You cannot escape, broken thing, it purred. I see all. We will find you and drag you back. We will let you understand running away is your mistake. A wave of cold dread surged through Luther, but he resisted it, forced it down, analyzing every pulse, every breath. Luther's chest heaved. A split second of panic flared in his mind, only to be quashed by the cold. His vision blurred as the world around him collapsed, and then he jolted awake. He gasped, sitting upright in his bed, sweat beading under his augmented skin. His heart seemed to race as the nightmare clung to him, like a weight pressing down on his chest. His mind quickly ran through the nightmare. It was a nightmare, but could he be sent back? He had escaped once, but who could say for certain that he wouldn't find himself again in that world he wanted no part of? Luther's mechanical fingers curled into fists, the claws of his implants digging into the skin beneath his gloves. With silent precision, he slipped into his dark crimson coat, the mechanical contours of his body purposefully aligning. There would be no more uncertainty. He would fortify his existence. He had no interest in being caught by another power, dragged through the void like his wishes didn't matter. He moved to his lab, the glow of the machinery casting sharp shadows across the walls. Hours passed as Luther stood before his workbench, analyzing the data and scanning notes. The machinery of his mind hummed in time with the faint whirring of the mechanical devices around him. Luther's eyes gleamed as he scrolled through the schematics, a new dimensional traveling machine, based on a blueprint he already possessed. This would ensure he could always find a way to escape and provide him with a means to travel across the multiverse. Next, he turned his gaze toward the larger plan. Taking out the blueprint for a Titan and the power armor of the Battle Sisters, Luther looked over the list of resources. There was no way he could build a Titan with what he had. But then he pulled out another blueprint for a dreadnought completely useless for him. Or so it seemed. After a moment of contemplation, his thoughts began to turn. What if he could combine elements from both the Titan and the dreadnought? It might be considered blasphemous, but they could act as a medical chamber and a war machine, a perfect extra armor. Luther paused, his mind momentarily pulling away from the schematics as he considered the next step. The machine was critical, but so were the materials. He retrieved the note with the merchant's address from his coat pocket. It was time to visit him. The streets were quiet as Luther made his way to the merchant's shop, a small, unassuming building tucked away in a less busy part of town. Inside, the shop was cluttered with shelves of various goods. Behind the counter sat an older man, his gray hair and tired face betraying his age. He glanced up as Luther entered. "What can I do for you?" the merchant asked, his voice rough from years of use. Luther got straight to the point. "I need a large amount of rare alloys." He placed the list of the material and the amount. The merchant's brow furrowed as he checked the list. "That much? I can get you some, but not in those quantities. Even if I want to buy from outside, there is a limit on the number." Luther raised an eyebrow. "You can't get it." The merchant shook his head. "Not in that quantity." Luther paused for a moment, considering the merchant's words. "Where can I find what I need?" The merchant sighed. "I can get you some, but you'll have to look elsewhere or try to look for the countries that have large mines." Luther nodded. "Just try to purchase as many materials as possible and send them to my location. I am ready to pay a premium." Without another word, Luther turned and left the shop, his mind already considering his next move. The merchant could not provide the enough materials he required, he would need to find another way. Chapter 32 Guild Failed Warning. Bell sat on the edge of the sofa, his mind swirling with thoughts of the aftermath of his near-death experience. If eyes hadn't watched over him after he passed out, he would have been lost to the dungeon's horrors. As he ran a hand through his messy white hair, the door creaked open, and Inatul entered, her expression one of quiet concern. "Bell," she began, sitting down across from him with a serious look. "I didn't think you would ignore my warning." Bell winced slightly, knowing exactly what she meant. He had pushed his limits too far. He nodded slowly, his eyes flickering to the floor. "It's not that I don't know," Bell said quietly, his voice tinged with frustration. "I was just too excited and didn't think of anything else." Ina clenched her fist, stopping herself from lashing out, taking a deep breath. "Now you got magic, do you think you're invincible? Just look at your outfit." Bell looked up, his voice low. "I don't have money for armor." Ina raises her eyebrow as you recall the amount of money Bell has made. "What did you do with your money?" "I am saving for renting out." Bell replied. "You can do it later on, now you need new armor. The dungeon is too dangerous for running in pants and shirts." Bell bit his lip. "I don't think my money would be enough," Bell said. Ina smiled. "You don't have to be worried about that. I believe we can find something for you." As Ina rose to leave, she paused and turned back toward him, her voice soft but determined. "Tomorrow you will go out with me to find decent armor for you." While Bell was thinking about the armor he would buy tomorrow, the world outside continued on, unaware of his struggles. Somewhere in the city, another set of tensions was brewing. The door swung open with a soft chime, and Shakti strode in, her eyes immediately locking onto the counter where Elna stood, her fingers nervously tapping against the terminal. "Are you in charge here?" Shakti's voice was firm, her presence commanding. Elna froze, her usual composure faltering under the weight of the captain's gaze. She forced a smile, but it trembled slightly. "I am just the clerk. The owner is not around right now." Shakti's expression hardened. "Then I'll speak to you. You're selling magical weapons without guild approval. That needs to stop immediately." Elna's throat tightened, and her eyes flicked to the weapons displayed on the walls, still unsold. "But, we don't have magic weapons," she stammered, her voice cracking under pressure. Shakti's gaze softened slightly, but her stance remained resolute. "Yes, but your weapons are more dangerous than most magic ones. You're selling them without any registration. That's a violation. We can't let it continue." Elna's lip trembled, and she instinctively took a step back. Tears welled in her eyes, a mix of frustration and helplessness overwhelming her. "You can't do that. There's no rule about these kinds of weapons," she cried. Before Shakti could respond, the door chimed again. Luther stepped inside, his presence quiet but imposing. His sharp gaze immediately took in Elna's distress before shifting to Shakti. "What's this about?" Luther asked, his voice calm yet edged with an unmistakable authority. Shakti turned toward him, her posture defensive. You're the one behind this shop, she inquired. You're selling dangerous weapons without guild clearance. I'm here to stop it. Luther stepped forward, his figure a wall between Elna and the adventurer captain. His voice was low but unwavering. So, you want me to stop selling weapons, he said, his tone mocking. I can definitely do that. After all, selling them outside the city is more profitable. Shakti's brow furrowed deeply. She couldn't ignore Luther's words. If these weapons could flood into other countries, it would pose a far greater threat to Orario's safety. She hesitated, her thoughts racing. Her gaze shifted to Elna, who stood trembling, and then back to Luther, who watched her calmly, almost daring her to act rashly. I can't act on my own authority now, Shakti muttered under her breath, more to herself than anyone else. I'll inform the gods. You should prepare for the possibility of your shop being sealed. With a final, conflicted look at Luther, she exhaled slowly, her fists clenching and unclenching. We won't tolerate the unchecked sale of dangerous weapons, she said firmly. Originally, she had wanted to threaten him with immediate arrest, but if he runs away, that would be a problem. As for arresting, that was something she didn't want to do right now. Without another word, Shakti turned on her heel and exited the shop, her mind heavy with the weight of the decision ahead. As the door clicked shut, Elna wrung her hands anxiously, her breathing uneven. She turned to Luther, her voice trembling. What are we going to do now? If they close the shop, I won't have a job anymore. Luther moved with unhurried precision, lowering the metal shutter over the front door with a sharp metallic rattle. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. You worry too much, he said, his voice devoid of concern. Elna stared at him, her throat tightening. But the guild, the gods might get involved. And Luther cut in smoothly, his voice steady. Shop's close. We shift. He offered a shallow shrug. You work for me, he continued, his tone softer but still firm. As long as you wish to continue, there isn't anything that can stop you. Elna bit her lip, the knot in her chest loosening slightly. But what about the weapons? What about everything you've built? Luther offered a faint smile. Unfortunately, it was covered by the mask. We don't need a shop to sell weapons. He moved past her, heading toward the counter, the conversation clearly finished in his mind. Elna stood there for a long moment, thinking about what he said. Luther didn't have the time to play with the guild. For him, his current projects are more important. Chapter 33 Shakti reporting to Lord Ganesha. After parting ways with Inna, Bel wandered through the bustling streets of Orario, his thoughts still lingering on the conversation about his armor. As the nightlight began to shine, adventurers and merchants created a lively, agitated energy in the atmosphere. He approached the hostess of fertility. The scent of roasted meat and freshly baked bread filled the air, causing Bel's stomach to rumble. When he stepped inside, he was greeted by a lively clamor of voices and laughter. Bel sought a quiet corner, attempting to remain unnoticed. As the night progressed and the tavern became louder, Bel finished his stew and quietly slipped back into the cool night air. Meanwhile, across the city, Shakti prostrated before Ganesha. Her posture was rigid, and the tension in her body revealed the turmoil she attempted to suppress. There appears to be a problem, Lord Ganesha, she explained, lowering her head. Luther has refused to completely follow the guild's regulations. Ganesha, seated cross-legged on a small dais, frowned thoughtfully. His usually upbeat demeanor was subdued. Such weapons, unrestricted in the city, it could cause chaos, he speculated aloud. Shakti continued, I confronted Luther, but he showed no fear. In fact, he implied he could sell them elsewhere, beyond Orario, if we tried to shut him down. Ganesha leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled together. If he really left the city, other countries might offer him shelter, and if they got the method of making them, we would be in big trouble. Ganesha nodded. Legally, we don't have rules for selling non-magical items, and if we make a new rule just to restrict him, it could open the door for other issues. He paused, looking around the room. But we don't have to act. We are not the only ones who should be concerned. He rose to his feet, his expression uncharacteristically grim. Request Hephaestus's help. As the goddess of forging herself, she would have a better understanding. Shakti bowed deeply. As you wish, my lord. As she hurried away to deliver the summons, Ganesha remained standing, his gaze distant. I just hope this change of power in Orario won't cause more trouble, he murmured to himself. Back at the abandoned church, Bel pushed open the heavy door, stepping inside the cool darkness. Hestia looked up from a small pile of papers, her blue eyes brightening when she saw him. Welcome back, Bel, she chirped. Did you eat properly? Bel smiled awkwardly. Why yeah, I did. He hesitated for a moment, gathering his courage. Goddess, tomorrow, Inna's helping me buy armor. Hestia's smile faltered for a brief moment, a flicker of something tightening in her chest. She stood up quickly, her tone shifting slightly. With Inna, she repeated, her voice sweet but with an edge. You're going with her. Bel blinked, surprised by the subtle change in her tone. Why yeah, she knows a good place, so. Hestia cut him off, her gaze narrowing slightly. I see. She stepped closer, a hand resting on his arm, her eyes lingering on his face. So, you're going to be with her, alone? Both of you will buy clothes, then go to dinner, then find a hotel. Her voice grew quieter, and the tension thickened in the air. Bel, now feeling the weight of her gaze, rubbed the back of his neck nervously. It's nothing like that, goddess. She's just helping me pick out armor, that's all. Hestia's eyes softened, but the jealous glint didn't fade completely. She smiled, but it was a little forced. I'm glad you're finally thinking about your safety, Belle, she said, though there was a slight edge to the praise. But, don't get too close to her. And after this, you'll be going on a date with me. Belle's eyes widened in surprise. Gee goddess, you're really misunderstanding. Hestia's eyes remained sharp. Well, you better not forget who you belong to, Belle, she said, reaching up to gently tap his chest. I said we are going on a date. And when I say something, I mean it. Belle's face flushed a deep red. Oh okay. She nodded, her playful smile returning, though the jealousy still lingered in her expression. Belle, trying to avoid the imbalance in the conversation, glanced toward the back rooms of the church. I also wanted to ask Luther for advice. Is he back? Hestia's expression shifted. Luther? He's been busy, huh? Her voice was cool, and there was a subtle bitterness to it. Well, if he's so busy, I haven't seen him for the last 2 days. After talking for a short time, Belle retired to his small room for the night. The city of Orario stirred with movements and decisions that would soon ripple into his world, changing it forever. Meanwhile, Hestia remained in the church, her mind racing with thoughts of Belle, Inna, and the future, her protective and possessive instincts running high. Outside the church, the moon hung high above, casting a pale glow over the silent streets. As midnight approached, only the desperate or reckless remained outside. Lilyuka led Luther through alleys without hesitation, her steps sure and deliberate. They moved through older parts of the city. At the end of a narrow, dimly lit passage, Lilyuka stopped before an unmarked wooden door. She glanced once at Luther, receiving a brief, approving nod, then knocked in a precise pattern 3 short taps, a pause, and 2 more. After a tense moment, a narrow viewing slit opened. A pair of sharp, suspicious eyes peered out, but upon recognizing Lilyuka, the door swung open without question. Dim lanterns lit the crooked stalls, casting the merchants' faces into deep shadows. Here, forbidden items, enchanted relics, and weapons of dubious origin were traded freely, far from the guild's watchful gaze. Lilyuka moved with familiarity. Luther followed in silence, his imposing presence alone enough to unsettle those who dared look too closely. Yet it was Lilyuka whom the merchants acknowledged. She was the familiar face in a place where trust was a scarce and valuable currency. She approached a reinforced stall manned by a grizzled old dwarf. His single eye, sharp and calculating, shifted briefly to Luther before settling on Lilyuka. You're early, little girl, he grunted, leaning over the counter. What are you selling tonight? Without a word, Lilyuka set a heavy satchel onto the counter. The dwarf's fingers moved deftly, opening it to reveal its contents, uncut diamonds that shimmered in the lantern light, finely crafted mechanical prosthetics of masterful design, and neatly bundled stacks of private minted coins. A glint of greed flashed in the dwarf's eye, quickly masked by professional caution. Quality goods, he muttered. What's your asking price? Rare alloys, Lilyuka replied coolly, tapping a finger against the worn wood. No scraps, no diluted metals. Just pure adamantite, mithril. The dwarf scratched his beard thoughtfully, weighing her words against the goods before him. That would be expensive. You don't have to worry about that, she answered simply. What followed was a quick, sharp exchange of words and gestures. Lilyuka negotiated with practiced ease, setting prices, rejecting counteroffers, and pushing harder when the merchants hesitated. Throughout it all, Luther remained a silent sentinel at her side, his gaze unwavering, his presence alone forcing the merchants to tread carefully. Within half an hour, their business was concluded. Crates filled with rare forging materials nearly impossible to acquire through legal channels were exchanged. After checking the quality of the materials, both sides took what belonged to them. As Luther picked up the box filled with adamantite and mithril, Lilyuka guided him back into the cool night. Above, the stars glittered coldly over Orario as the two of them discussed their next step. Chapter 34 Missing Pieces. Belle leaned heavily against the shop counter, arms crossed, frustration etched into every line of his face. Hestia, clad in a worn apron over her usual attire, was sorting supplies on the shelves behind him. Though she tried to focus on her task, her eyes kept drifting back to her child, concern plain on her face. I just don't get it, Belle muttered, frustration thick in his voice. Even with the new armor, no one wants to be a supporter for me. Either they think I'm too weak, or they think I am not reliable. Hestia paused, her hand resting on a box. It's not something you can force, Belle, she said gently. It's just a matter of time. Belle ran a hand through his white hair, letting out a slow sigh. But how long is that supposed to take? I can't keep going alone. I need a reliable teammate. The door creaked open behind him as a red-haired man stepped inside. With his soot-streaked shirt and rough hands, he looked like he'd walked straight out of a forge. He glanced around the shop, then at Belle, and gave a dry nod. You were looking for a teammate, he said, tone casual but firm. Belle turned, blinking in surprise. Yeah, but it's been hard. No one fits. Everyone either they want too much money or thinks I'm not good enough. Welf smirked faintly. Sounds familiar. He stepped closer, rubbing the back of his neck. I've been into the dungeon too.as I need to dive deeper now for materials. And to level up. Belle studied him for a moment. So, are you saying you want to team up with me? I'm not saying we're partners just yet, Welf replied. But if you're serious, I'm willing to give it a shot. We can do a test run. Belle's expression brightened slightly. That would be great. Welf chuckled. Then we'll try it. See if it works. Behind the counter, Hestia cleared her throat. Both men turned to find her leaning on the shelf with a mischievous glint in her eye. Well, look at you two, all serious? She grinned. But didn't you say you were looking for a supporter? Someone to carry your gear? Welf raised an eyebrow. Belle looked away, flustered. We'll figure it out, he muttered. Hestia laughed, turning back to her shelf. You better. Otherwise, I'm hiring a cart and naming it Vice Captain. As the atmosphere lightened, Belle rubbed the back of his neck, glancing at Welf, who had stepped toward the door. All right then, Welf said, glancing over his shoulder. Let's meet tomorrow morning at Babel's entrance. Light gear. We'll test the waters. Belle nodded. I'll be there. Welf hesitated, then extended a hand. Name's Welf. Welf Krazo. Belle took the hand, then paused. Krazo. Behind him, Hestia's head tilted. That name rings a bell. Welf's expression tensed. Yeah, that Krazo. Belle blinked, unfamiliar. Sorry, should I know it? Welf let go of the handshake with a shrug. Doesn't matter. You will eventually. I'm Belle, the boy offered. Belle Cranel. Welf gave a short nod. Well, Belle, try not to get us both killed tomorrow. I'll do my best, Belle replied with a tired smile. With that, Welf turned and exited. The soft jingle of the door echoed behind him. Belle remained still for a moment, then sighed and looked at Hestia. You okay? She asked. Yeah, it feels right. Hestia hummed. He's rough, but I didn't sense anything bad from him, though that name nags at me. He didn't seem eager to talk about it. Then don't push, Hestia said, flicking her fingers at him. Instead, think about how to find someone who can carry a bag or two. Belle smiled sheepishly. I'll think about it. Think harder, she muttered. Or I'm really getting that cart. Later that evening, guild headquarters. In a quiet chamber within the guild, Shakti Verma stood with her arms crossed behind her back, delivering her report with crisp precision. There's been a noticeable uptick in merchant activity near the lower wards, she said, eyes fixed on a map of Orario spread across the table. Unregulated stalls. Off-the-book transactions. More troubling black market movements have increased. We're tracking the trade of rare materials and forged permits. Guild officials exchanged uneasy glances as the report sunk in. And the supply chain, one asked. Iron, mithril, adamantite all growing scarce. Even familiar smiths are reporting shortages. Prices are climbing. She paused. And no surprise, some dungeon crystals aren't reaching the vaults. An older member muttered, what's Hephaestus doing? Of all people, she should be leading a response. Shakti's tone flattened. According to her familia, she hasn't left her workshop since yesterday. Elsewhere, Hephaestus' familia forge, sealed workshop. Deep beneath the city, the great forge halls echoed with hammering and flame. Yet in one sealed chamber, tension simmered. Sabeki Kalbrand stood over a work table, one eye narrowed at the wreckage of a ruined prototype, a charred barrel, a cracked mana chamber, and a melted rune conduit. Again, she growled. Ragna, her senior smith, wiped soot from his brow. That's the third one. Sabeki slammed a gauntlet fist onto the table. Tools rattled with the force. We're doing everything right. Infused steel, mithril reinforcement, stabilized inscriptions, even mimicking magic sword. But it's still failing, Ragna said. Mana burns too fast, recoil shatters the frame. And when we try enchantments for stability, the cost quadruples. Sabeki scowled. Magic swords are made to fire once or twice because of this. Those cost 100 million, pointing to the one purchase from the shop. This one only cost 10 million. If somebody else can build it, why can't I build the same thing? Ragna folded his arms. It's not that we can't, it's just the cost is not making sense. Silence fell, broken only by the distant sound of hammering. We're missing something, Sabeki muttered. Either something we don't understand, or something we haven't seen. Ragna nodded slowly. You should wait for Lady Hephaestus. If anyone can figure this out, it's her. Sabeki's silence was agreement enough. Chapter 35 Beyond the Eyes of God. The sun hung low over Moran, its golden rays glinting off the sea-slicked rooftops and busy stone piers. A breeze carried the sharp scent of salt and oil, mingling with the ever-present clang of hammer on steel from the docks. Here, far from the watchful eyes of Orario's guild, commerce flowed freely, unchecked and unburdened. Luther stood within a narrow warehouse-turned makeshift trading hall. A long table was laid out before him, lined with weapons blades of fine steel, some with faint rune etchings. A single, compact tube, his prototype firearm, rested at the center like a forbidden artifact, and a small coffer of uncut gemstones gleamed beneath the flickering lamplight. Across from him, a grizzled man with a gold-chased eye patch inspected the goods with a merchant's practiced eye. His attendants stood behind him, silent, alert. This is clean work, the man said, running a thumb along the edge of a longsword. Too clean for Orario's smiths to part with. Luther gave a faint smile. They didn't part with it. I made it. The man looked up sharply. You? Not bad. But this, he tapped the gun casing with a knuckle. This isn't normal. What is it? A tool. One I'm not mass-producing. Just showing you what's possible, Luther said, calm but firm. I'm not looking for coin. I want materials. Bulk ore, if you've got them. And information. The man leaned back, considering. You're asking for a lot. These swords might cover some of it, but the others. I've got more, Luther interrupted smoothly. You get weapons. I get ore. No increase in the price from either side for any reason. A moment passed. Then, the merchant nodded once, curt and businesslike. Done. You get me more steel like this and maybe another one of those tools. As the deal was struck, Luther stepped outside. After sealing the materials deal, he didn't waste time. He pulled the gem box under one arm and made his way through the crowded port lanes, where merchant voices shouted over each other, peddling spices, cloth, and enchanted baubles. He turned off the main street, disappearing into a quieter district lined with private shops where trade moved in subdued tones and wealth was measured behind closed doors. He entered a polished jeweler's house quiet, the scent of aged wood and incense lingering in the air. Behind the counter sat a tall, narrow-eyed woman adorned in understated elegance. Another traveler looking to offload river glass, she asked, not looking up from her ledger. Luther placed the coffer on the table and flipped the lid open. The woman paused. Her eyes rose, expression shifting as she examined the uncut gems. Her fingers moved over the stone's tourmaline, ruby shards. That doesn't look like a monster gem, she murmured, her voice low. Don't pretend you don't know their value, Luther said. Just say it buy or not. She closed the coffer. Okay, don't be impatient. Come back after 2 hours. I'll get a jeweler to verify the stones. He nodded. Taking the box, he returned to the inn nestled near the southern edge of Moran, a modest structure overlooking the tide-worn cliffs. Once inside his room, he locked the door behind him and set the small metal box on the desk. From a satchel, he retrieved a rectangular device, thin copper plating etched with fine circuits, powered by a glowing blue cell embedded in the side. He connected it to a flat receiver. Static hummed faintly. Then, words started to appear. Did you finish the trade? Luther tapped out a response. Yes. I should be back by tomorrow. He paused, then added. Bell still solo. A minute later, more script formed. I think he found someone. Maybe. Luther leaned back, folding his arms behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. Okay, he murmured. Keep an eye on the shop. Luther closed the slate and set it aside, the faint hum of the device fading into silence. The room was quiet, save for the dull roar of the sea far below the cliffs. He leaned back in the chair, eyes half-lidded. The muscles in his shoulders tensed, then gradually relaxed as sleep began to pull him down. Far beyond Moran, in the ever-shifting spires of the Immaterium, where time folded and thought held weight, the Lord of Change ruffled his feathers in frustration. His countless eyes blinked in restless dissonance, each one trained on a different reflection of possibility. Something is wrong. His clawed fingers danced over a glowing basin of ever-shifting truths. Portents spiraled like smoke, twisting away every time they approached clarity. For all his power, for all his knowledge of the skeins of fate and time, one thread remained maddeningly occluded. A machine, a craft, yet unbound by the laws. And I don't know, he whispered. Visions danced of steel, fire, and precise mechanisms that defied chaos. Something had changed in the pattern. A sliver of order, surgically placed. Unexpected. Unseen. Which fool gave him enough energy to leave this world? He lashed a hand across the basin. The mist screamed and dispersed, but the disturbance remained. An absence. A silence where noise should have reigned. And worst of all, it hadn't come from him. Elsewhere, upon the golden throne, in a chamber of silence and light, beyond the reckoning of men, the emperor of mankind remained as he always had, entombed, broken, yet conscious. Not fully, not completely, but enough. Enough to feel the change. Enough to know a piece had moved off the board. Deep within the flickering remnants of his awareness, a thought stirred like a dying flame catching new wind. The priest. He remembered. A pawn, buried deep within time's weave. Not a demigod. Not a primarch. A soul who had been allowed to reach too far. Luther. He was supposed to fight against the changer. For that reason, the emperor had made certain none could touch him. But now, the pawn moved of his own volition, leaving holes in the plan. A regret echoed through the fractured layers of his mind. I should have watched more closely. And beneath that regret, the faintest glimmer of satisfaction. Even as he felt the slow decay of his will, there remained a trace of hope. Or was it fear? Back in Moran, Luther wake up after 2 hours and prepare himself for the transaction. Chapter 36 Iron and Flame. Luther's return to Orario was marked by subtle signs of his recent endeavors. His servoskull hummed with activity, and the vast materials stored in his system space made the journey unusually smooth. Though his goals were far from complete, there was a quiet sense of triumph enough, at least, to begin the next stage of his work. As he neared the city gates, tension spiked among the guild officials. Their fears had materialized. Luther had bypassed Orario and sold dangerous inventions directly to outsiders. Now, in quiet urgency, they scrambled to find Hephaestus to ask her to find a solution before it was too late. He moved through the city silently, avoiding attention. Yet his reputation preceded him. Whispers followed in his wake. The Crimson Creator. Among those observing him was the goddess of beauty, Freya. Having caught wind of his large-scale purchases and unusual activities, she recognized the signs of something monumental. She sought a way anyway to insert herself into his plans. Luther returned to the Crimson Church. One by one he took out all the necessary things from the system space. Outside, he studied the shattered remnants of the gunship and the Lehman Russ chassis like a vulture stripping a corpse. Pistons, cables, scorched plating, nothing was spared. Thank the Emperor no tech priest walked this world, for their screams of blasphemy would have shaken the heavens. He worked methodically, extracting anything of value. Then, with parts in hand, he began constructing the skeleton of a colossus, an armor meant not just for war, but for devastation. Something capable of destroying a city or standing against the strongest adventurers and monsters. All around the Crimson Church courtyard, parts lay scattered, alloy plates awaiting refurbishing, servoskulls ferrying fragments to improve his workstations. Each component, once sacred in its origin, was now torn from its context, repurposed into sacrilege. But Luther moved forward, undeterred. Freya watched in secret, transfixed. She didn't understand the nature of the machines, but she sensed a different kind of beauty in them, a beauty forged from purpose, from vision, from power. At the quiet place, Bell stood quietly, adjusting the straps of his newly acquired armor. It wasn't enchanted, but it felt solid, practical, comfortable, and quietly impressive. Yo! Welf's voice rang out across the square. Bell turned just in time to see the red-haired smith approach, his eyes falling on the armor. Welf blinked. Wait, where did you get that? Bell tilted his head. Oh, this? Found it tucked in a corner of the shop. Welf's confusion shifted to excitement. You actually bought that? Bell looked sheepish. Should I not have? It looked good. Welf laughed. No, it's just. I made that. That's one of mine. So if you wanted to buy something, you could have come straight to me. I can give you a discount. Bell blinked. Seriously? Yeah, Welf said, straightening with pride. Not every day I get good reviews. Bell looked down at the armor more thoughtfully now. I'm glad it found the right person, Welf added, quieter. Bell met his gaze. It's really good work. Later, within the dungeon, the stone walls pulsed faintly with life, echoing with distant roars and footfalls. Torchlight danced in Welf's eyes as he grinned, exhilarated. This is incredible, he shouted, smashing a dagger-beaked kobold with the flat of his blade. Didn't think you had magic in you. Bell, panting, finished off a trailing imp with a firebolt. You seem energetic. Of course. This is what I was made for, Welf declared. Bell smiled faintly. Glad you're enjoying it. Their teamwork flowed naturally. Bell darted through enemies with speed and instinct. Welf followed with relentless force, keeping threats in check and momentum alive. Between battles, brief laughter, shared glances, their bond solidified. But the terrain began to shift. Bell glanced around, brow furrowed. This doesn't look like the 8th floor anymore. Welf's grin faded as the walls changed, more ancient, more hostile. Did we go too far? Then the ground trembled. A monstrous roar split the air, deep, primal, and furious. The very stone shuddered. Bell froze. I think we did something stupid. Welf finished, dryly. They stood still for one heartbeat. Then Bell whispered, should we run? Welf didn't hesitate. Absolutely. They bolted, sprinting through the halls as another roar thundered behind them. I thought this was just a test run. Bell shouted, half laughing, half panicked. It is. Welf yelled back. And the result is we're not ready. Behind them, something massive stirred. By the time they emerged into daylight, both were battered, panting, and grimy. Bell leaned against the tower wall, catching his breath. Welf flopped down beside him, laughing between wheezes. Well, he said, guess that was the 9th floor. Bell looked sideways, still pale. Next time, we bring a better map. Welf raised a hand weakly. And a supporter. Chapter 37, The Dreadnought Shadow. The morning sun broke across Orario like a blade of fire, casting long shadows from the spires of Babel. Yet it was not the tower that drew eyes this day, it was the silhouette growing behind the Crimson Church. The courtyard had become something else. No longer a sacred space for gathering, metallic limbs lay scattered like the bones of ancient titans. Power cables snaked across the ground like reverse-growing vines, feeding electricity from a grounded Storm Talon gunship into the rising metal frame at the courtyard's heart. Towering 3 floors high in its incomplete state, the skeletal dreadnought loomed before the church like a dormant colossus. Though stripped of armor and paint, its silhouette was unmistakable, a war engine meant not merely to protect but to conquer. Hestia stood just beyond the fence line. The goddess said nothing, but her expression brimmed with confusion. She had returned from her errands, only to find her sanctuary ringing with thunderous hums and flickering sparks. Her gaze drifted inward toward the strange sight in the center of it all, Lilyuka, seated on a reinforced stool, her body tethered by dozens of thin neural wires. Her fingers twitched slightly, eyes fluttering in a trance-like state. As her hand began to move, the dreadnought's right arm responded, mimicking her motion with a disturbingly organic grace. Hestia instinctively stepped back. Is she controlling it? She's testing, came Luther's voice, calm and clinical. He stood by the work table, a data slate flickering in his grasp, incense slowly burning at his side. His red robes bore the grime of soot and smoke, while a cracked servoskull floated behind him in idle observation. This was originally meant for those at death's edge, he continued, eyes never leaving the data. But there's no reason not to modify it for full operation. With the right neural adaptation, it becomes something more. Hestia blinked. And what exactly is this thing? It's a dreadnought, or at least, the beginning of one. But since we're not putting half-dead soldiers inside it, perhaps you could call it a mecha. Still, he added, it can still be called dreadnought, especially since I plan to install a medical chamber. I asked what it does, not what you call it. Luther finally looked up. Its medical chamber can sustain a user indefinitely. No pain, no death, only continuous function. As for its true purpose, his gaze shifted to the weaponry stripped from the Storm Talon and Lehman Russ. It can destroy cities, monsters, Armies. Or adventurers, if it comes to that. Hestia opened her mouth but nothing came. Gods could not lie, and thus she knew, this was truth. What stood before her was no ordinary invention. If it truly had the power to destroy cities, it would rival monsters of level 7 or greater. Judging by its size and potential, its physical force alone could match a level 5 adventurer. Before her, all common sense fractured. Another surge pulsed through the cables. The dreadnought's torso shifted. Lilyuka gasped, her body straining under the neural load. Her hands clenched as the arm moved again inch by inch, obeying the twitch of her mind. Her limits screamed for her to stop. But she refused. She had watched enough, learned enough to understand what this machine can do. So she endured. High above, a figure watched from the rooftops. Seer Freya rested her chin against her palm, bronze spyglass fixed on the scene below. She did not understand the machine's nature. She didn't understand the strange beauty it contained. The only thing she knew was it was a new thing, and that was enough. Her eyes gleamed as the skeletal frame moved again, sharper, more fluid. This looks fun, Freya murmured with a smile. I also want to try. Back on the courtyard, Luther's voice carried certainty. It would be ready in 3 days. Hestia glanced at him sharply, her lips parting to question further, but the hum of systems winding down interrupted her. From her stool, Lilyuka slumped forward slightly, head low, shoulders trembling. It's done, Luther said, tapping a sequence into the data slate. Neurological capture complete. Synchronization latency is within acceptable variance. He stepped forward and began disconnecting the leads one by one, murmuring the names of each subsystem like a litany. Motive relay, haptic feedback, ocular response, all calibrated. You can go and rest, he said. Lilyuka stood up and made her way back to the church to finally take her long-awaited nap. Nearby, the servo skulls began to coil the now inactive cables, stowing them neatly into crates marked with Luther's emblem. The courtyard, once a mess of parts and chaos, seemed to settle into a new rhythm. The scattered remains of the gunship and tank were being stripped with swift precision, their most vital components now claimed and categorized. Data harvested, all parts ready, Luther recited, eyes on the slate. Now begins the construction phase. He turned toward the stack of alloy. Most of them were made inside his lab. It was troublesome to gather materials and forge them, as he didn't have an industrial forge. This incident also reminded him he needed an industrial forge, which he could take anywhere to ensure he could always make better weapons. Then he remembered he doesn't know how to create an industrial-level forge. He knew how to make small precision machines, but this was a completely different field. Funny thing, he was educated in genetics, which he completely ignored. Now he is a tech priest who has incomplete knowledge. Hestia was looking at Luther working while thinking. Multiple times she wanted to say, "Why don't you go inside and rest?" but had a feeling she would be rejected. Then, remembering Belle hadn't come back, she decided to wait outside so Belle wouldn't get scared from this thing. Chapter 38 Long Negotiation Part 1. The dawnlight washed over Orario, cool and grey, casting long shadows behind the rising form outside the Crimson Church. The incomplete dreadnought was no longer a skeleton. Steel plating now covered the torso and left arm, the armor curved into a functionally brutal form. Joints had been sealed and reinforced, and the power conduits were now sheathed in protective tubing. From a distance, it looked like a giant caught in the moment before rising. Freya, serene and radiant as always, wore a smile that was all eyes and knowing. She leaned slightly. Beside her, Hephaestus was silent, a gloved hand resting against the dreadnought's plated leg. Her eye scanned every inch of exposed armor with the precision of a master craftswoman. "This is beyond understanding," Hephaestus finally said, voice low. "All the material is of different grades. Why not just use the same quality throughout?" "He's probably having difficulty forging," Freya said, clearly recalling how he had been making it. Hephaestus ignored the comment, eyes narrowing as she stepped closer. Even as a golem, this thing would be too heavy to move around. She brushed her fingers across a seam. "Some of these materials are good enough for divine weapons." Freya tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. "Why can't this thing be a divine weapon?" "Because it has no divinity," Hephaestus replied, though her hand lingered on the metal. "But it shouldn't matter." Above them, the servitor sensors embedded in the church's frame clicked softly to life. One of them swiveled toward the pair, emitting a brief tone. A second later, the front doors of the Crimson Church opened without a sound. "If you're done admiring the shell," came Luther's voice from within, calm and iron-edged, "come inside." The two goddesses exchanged a glance, neither moving first before stepping across the threshold. The change from outside to within was stark. Inside, everything was cold and metallic. One might even call it unpleasant. Metal skulls floated overhead, suspended from long mechanical arms attached to the ceiling like a spider's web. Luther was at his bench, sleeves rolled up, a dull metal gauntlet clamped in a vise. Sparks arced from a servo tool in his hand as he calibrated the inner mechanics. The faint scent of incense hung in the air. At that moment, Hestia emerged from her room. "Morning," she murmured. "Since you're awake, bring some tea." "We've got visitors," Luther said, still working. As Hestia turned slightly, her eyes landed on the second figure in the hall. She blinked, a flicker of surprise breaking through her calm expression. "Hephaestus." Her voice was filled with confusion. "Did you come to pick me up for work?" Hephaestus met her gaze evenly, arms at her sides. "No," she said plainly. "I came to speak with Luther. There are some issues we need to resolve." Freya stepped forward, her voice soft yet composed. I came here to make a request. Luther glanced at the silver-haired goddess. If you needed something made, why not ask your own familia? If I recall, a few of them are rather talented with their hands. Freya's lips parted, as if to say more, but she hesitated. After a pause. But they are not as good as you. Hephaestus folded her arms, her gaze still flickering toward the outside. I'm not here to see you flirt with each other. The guild informed me about your illegal sales of guns. But now we have a bigger problem, she continued, her tone measured. Because of you, black market trading has increased. Materials are vanishing. And now, I see this. She stepped closer to the slab, glaring at Luther. While you build this massive, useless thing, others can't even find enough iron to forge swords. Luther finally looked up. His eyes, cold and precise, settled on her with measured disdain. Slowly, he set the tool aside and rose to his full height. You see iron, I see a miracle. Others melt steel into dull blades and hollow armor, he said, placing a hand on the cold slab of metal beside him. But I sanctify. His voice deepened not with reverence, but with unshakable conviction. I build in the name of the Omnissiah. I breathe life into dead alloys. Every rivet, every seal, every circuit, they are sacraments. He paused. If you call this thing a waste again. The silence that followed was heavy. Then be prepared to face the judgment your ignorance earns. A pause stretched between them, thick with tension and steel. Hephaestus's gaze was fixed on him, not just the man, but the thing beneath that robe. The words he spoke felt like doctrine. He wasn't lying. But truth alone didn't explain it. What is the Omnissiah? Who taught him to speak like that? The name was foreign, yet the way he uttered it reminded her of the followers of dark gods. What disturbed her more, though, was his intent. He was prepared, truly prepared to defend his so-called miracle with violence. That armored giant behind him was ready to strike. She could feel it. Even the room itself felt as though it was preparing to attack. She didn't understand. Why was he threatening a god? Did he not fear that all the other familias would go to war against him for thinking like this? He had no blessing, no familia to shield him. No patron to pull strings in his name. Did he not fear the wrath of the guild or the retribution of other deities? One word from her, and a dozen familias would rise against him. That was the way of the city. That was balanced. And yet, he didn't care. Silence settled over the hall. The only sound was the distant, mechanical wheeze of a servitor drifting overhead, its breath like some ancient beast sleeping in the rafters. Then a soft voice broke the tension. Freya stepped forward, her smile warm but unreadable. I think both of you need to cool down. She glanced at Hephaestus, her tone almost chiding but laced with charm. And you, as the goddess of forging, should you really speak ill of another's craftsmanship? Her words floated gently, but they cut just enough to disarm. Not harsh. Not defensive. Just enough to let the threat dissipate. After all, she wasn't here to see a mortal fight a god. That might be interesting, but she had a different plan. Continuing her soft smile, she spoke in the gentlest voice. I just received a list of services you're providing through your shop. She held up a parchment. According to this, you're claiming to enhance human lifespan and strength. Luther turned, slightly amused. Then prepare the money. From strengthening the bones to extending life, it will cost millions, if not billions. Freya tilted her head, her smile soft and honeyed. Why don't you give me a discount? She asked, her voice velvet smooth, charm bleeding into the air like incense. Luther didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. He merely turned a dial on the bench, eyes still fixed on the data readout, and replied in the same flat tone as before. Are you attempting to seduce me for a discount? Freya's smile wavered just slightly. Finally, Luther looked up. The red lens of his mask gleamed, mechanical and unblinking. I'm not wearing this thing for show, he said, tapping the side of his helmet. It filters all images. He turned back to his work, the cold edge of his voice scraping against the silence. If you're done playing, you should leave. I have more important things to do. Chapter 39, Long Negotiation Part 2. Freya's smile thinned. It wasn't that she couldn't see the mask, but who, in their right mind, would interfere with their own vision? So cautious, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Can you even sleep with that much fear inside your heart? Luther didn't answer. His fingers moved across his workstation, typing silently. Hephaestus let out a long breath, slow and weighted. Her voice struck like steel on an anvil. Enough, games, stop selling those weapons, and stop draining the markets. You're making life miserable for every blacksmith in this city. Her tone hardened. Whatever Omnissiah you serve, it doesn't rule here. This city answers to the gods. Luther didn't flinch. His voice was calm, flat. If that's what you want, then I'm already prepared to leave. He stepped back from the bench, methodically wiping his hands. Then, he met her eyes. The red lens of his mask gleamed, cold and impersonal. I should be able to pack up everything in a week, he said. As for the shop, it'll be shut down today. You've got your answer. Now you can leave. Hephaestus felt pressure behind her eyes, less from anger, more from the strain of knowing this wasn't the end. Shutting his shop in Orario was a shallow solution. Luther's reach extended further, other towns, merchant, even foreign factions. The kind of groups who would happily buy weapons if it meant power. If war came to Orario, it might be with his creations. She took a step forward, lowering her voice. We just need you to limit the quantity of dangerous weapons. Register them with the guild, she said. Why can't you understand this simple thing? Because there is no benefit, Luther answered, soft and cold. Benefit. Her voice tightened. You're smart enough to know if you followed the rules, it wouldn't cut your profits. You'd just sell fewer pieces at a higher cost. Still, he said nothing. Then, a quiet voice broke the tension. Is that really all you see, Luther? Hestia stepped forward, carrying a tray with drinks. Her usual warmth had cooled into something more serious. I didn't think you'd be that kind of person who only care about benefit. Hephaestus adding her own voice. Do you even care what becomes of this place in the future? Luther finally moved. He tilted his head, weighing their words. When did selling better weapons become a reason for condemnation? You and your friend seem to have been selling them for a very long time. Freya let out a breath, half chuckle, half sigh. I think both of you are missing the point. She turned to Hephaestus, her tone wrapped in silk but lined with steel. Luther doesn't care about money, and so why are he so desperate for these resources? Her eyes lingered on Luther, scanning him as if trying to solve a riddle. Figure that out, she said, softly, then we can have a better solution. Then, more directly, why don't you just tell me so I can help you? Luther was silent for a long moment. Lying wouldn't work here, not in front of gods. So he spoke. I'm afraid. The room stilled. His voice was low but clear. I've run from things 1,000 times worse than any black dragon. Just knowing about them is enough to shatter a mind. I've never seen them, only know about them. This is also why I'm still alive. Who knows if one day some unknown force decided to put me front of them like a breakfast. His hands curled at his sides. So I build. Because that's what I was taught. If I must face them again, I want weapons, tools to protect myself. A quiet passed. Then Freya stepped forward. Then why not fight? She asked. Join my familia. Kill monsters. Become strong enough that those nightmares can't touch you. Hestia followed up quickly, as she didn't want to make such a good opportunity. If he joined her, she don't have to worried about weapons for Belle. Or join me, she said. You wouldn't have to face it alone. And I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Hephaestus's eyes scanned the room, the Sarv arms on the ceiling, Sarv skulls floating around, the tools, and the wasted parts. Instead of burning resources on a future that might not exist, she muttered. Why not make something that helps, like prosthetics? You'd make more money. With blessing you can make better weapons. Luther answered, almost too quietly. Did you forget already? I have already put a list of different services. It just people are more interested in weapons. He looked at the three goddesses, one by one. As for joining a familia, you want me to trust someone who is just here to have fun. Hestia puffing her cheeks. I am not having any fun here. Then she raised her finger. Instead of judging gods without joining a familia, you should try out and let your heart judge. While Freya was still thinking, Hephaestus, finally deciding to end this nonsense, started to speak. If you are ready to trust me and join. Hearing this, Freya almost thought, what can she offer? His intelligence doesn't seem to be lacking. As for manpower, judging by the style of her familia, they might attack him before she can ask them to do anything for him. Hephaestus stepped closer, her boots ringing faintly on the cold metal floor. With deliberate care, she extended her hand, calloused, warm, and honest. Hephaestus, continue. I've spent centuries shaping metal. If you're willing to listen to my advice and limit the weapon, I'll help you. With everything I have. She met his masked gaze unflinchingly. Her words hung in the air, weighty and real. Luther stared at the hand for a long moment. The red lens of his mask reflected her face, patient and determined. Before he could answer Hephaestus, Freya stepped forward, each movement deliberate, a quiet invitation wrapped in silk. She ran her fingers down her side, brushing over the curve of her waist as though presenting herself. I want to be part of it, whatever you're building, whatever you're chasing. Let me linger at your side. Her voice dipped, low and honeyed. And prove that Black Dragon is not the greatest terror. She turned, slow and fluid, her gaze sliding back over her shoulder. Prove it and I won't refuse any of your desires. Chapter 40, Long Negotiation Part 3. Hestia stood still, watching Freya, not with shock, but with a growing frustration that tightened her voice. You really think he'd fall for that? She asked sharply. There was no disbelief in her tone. Freya's words might have sounded like seduction, a goddess laying herself bare, but Hestia saw the truth beneath the surface. It wasn't love. It wasn't loyalty. It was an empty promise dressed in silk. A gamble made with nothing but bravado. It wasn't about them not believing him, as they can detect the lies, the problem is proving it. She turned toward Luther, eyes narrowing as she watched him in thought. Her voice softened, almost hesitant. Are you actually considering it? She asked. With your skills, I think you should be better goddesses for you. Freya's lips twitched. Better? For a heartbeat, her serene mask faltered. Better than me? Was there a goddess more radiant? More worshipped? More feared? The insult simmered beneath her calm exterior, but before she could speak, Luther exhaled. Slowly. A faint mechanical hiss followed, carried by the ambient hum of servos and the drifting motes of forjash. He raised a hand and pointed toward the doorway, where morning light filtered in, outlining the silhouette of the towering dreadnought. His voice was quiet, but the weight behind it was absolute. Look outside. That machini. He turned to face them fully, the crimson lens of his mask gleaming as it settled on Freya. Piloted by the right person, it could defeat a level 8 adventurer with a single blow. Might even able to fight Black Dragon, and this isn't even the strongest thing I can create. He paused. This should be enough proof. So tell me, are you ready to offer yourself? Freya's expression shifted, her posture stiffening. Her casual words had been answered too seriously, too quickly. She wasn't ready for how real it suddenly felt. But she wouldn't retreat, she couldn't give up on herself right now. Across the room, Hephaestus silently observed. Her thoughts spiraled. If word of this spread, Freya's familia would go berserk, including the other gods, especially the unhinged ones. Her eye twitched, while hoping this won't become another problem. Finally, Freya spoke. You know, she muttered to Luther, I never watched you make that thing. She crossed her arms, her voice measured. So let's make this simple. I'll visit from time to time. I'll help, and if you can impress me we can build a relationship. Luther glanced at Freya, her expression unreadable behind his mask. He wasn't thinking of romantic conquests. That had never been the point. The request he had made, are you ready to offer yourself, wasn't only about desire. It was about research. And now, he had two gods at his side. Each is useful, each powerful in their own right. He turned back to Hephaestus, speaking plainly. Hephaestus, I can restrict sales of long-range weapons, he said. Then, evenly, he added his condition. But in exchange, I want all of your knowledge. He didn't wait for her reaction. His gaze shifted to Freya. If you want to be part of my bigger plans, he said, stepping closer, close enough that only inches separated them, close enough to kiss. His voice dropped. Then prove you won't betray me and give me your blood. For research. Hestia raised a single eyebrow, her expression caught between disbelief and exasperation. What's with the blood? She muttered, folding her arms. Freya stepped forward, closing the space between her and Luther with grace. Her hands rose slowly, curling around him with deliberate, practiced seduction. One hand traced along the edge of his shoulder, while the other came to rest gently, almost reverently, against the cold surface of his face. Let's forget about the blood, she whispered, her voice low and silken. And do something more interesting. Her fingers slid along the edge of the mask, seeking a seam, a latch, anything. Her touch was teasing, as she tried to coax it away from his face while making a gesture as if to kiss him. But it didn't budge. Like a second skin, the mask held firm, seamless. Freya's sensual charm might sway mortals, but this piece was built for survival. If anyone could remove it easily, then what was the point of wearing it? Her fingers paused. She tried again, more firmly this time. Nothing. A flicker of frustration touched her gaze. Then amusement. She murmured, almost playfully. Don't tell me this is your face. Luther's voice was steady, emotionless, but there was the faintest edge of coldness beneath it. It is not designed to come off on a whim, he said. Especially not in front of you. The moment lingered, Freya's hand still on his mask, her other arm draped lightly against his frame. Behind them, Hestia clicked her tongue, unimpressed. Of course it wouldn't come off, she muttered. He probably sleeps in that thing. Hephaestus let out a breath, half a sigh, half a groan. This was a truly unusual day for her. At least she could restrict sales of guns in exchange for knowledge. Now the only problem left was to talk about resources. While Freya withdrew her hand with a graceful shrug, her smile never faltered. She stepped back, her voice still sultry. Can't you trust me a little bit? Luther didn't respond. He had no need to. By the standards of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who might see a living god as nothing more than a rare specimen, to study his request was generous. All he wanted was a few drops of her blood. Chapter 41, Hephaestus POV. The Crimson Church loomed ahead, silent but not still. The air smelled of something older, something unfamiliar. Hephaestus halted just before the threshold, her eye drawn upward by instinct. There, half-framed in the pale morning light, stood the shape of a colossus. Its frame was skeletal, spine-like cables dangling, limbs half-forged and exposed. The thing loomed over the entrance, not moving, but its presence was enough. She didn't know what it was. Not armor. Not a golem. Certainly not anything built in Orario. Her gaze tightened. No enchantments. No divine marks. No recognizable technique. It was rough, even crude in places, but it radiated something she couldn't name. Purpose. Potential. After getting called inside, she stepped, boots echoing on scorched stone. The interior had changed. Slabs of steel and brass limbs littered the walls, half of them whispering with faint heat. Metal skulls with tentacles. Hooks hung from scaffolds. At the center stood Luther, mask gleaming, gauntlets dark with work. It should have felt absurd. Instead, it felt dangerous. Her eye moved from one piece of metal to another, her smith's instinct trying to read this place. It failed. And that unsettled her. Luther's words weren't the boasts of a craftsman. They were the declarations of someone who believed in what he made. When he gestured to that incomplete machine and claimed it could kill a level 8, she didn't laugh. Because of something about the density of the frame and the way it was made. She didn't understand it, but she understood enough. More time to see. Stay here and look around. She found this church was built like a forge, not for reverence or legacy, but from desperation. And something else she couldn't yet name. She stood quiet for a moment, watching the fading trail of Freya's hand as it left Luther's mask. Then she stepped forward. One hand resting on her hip, the other gesturing to the colossus outside. I'm not going to pretend I understand that thing. Her gaze sharpened. You're stockpiling weapons and materials, and now you're building machines that could threaten the balance of this entire city. Luther tilted his head slightly but didn't interrupt. So here's the deal, she continued. You stop flooding the black market with range weapons. In return, she exhaled, the weight of the offer making her voice lower, more serious. I'll give you access. Not just techniques or notes, I'll send my best smith. She can help you with whatever you are building. She met his lens directly. But that's not the whole deal. You've been bleeding the city dry, buying every ingot and shard like a dragon hoarding treasure. Stop doing that so I can help you get better logistics. She narrowed her eye. I can open guild resource channels for you. Dungeon material quotas. Even mining rights the guild won't move unless someone with weight asks. She folded her arms, voice flat. I am that weight. She stepped closer, handing it over. You stop destabilizing the economy. In exchange, you get everything you need to build. He took the letter but didn't open it. And my price, she said finally, I want to understand what you're building. All I can do is probably explain what my technology does. I cannot give you any knowledge about how they work, as you are not part of Adeptus Mechanicus. Hephaestus didn't expect such a weird reply, but this was a good start. What she wanted was access a window into this forge made of madness and precision. Ignoring the Freyas, both of them started to finalize the details only after she remembered the request made by her family member. So before leaving, she asks, can you at least tell me how you able to make those weapons so fast? I am using specialized machine which can help with the production. Hearing this, the only thought in her mind was, I want to see. Now, it wasn't just Freya who sought to involve herself. Hephaestus, too, had decided to stay close. After all, as the goddess of smithing, it only made sense that she witnessed the machines tied so deeply to the forge. Chapter 41 Getting Saved by Ace. The doors closed behind them with a weight that lingered longer than the sound. Freya's perfume still hung faintly in the cold air, too graceful for a place like this. Hephaestus had left nothing behind, probably because she didn't use perfume. The room had gone quiet. Not dead, never dead, but settled. Hestia spoke first, her voice subdued. So, you just refused the invitation from 3 goddesses. Luther didn't respond immediately. He stared at the place where Freya had stood, asking for blood and being offered something else entirely. Charm. Terms. A test of wills. He turned slowly, the hiss of servos underlining the movement. It wasn't about them, he said. No. Hestia folded her arms. Then what was it about? He looked at the terminal. It was about time, he muttered as he returned to his work. She exhaled, tired. You should go to sleep. Hearing this, Luther recalled the last collapse. Deciding not to ignore his need for the rest, he nodded. You should hurry and get to your work too, or you'll be late. Hestia made a face at him, part scowl, part reluctant amusement. You don't have to remind me. Luther said nothing more. He simply turned and left for his room, the rhythmic hum of servos accompanying each step. As the door closed behind him, he collapsed onto his bed, the faint hiss of his suit's systems adjusting as his mind drifted into a much-needed sleep. Meanwhile, Belle and Welf descended deeper into the dungeon, their breaths heavy and their footsteps sure. They had tried to avoid the stronger monsters, but now, on the 14th floor, the tension in the air shifted. The monsters here were stronger, faster, more relentless. Had they not planned just to explore, they wouldn't have ventured this deep. I have a very bad feeling about this, Welf muttered, his eyes scanning the shadows. He gripped his sword tighter. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and a horde of monsters surged from every direction, hulking minotaurs, towering cyclopes, and the low, guttural growls of something even more sinister. Belle's heart raced. Forget about defeating them, it wasn't even possible to fight one of them, let alone a horde. Welf was knocked back, crashing into the stone floor with a grunt. Belle barely had time to react before a massive, clawed minotaur lunged at him. He parried, but the sheer force of the attack sent him stumbling back. This isn't good, Belle muttered, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. They were cornered, no way out. Just as the monsters closed in, a sharp, sudden flash of steel cut through the air. With blinding speed, a figure dropped into the fray, slashing through the monsters with expert precision. Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess, moved like lightning, her sword a blur of silver. In moments, she had sliced through the horde with ease. Get up, Ace said, her voice calm as she extended a hand to Belle, who was still recovering from the ambush. You can't let your guard down on this floor. Welf quickly pulled himself to his feet, a look of awe on his face. Sword princess, he muttered. Finally, I don't have to die. Thank you, Belle managed to say, taking Ace's hand. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or guilty for being rescued. Stay close. I'll get you both out of here, she said, her voice steady and sure. As they made their way back toward the surface, Ace led them through winding corridors and up familiar paths. The dungeon's oppressive atmosphere lightened the closer they got to the exit. But as they passed the 10th floor, a sudden noise caught their attention. A sharp, mechanical whine followed by the sound of metal cutting through flesh. They turned to see a figure silhouetted against the pale light, Lilyuka, her chain sword humming in the air as she skillfully decapitated a minotaur with a brutal, precise strike. The minotaur's body hit the ground with a thud, and Lilyuka stood over it, her expression calm but focused. In her other hand, she wielded a gun, the muzzle still smoking from the last shot. Belle stared in awe. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had seen her in the last few days, but he didn't know she was an adventurer. That's one noisy sword, Welf muttered, tilting his head as he observed the chainsword's spinning teeth. But it sure gets the job done. Lilyuka glanced at them, her eyes flicking between Belle and Ace, then gave a brief, almost casual smile. Are you going back already? She said while checking the chainsword. Ace stepped forward, her expression unreadable. Where do you get that sword? She asked simply. Lilyuka's gaze shifted to Ace. Why should I tell you? Belle, eager to explain, interjected. It's made by Mr. Luther. He should be selling them in his shop. Lilyuka raised an eyebrow. Belle, you've never even visited the shop, so you wouldn't know. But we don't sell this quality weapon. Why? Is there a problem with the weapon? Welf asked, his blacksmith's curiosity evident. I mean, besides being noisy, it looks like it could handle a lot of monsters quickly. Lilyuka's reply was simple, almost dismissive. It's too good for you guys. Without talking any further, she turned and began walking away, leaving Welf to frown in confusion. What does she mean by too good for us? Welf asked, turning to Ace and Belle. Ignoring Welf's complaint, Ace led them the rest of the way to the surface. Belle couldn't shake the image of Ace rescuing them and Lilyuka killing minotaurs with such ease. It felt as though he was always the one needing to be saved while others did the work. Her mind lingered on the strange sword. For a moment, she imagined using this to scare Loki. Chapter 42, Desperate Sabeki. The forge was quiet when Hephaestus returned, quiet in a way that meant something terrible had either just happened or was about to. The air was heavy with smoke and magic. Then came the crash, followed by the dragging of boots. A figure emerged from the side workshop like a ghost that had lost a bet. I told you to rest, Hephaestus said flatly. Sabeki looked like a disaster sculpted out of soot and madness. Her coat was tied around her waist, her hair a wild, tangled mess. Her face was streaked with forge grime and desperation, her hands trembling from overwork. She smelled of singed cloth and stubborn pride. You went to him, didn't you? She growled. You saw the weaponsmith firsthand. Hephaestus raised a brow. I did. What did he do? Sabeki stormed forward, brandishing a soot-covered blueprint like a cursed scroll. I've burned all the mithril and every time I raise the strength of the magic bullet it explodes. Hephaestus exhaled, brushing ash from her shoulder. He never used mithril. What? Sabeki blinked. Then what? Iron and steel. Something he calls assembly. I don't know what it means. But the craftsmanship was real. Iron. Sabeki gasped. That thing held shape under a full burst. Yup. Sabeki let out a strangled cry somewhere between a wail and a profanity and dropped to her knees. Please, please, Lady Hephaestus, I'm begging you, let me go to that lunatic's forge. Chain me to a wall. I'll sweep the floor. Just let me watch. Hephaestus leaned forward, staring down with narrowed eyes. Are you sure you want to go there? Sabeki nodded so hard her head nearly came off like a chicken possessed by divine inspiration. Of course I want to go. Well then, Hephaestus muttered, pausing for effect, I can send you officially, in the name of helping him. She gave a sideways glance. I'll be watching too. Might even guide both of you. Sabeki's eyes lit up with unholy joy. You mean I get to observe how he makes his weapons and maybe, just maybe steal his techniques? You'd better ask instead of steal, Hephaestus deadpanned. I don't want to lose you. Hephaestus watched Sabeki's fervent display, a small smile tugging at her lips. Foolish girl, she thought. The raw desperation in Sabeki's eyes, born from her inability to replicate the quality of Luther's weapon, was a familiar drive for better craftsmanship. Sending Sabeki to help Luther was a convenient excuse to observe him and to guide them both. Annoyance flickered across her face. The guild would need reports, and exploring official channels for Luther's work was becoming urgent. Sabeki also needed a bath before they went anywhere. Her expression darkened. Whispers of Luther's weapons had already spread. The guild wouldn't contain the rumors forever. And if Hephaestus Familia wasn't the only one chasing that fire, then somewhere else in Orario, someone else would already be burning. Dash. Across the city. In a quiet alley behind the Loki Familia manor, another fire was smoldering, this one kindled not by ambition but by guilt and reckless curiosity. Gareth didn't usually sneak. He was a proud dwarf. He didn't like sneaking around like a cat or a liar. But here he was, hunched under his cloak like a child stealing from the kitchen, a long cloth-wrapped bundle under his arm. He moved like a man trying to outrun both his conscience and his captain's fury. He had only meant to look, maybe ask a few questions. Certainly not buy the thing, and definitely not test it. But oh, it fired so smoothly. Just a blue light and a hole in the stone target. It was like magic, the kind he never had. Now he was cursing himself for being weak to such temptation. Just as he reached the side entrance, a shadow flickered across the doorframe. He froze. The cloth-wrapped weapon hung heavy in his hands. Gareth, came Riveria's voice, sharp and suspicious. What are you hiding? Behind her, Loki leaned in, grinning like a fox sniffing out a cornered chicken. Oh, you've got that look. I have something and don't want Mom to find out look. Gareth turned slowly. It's nothing. Just some scrap. Riveria narrowed her eyes. Scrap? You'd better show me before I get mad. Seeing no escape, Gareth sighed and revealed the gun. Is that one of his? Riveria's voice dropped, suddenly serious. You bought a weapon from that shop, didn't you? Loki's grin faded as well. Wait, weren't those supposed to be under guild review? I heard they were planning to ban them, Gareth mumbled. Thought I'd get one before the rules came down. You know, for testing purposes. Riveria's palm met her forehead. Loki just laughed. You really couldn't help yourself, huh? Dwarves and dangerous toys, it's a curse. Riveria exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of her nose. You realize if the guild finds out you own an unregistered weapon, they'll drag you into a hearing. And us with you. It's not unregistered, Gareth muttered. It's pre-registered. Probably. That's not a real thing, Riveria snapped. Loki, meanwhile, had crouched beside the bundle, eyeing it like a wolf examining a ticking puzzle box. You know, I've heard adventurers are buying weapons without enchantments and still beating monsters way above their level. Riveria's gaze sharpened. I'm more concerned if he can make weapons with range like magic weapons. Then all the elves will want to kill him, Loki added, rising. He's either a genius or a walking disaster. I vote we find out which. If we want to meet him, we'd have to go to the church, Riveria said flatly. That place reeks of nonsense, and something worse. Loki gave her a sideways grin. Come on, better to get familiar with him now before he becomes famous. Riveria sighed, the kind of sigh that precedes a long report and an even longer apology. Fine. But we go quietly. Loki clapped her hands. Oh, I have an idea. You can pretend to fall in love with him so we don't have to pay for the weapons. Just imagine how much we'd save more wine money for me. Riveria chose not to respond. If she did, she might hit her. Again. And so, with a suspicious elf and an overly enthusiastic goddess, the Loki familia prepared to leave. Chapter 43 Sudden Visit. The journey to the Crimson Church was too uneventful. Riveria was the one who first noticed the building rising above the rooftops. There were no bells, stained glass, or steeples, only a brutal slab of crimson stone and blackened iron. As they approached, Gareth let out a low whistle, his gaze drawn upward along the towering bulk of the machine beside it. I can see why all the blacksmiths are crying, Loki remarked, arms folded behind her head. He must have bought the entire city's stockpile. The dreadnought loomed like a war god's abandoned prayer, its limbs splayed in a crouched idol, piston rods exposed, heat-warped gold plating flaring like sunburned bone. Its fingers were half-curled, its claws were at rest, and its torso was layered with armor so contoured that it appeared more creature than construct. Servo joints twitched with residual tension, like a beast unsure whether it was sleeping or waiting to strike. Then they spotted the church. Its walls, as red as blood spilled on an altar, shimmered oddly smooth and almost polished, yet deeply etched with sacred and profane symbols alike. Gold gears and mathematical diagrams spiraled across the facade, resembling divine calculus. Dozens of skulls protruded from its buttresses and archways, some carved, some frighteningly real. There were no windows, just sealed vents and heavy iron doors bolted shut like the gates of some divine prison. Subtle, Riveria replied, her voice as dry as a desert breeze. The boys got taste, Loki said with a wolfish smile. Perhaps we should ask him to redecorate our home. I thought we did not have the funds for that, Gareth stated, arms crossed. We don't, Riveria responded flatly. Loki took a step forward without waiting, her boots ringing against the reinforced stone walkway. Come on, then, she said with a false smile. We have seen the garden, now let us meet the gardener. Riveria and Gareth followed, the former calm and cautious, the latter alert and quietly impressed. They approached the doors and paused, no one was sure whether to knock or announce themselves. Luther was stirring inside. He would only slept for an hour and a half when the server skull at his bedside floated forward and began making noise. Visitors have been detected. Luther groaned and pushed himself up, his joints stiff and his mind foggy. He dragged himself out of bed, muttering, and let them in. Loki, Riveria, and Gareth were already looking around when he arrived in the hall. It was cold and metallic, with a web of mechanical limbs stretching across the ceiling like a steel spider nest, some twitching, others still. Red light emitted from hidden panels, casting long shadows across the floor. The air was pungent with oil and heat. Gareth murmured, feels like a metal cemetery. Riveria did not say anything, but her gaze never stopped moving. The sound of footsteps interrupted their conversation before they could discuss anything else. Luther came out from the side room. I hope you have a good enough reason to disturb my sleep, he murmured, his voice thick with sleep. It is not time to sleep, Loki exclaimed, grinning. It is not every day that a beautiful girl visits your home. Luther gave her a look, wondering why all the gods have the same day. Luther sighed and rubbed his temples. Give me a minute and I will adjust. Riveria gave him a polite nod, but her gaze was fixed on the limbs above. Take your time, she remarked quietly. After about a minute, he squinted at them and rubbed his nose. So, he muttered, why are you here? A pause occurred. Loki opened her mouth, closed it, then turned to Riveria with a sly grin. Riveria, you tell him. Riveria blinked. Tell him what? You know, why we're here. You're the one who insisted we come. No, Loki waved a finger. I suggested it. You agreed. Riveria turned to her with a slow, deliberate movement, the look. The kind that didn't need words. The kind that made Loki completely shut up. Gareth clapped his hands once as if struck by divine revelation. Ah, I remember now, we're here so Riveria can get married to Luther so we can get free weapons. There was a beat of silence. Riveria turned that look on him. Gareth coughed into his fist. Purely strategic, he said, then, looking at her eyes, added, why are you looking at me like this? Don't forget it was Loki, I'm just trying to remind you. Luther, still groggy, is trying to decode this stupid dream. I see, he muttered. A marriage proposal, cultural exchange, divine comedy. He turned slowly and toward the bench, its surface clattered with tools. Just don't touch anything that hisses or glows. Loki flounced past him with a grin. So moody. You should get more sleep. Riveria followed, silent and graceful, her gaze scanning the intricate weapons locked in the glass frame embedded in the walls. Gareth lingered near the door, whispering, I stand by the cultural exchange part. Luther didn't answer. He dropped into a chair with the grace of a collapsing tower, rubbing his mask with both hands. So, Luther finally said, glancing from Riveria to Loki, what do you actually want? Loki, still lounging where she stood, tilted her head. Why don't you take that mask off? Luther shook his head, the motion slow and tired. You'd better have a good reason. I don't have time for jokes. All right. Loki raised both hands in mock surrender. But before I get to the big ask, how are you handling the guild situation? I've already explained my conditions to Hephaestus, Luther muttered, rubbing at the corner of his eye. That should hold them off for a short time, at least. Wait, Loki said with an arched brow. Why are you the one who decides on the conditions? Isn't the guild supposed to be the one laying down rules if you want to sell weapons? It's the opposite, Luther replied evenly. I can outproduce most familia alone, so the situation is a little different. Gareth leaned forward slightly, curiosity flickering behind his usual calm. So that means, you can sell guns now. It should be fine, Luther said with a shrug. I just need to make sure I'm not selling them to the dark guilds or other nations. Well, Loki stretched the word out, clearly enjoying herself. Let's say I'm here with an offer. A proposal, even. Luther stared at her. If this is about marriage and giving you free items, then it's not possible. Gareth chuckled under his breath. Riveria sighed as she brushed her hair behind one ear. She means an agreement between you and us for weapons. Ah, Luther responded, his tone dry. Then instead of coming here, go to my shop. Loki approached, grinning. Come, but we want something better than what you are offering casually. Luther gazed at her, then at Riveria, and finally at Loki. Chapter 44 Luther showing off. Are you even able to afford a better option? Can you really afford something better? Metal clicked quietly beneath his hands. Or are you going to trade this elf? Loki's eyes lit up with glee. It is tempting, but I need my Riveria. Riveria did not respond to the bait. She simply breathed slowly, as if she regretted every step that led her here. Gareth, who was only standing, decided to speak. Why don't you show us something better? You do not need to worry about the money. We are not really poor. Luther decided to show them something which they would never be able to afford. He clicked on his terminal, and then a projector embedded in the ceiling hummed to life. A 3D hologram flared into view, a massive, jagged cannon rotating slowly in the air, its dimensions absurdly overbuilt. The volcano cannon. His voice was dry as a bone. Since we don't have a reliable power source, you can charge it with divine essence from a god, just point to whatever you are fighting. The cannon projection was altered to target a stylized mountain. It is capable of vaporizing half a hill or anything in its path. It is just 1.5 billion Valis and 1 or 2 planet-sized workshops, and I cannot wipe it out with empty hands. Riveria groaned, her patience fading. Enough. Her voice was firm and quiet yet carried weight. We're not here to fantasize about divine dreams. The hologram dimmed as Luther tapped his terminal, the volcano cannon vanishing in a shimmer of light. You've made your point, she said. We need something that won't break. Luther cocked his head slightly. You are asking for the impossible. No one can design anything that does not break. It simply needs to be durable, Gareth clarified. For floors where monocorrosion and acidic fluids are common, the most crucial thing is that it not shatter while fighting monsters with tough skin. Luther jerked his thumb toward a sword lying on the walls. That one is an adamantine combination with mithril and a lot of steel. It swings like a feather. Riveria approached and said, so how much? Usually 1 billion, as this one was designed to show off, but I will offer you 500 million. Loki raised an eyebrow. For that amount, I could ask Hephaestus for a heavenly sword. Sure, Luther responded. Good luck convincing her. Riveria's expression did not change. We will have someone test it first. Determine whether it is worth the cost. Luther whispered, that is the actual trick. Finding someone who knows how much effort went into making it lightweight and long-lasting. Loki kept smiling, but the glitter in her eyes faded. We still need to bring out someone to inspect the sword. 500 million. Is not it some pocket change? Luther motioned toward the door. Be my guest. Just make an appointment next time before barging into my residence. After leaving the church, the three of them went down the road silently. Dust trailed behind them. Loki broke it, her voice low and earnest. Do you know about the volcano cannon? Gareth gave a grunt. A joke weapon. It was not a joke, she explained calmly. Not really? Riveria turned to face her. What exactly do you mean? Loki's look was inscrutable, the humor had vanished from her voice. He was not kidding. Certainly not lying. That thing is real. She paused, staring ahead. And what scares me isn't the weapon. It's that I've never heard of anything like it. And he treated it like it was just another tool. You're certain? Riveria asked quietly. Loki gave a small nod. I think you're forgetting I am still a god. I can tell when somebody is lying. She paused, voice tightening. I guess I have to visit Hephaestus to understand the situation. Far from the forge, deep inside the dungeon, Lilyuka moved through the winding corridors, her steps slow and calculated. Hours of hunting monsters and collecting magic stones had honed her instincts and sharpened her focus. The chain sword hummed steadily in her hands, its weight now familiar, her control over it more fluid than ever. Turning a corner, she froze. A group of Soma Familia adventurers had appeared, recognizing her immediately. They closed in, surrounding her with their mocking grins. Well, one of them scoffed. The tiny Lilyuka with her fine sword and gear. I thought you did not have enough for wine, but look at you now. Lilyuka tightened her grasp on the chainsaw, her expression darkening. Her voice was chilly and full of hatred. Get lost. I do not have time for this. She stepped back, but before she could continue, another one of the group took a step forward, his tone dripping with condescension. Looks like someone forgot her place. As your seniors, we should remind you how to behave in front of real adventurers. Lilyuka didn't flinch. She tilted her head slightly, her lips pulling into a faint, knowing smile. You can try. She glanced around, confirming that the area was empty, with no reinforcements in sight. She shifted her stance, the chainsword's motor slowly winding up, ready to strike. The first adventurer lunged at her, but Lilyuka was faster. With a quick, practiced motion, she drew her gun and fired. The shot rang out, piercing through the air with a sharp crack. The man dropped to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Before the others could react, she was already moving. With a swift turn, the chain sword was in motion, the blade screaming as it sliced through the second adventurer's midsection. The man's scream was cut short, and he crumpled to the floor, blood splattering the walls around them. The last adventurer froze, his eyes wide with fear as he backed away, hands trembling. You just, he stammered, barely able to comprehend what had just happened. It's murder. Lilyuka wiped the blood from her face, the coldness in her eyes never wavering. Don't worry. Just pretend this is a bad dream, she muttered, her voice almost bored. Raising her gun, she fired a second shot. The man collapsed, his body hitting the stone floor with a sickening thud. She stood there for a moment, looking down at the trio of lifeless bodies. A sigh escaped her lips. This wasn't the first time she had to make an example of someone. It wouldn't be the last. Turning away, Lilyuka holstered her gun and adjusted her grip on her chainsaw. She wasn't here for petty squabbles. She had a mission. More magic stones to collect, more monsters to slay. The dungeon was her domain now, and no one would stop her. With a final glance back, she continued deeper into the dungeon, the echoes of her actions reverberating in the silence. There was no sense of victory in her heart, just survival. Chapter 45 Ignition. It had been a week since Loki, Riveria, and Gareth visited the Crimson Church. Loki didn't purchase the weapon. Despite Hephaestus herself confirming its craftsmanship was exceptional fit even for the deeper floors of the dungeon, the deal fell through. The blade had no enchantments, a flaw by the standards of adventurers. But that wasn't the real issue. The real problem was Loki's offer, an installment plan, which Luther had declined without hesitation. He didn't haggle. He didn't argue. He had better things to do, like finishing the dreadnought's internals and preparing the compact hyperflux reactor core for ignition. And so, the day finally came. The top floor of the Crimson Church had long since shed its sacred past. Ritual cables and reinforced plating now wrapped its once pristine arches. Servo towers rose like mechanical spires. Candles flickered beside monitors. The chapel had become a sanctum of steel and code. At its center rested the hyperflux reactor core, nested in an altar of blackened bronze and steel. Its compact design was deceptive, it pulsed with the potential to power a titan. Its shell bore liturgies of containment. Wax seals and sacred oils covered the activation key. Around it stood the faithful. Luther stood silent behind the console. Bare-armed, robed in grease and ink, the canticles of binding wound around his limbs in sharp black lines. A lens array covered one eye, feeding him telemetry. He did not speak. Not yet. Lilyuka stepped forward first. Barefoot, with a chain sword across her back and her vest half fastened with ritual clasps, she moved in slow arcs around the core. Her hip sensor trailed smoke in spirals, and her scowl did not falter. She traced sacred diagrams with each step, the sigil of stabilization, the spiral of capacitive balance, and the hammer and spark. She didn't know what she was doing or if this even made sense, but it didn't matter. She was a celebrant of the machine. Behind her, 4 servitors emitted a harmonic pulse, intoning the litany of breath. Behind her was Tsubaki with complete black circles, as she hadn't been able to get a good sleep for the last week. Even so, she said nothing as she entered the sanctum, her forge-stained cloak dragging behind her. In her gloved hands, she carried a bronze skull, its eyes filled with molten wax, thick incense curling upward. She knelt, placing the relic before the core. Hephaestus stood behind them all, red hair cast in a glow, one divine eye locked onto the machine. She had not come to bless. She wanted to see a power besides magic and divinity. Acolytes formed a wide circle around the chamber, some smiths, others scavengers, or engineers, all bearing rods of etched steel or glyph-bound plates. The silence between them was heavy. It was not waiting. It was reverence. Luther finally spoke. Begin the ignition rite. The chamber dimmed. Servo arms descended from the vaulted ceiling, bearing a master key and alloy spire carved with runes older than the city. With a thunderous click, it locked into place atop the core. Lilyuka halted her circling. She lifted her arms and began to chant in the old tongue. Blessed is the machine, whose fire burns cold and whose heart knows no fear. May your breath awaken the silent spark. The servitors echoed her in perfect harmony. Tsubaki rang a bell suspended from her belt, a single, resonant note. Luther stepped forward and placed his palm against the terminal. The interface lit beneath his hand, scanning his print, analyzing his voice. Luther Farinus Cogbane. Tech Priest Designate. Authorization, confirmed. Without any dramatic effect, the core awoke. Lines of white heat traced across its shell. The altar shook with a low, steady pulse like the first heartbeat of a newborn god. The glass overhead trembled. Heat shimmered upward in waves, and every candle in the room flickered and then blazed anew, burning blue and gold in perfect synchronicity. The compact hyperflux reactor had activated, ready to power the church and his lab. On display, Luther was watching the readings. Streams of data crawled across the console. The hyperflux core pulsed in silent rhythm, its internal turbines whispering in a tongue no forgeborn machine should know. He studied with a trained, unblinking eye. Output levels, steady. No phase drift. Plasma cell consumption was below projected margins, and efficiency was well above baseline. A flick of his fingers shifted the display radiation levels, ambient harmonics, and thermal dispersion. All clean. All quiet. No errant emissions. No anomalies. He had known there would be no problem, but faith demanded verification. Luther narrowed his eye behind the lens array. Machine spirit stabilized. No idiot god is trying to mess up. Core integrity at the maximum threshold, he murmured. There was no sound from the reactor, now only the flicker of sanctified flame and the heartbeat thrum of power. Let's go out, he said. We have completed the first step. The ignition was complete, the sanctum lights dimmed to a calm, and the servo towers folded back into their recesses. The reactor, once an altar of divine tension, now pulsed with quiet, steady assurance. Luther exhaled. He turned and led the group through a reinforced side door, descended to the lower floor and opened a separate room less sacred. A few scavenged crates served as makeshift tables. Cups, wires, blueprints, and the lingering scent of metal oil cluttered the area. It wasn't comfortable, but nobody complained. Still, extra cushioning had been added, as nobody likes to sit on a steel bench. Sabeki collapsed onto the bench. The dark rings beneath her eyes were more pronounced now, and her gloved hands shook as she removed her goggles. 5 days, she muttered. No sleep. I was starting to see glowing cats, and I know we don't have cats. She leaned back, closing her eyes but not yet drifting off. Her body demanded rest, but her mind was active due to some extra medicine provided by Luther. Lilyuka settled down next, sitting cross-legged on one end of the bench. She tossed her sensor to the side, its embers fading to black, and crossed her arms. That was ridiculous, she grumbled, flicking stray ash from her vest. I swear half of this is just you making things up so I look like an idiot. Luther said nothing. She didn't expect him to. Yet despite her complaints, she hadn't walked out. That meant something. Hephaestus took her seat last, resting beside Sabeki. The glow from the chamber still reflected faintly in her divine eye. She didn't speak immediately. She simply stared at the wall across from her, at the wiring, the piping, the exposed cabling. This was really something different, she said at last. Her voice was soft, not reverent, but aware. A power that is completely unrelated to magic is something I never thought I would see in my life. Luther sat opposite her, fingers laced together, gaze low. Well, if you continue, you might see more than this, he replied. Probably things that you are going to hate. Hephaestus didn't reply, as she also understood the meaning. While she didn't see any problem in the energy core, the use of a human skull in a ceremony is proof the knowledge he has is quite dark. She is still hesitating if she should go deeper and check about the origins of those humanoid creations and the floating skulls. After a time, Sabeki shifted and muttered, "Someone bring me something to drink or I'll rip open the box and see if that does the trick." Lilyuka smirked faintly despite herself. Luther stood and moved to a corner locker, retrieving a thermos. "Recycled blend," he announced dryly, pouring it into dented steel cups. "Tastes like regret, but it works." He handed the first to Sabeki, who downed it in one motion. The second went to Lilyuka, who sniffed it and grimaced but drank anyway. The third he passed to Hephaestus, who only nodded once before sipping. For a moment, they were not a goddess, a smith, a rogue, and a tech priest. They were simply exhausted minds. Then, softly, Luther said, "Now I can work on the next project." Hephaestus raised a brow. "The dreadnought." Luther nodded. "Now I have enough power, I could start building the remaining parts." The bench creaked as Sabeki slumped sideways onto Lilyuka's shoulder, murmuring, "Wake me when you start working, I still want to see." Chapter 46 talks about a white rabbit. Luther watched Sabeki go limp, fatigue overtaking her as her head lolled against Lilyuka's shoulder. A faint snore betrayed the illusion of composure. Lilyuka, however, stubbornly fought the creeping drowsiness that threatened to take her. Hephaestus exhaled softly, pushing herself up from the bench with a grunt. "They need rest," she murmured. Luther rose wordlessly, stepping around the table. He knelt beside Sabeki, slipping one arm beneath her knees and the other behind her shoulders effortlessly. Hephaestus approached Lilyuka, who blinked blearily at her. "Come on," the goddess said gently, crouching down and offering her arms. "You can thank me later." Lilyuka grumbled something about being perfectly awake, then slumped forward into Hephaestus's embrace, her arms dangling. Hephaestus smiled faintly, lifting her with the same care one might lift a sleeping child. The two women were carried out. Luther nudged open the door to one of the rooms, a small, functional space with only the bare essentials. Sabeki was heavier than she looked, but Luther barely noticed the strain. Her body was warm with fatigue, and it was a perfect opportunity to do something. If it weren't for the constant pressure he felt, he might have entertained the thought. He paused for only a moment longer, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders before stepping back into the corridor. Hephaestus emerged from a neighboring room, brushing a strand of red hair from her cheek. "She's out," she said quietly. Luther nodded once. They returned to the chamber. The benches groaned faintly as they sat. Hephaestus reached across the table, retrieving the unfinished cup. Luther did the same but reached beneath the bench, retrieving a hidden case. A hiss of pressurized release signaled its opening. From within, he withdrew a small bottle. He poured 2 fingers worth into each cup and passed one to Hephaestus. Synth fruit variant. The original recipe was lost, he said. Hephaestus raised her cup with a faint smirk. Cheers to lost things, then. They drank. The flavor was sharp, with a cloying sweetness that lingered oddly, but it was cool and it was quiet. The chamber fell silent again, save for the distant thrum of the activated core, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the floor. Luther leaned back, setting his cup aside. Now you've seen what I'm doing. What are you going to do? He asked, his voice steady. Hephaestus's gaze shifted to the wall, where the pipes were still exposed. If I wanted to stop you, I wouldn't have come alone. She took another sip, then set her cup down. I've seen fools try to create miracles and blow themselves halfway across a forge, but you're different. You knew this thing might blow up from the start, and yet you still pressed on. She paused, remembering the instructions Luther had given before starting the generator, how being blown up by your own creation seemed almost like a normal part of the process. That's just part of the creation. Now, this thing didn't blow up the church, but we don't know if the safety measures are working or not, Luther said, his tone flat. There was no pride in his voice. Hephaestus's thoughts lingered on the idea of knowledge. As a goddess of blacksmiths, she was confident she could replicate most of Luther's work. The problem was she wanted more. She didn't want to create things she didn't understand. She needed the knowledge and the tools Luther possessed. Simply watching from the sidelines wasn't enough. Picking up her cup, she met his gaze. Have you ever thought that if you teach us, we could help you better? In my case, knowledge is power, Luther replied simply. Without certain relationships or restrictions, it's hard to trust someone. Their eyes met over the cold steel of the table. Silence hung between them before Hephaestus spoke first. Then what about me? I don't see a reason to go against you. Luther's lips thinned. That's because you haven't seen the dark side of these creations. I think I'm starting to see it. She studied him, her gaze thoughtful. I have to say you need to change. Not the machines. You. Change into what? A fool who gives away the only edge he has left. Luther's voice was sharp, but Hephaestus didn't flinch. You have to stop building walls to keep people away from you. If you can't share the knowledge, then share something else, she said softly. Take Lilyuka, for example. You give her all these tools, but what about the trust? I'm not that stupid. I'm building the trust slowly, he muttered, almost to himself. You're calculating, Hephaestus pointed out, her voice steady. Why don't we try working together, without any limits? Stop calculating and stop holding back from the little girl. Luther exhaled through his nose, a dry sound, and rose from the bench. The steel beneath him groaned softly as he stood. You still think she's just a little girl, he said, stepping away from the table with measured calm. Lilyuka is more calculating than half the people in Orario. She sees further than most adults. He paced slowly, stopping at Hephaestus's side. He didn't look at her directly, his gaze drifted toward the wall, the silent pipes, and the unseen mechanisms humming beneath the floor. Then he turned, facing her fully, and extended his hand this time, toward her. Not forcefully, not pleading, but with deliberate calm. It was an offer, quiet and dangerous. If you want to get involved with me, his voice lowered, tone unreadable, then be prepared. You won't be able to leave. A pause. I'm a rather greedy person. Hephaestus stared at the outstretched hand, gaze unwavering, weighing not just the gesture but the man behind it. Then, slowly, her fingers brushed against his. She clasped his hand firmly, without hesitation, and allowed herself to be pulled upright. She stood, facing him fully now, a subtle, knowing smile on her lips. Greedy, huh? Her voice was quiet, laced with dry amusement. Sounds almost like a proposal. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowed with thought. We can discuss that, he said, voice low, almost contemplative. She pulled her hand back with deliberate slowness, stepping away to collect herself. I have no interest in a relationship with someone who might die in a few hundred years, she added, her tone casual but laced with something deeper. You're in luck, he replied without missing a beat. As a tech priest, how long I live depends entirely on my mood. Hephaestus let out a soft laugh. Then you should tell Freya, she said, half teasing, half serious. So she can finally stop looking for her destined one. Luther gave a dismissive shrug, then turned slightly, gaze. Forget it, Freya's after all, she is too busy because of rabbit season. She blinked. Rabbit. Freya has found a rabbit and now she hunting through the dungeon, probably thinking how many monsters should she throw so it can level up. Hephaestus exhaled, lips curling into something between concern and amusement. I almost feel bad for the person who's been targeted. But Luther was already elsewhere, his gaze distant, mind shifting beyond the chamber. Thoughts of reconstruction, of systems, and circuits and scale. The machine that had brought him here would need to be rebuilt. Resources would have to be harvested. Armors forged. Weapons calibrated. Perhaps even a battleship, small, but functional. There was still much to do. Chapter 47 Fights with Minotaurs. Bell stood at the threshold of the dungeon, his grip tightening around his sword as he glanced at Welf, who stood beside him in his usual battle gear. You good? Welf asked, his voice low but carrying a faint smile. Bell nodded, though his heart pounded in his chest. He remembered too clearly the last time he had faced death in this place, saved only by Ace. And instead of properly thanking her, he had blurted out a request for her to train him. His mind flickered back to the week of brutal training. The relentless drills, the silent demands, and the exhaustion that never seemed to end. But it had changed him. Every muscle felt leaner, every reflex sharper. Welf, noticing the faraway look in his eyes, nudged him with a grin. Thinking about it, huh? The training. Yeah, Bell said softly, adjusting his grip on the sword. Ace pushed me harder than I thought I could handle. But now, I have to be ready. Welf gave a slow nod, his expression turning serious. Just remember you're not alone down there. We've got each other's backs. Bell managed a small smile. Let's go. Welf returned the nod. Stay sharp. Dash. As they descended deeper into the dungeon, the first wave struck goblins. Bell moved on instinct, and with 2 clean slashes, both creatures fell, their heads separated cleanly from their shoulders. Neither spoke. Together, they advanced, monsters continuing to emerge from the dark. Kobolds, goblins, even the occasional needle rabbit nun posed a serious threat. This was their first true venture together since Bell's training, and while their movements weren't perfect, they were steady. Each swing, each dodge, fell into a rhythm. They were beginning to fight like a team. Eventually, they paused in a narrow corridor, taking a moment to breathe when the ground trembled. Bell tensed. We can't be that unlucky again, he muttered. The quake subsided, but an unnatural stillness followed. The ever-present noise of the dungeon, distant growls, footsteps, echoes had gone silent. Welf's eyes scanned the dark ahead. That didn't feel like a normal quake. Bell nodded slowly. It felt heavy, like something was moving. Yeah, Welf murmured, raising his blade. We've cleared enough. Want to head back? Bell didn't answer immediately. His heart thudded not in fear, but in anticipation. A feeling he couldn't ignore. He shook his head. No, not yet. You sure? Welf asked, frowning. If I turn back now, Bell said, eyes locked on the corridor ahead, I'll never stop running. Welf exhaled. I must be crazy for teaming up with you. As they advanced, the passage narrowed, the walls illuminated by flickering magic stone light. Warped shadows danced ahead as they turned the corner and heard it. Breathing. Deep, guttural. A heavy stomp. Then another. Then a snort, wet and feral. They froze. The minotaur emerged into view. Towering. Muscled. Brutal. Its crude great sword, clearly looted from a fallen adventurer, rested heavy in its grasp. Steam curled from its nostrils as it exhaled into the cold dungeon air. Damn things armed, Welf muttered, stepping into a firm stance. It doesn't matter, Bell said calmly. We ended here. The minotaur didn't charge, it watched. Studied. Then it roared. A thunderous, primal sound that shook the stone walls. Bell felt it, the dread, the echo of fear from that first encounter. But this time, he held firm. Welf moved beside him, drawing his blade. You take the left. I'll distract. No, Bell cut in. We stay together. No space, no second strike. Welf blinked, then nodded. All right then. Let's do this. Dash. The minotaur lunged, unervingly fast. Its greatsword screamed through the air, missing as Bell and Welf dodged in unison, veering to the same side. The blade struck stone, shattering it with a deafening crack. Bell didn't wait. Firebolt. A burst of blazing red magic struck the minotaur's shoulder. The beast staggered barely. Welf charged, slashing at its hip. The minotaur howled and swung wildly. Welf dove aside just in time. Bell darted in again, dodging a stomp and casting once more. Firebolt. The spell burned its chest, but the creature barely reacted. Bloodlust overtook it. It charged, faster, angrier. Bell ducked a swing and drove his blade upward. It glanced off bone. He felt the fear again. The same cold pulse. But he crushed it. The minotaur raised its sword again when footsteps echoed behind them. A long shadow moved overhead. Someone landed silently on a ledge above. Hey, came a voice. That's the white-haired kid, isn't it? Bell didn't turn, but he recognized it. Should we intervene? Riveria asked, calm and composed. No, Ace answered quietly, eyes never leaving Bell. Let him fight. Dash. The minotaur roared and lifted its blade high. Bell met its eyes. His body moved before thought, instinct taking over. Firebolt, he shouted, unleashing a triple burst. The final shot struck its face, and the beast howled in pain, stumbling, blinded. Now, Welf? He shouted. He ducked beneath the monster's arm, slashing its knee. The minotaur faltered. Bell charged. Every lesson, every bruise, and every scar from training surged through him. He screamed and drove his sword forward. Steel pierced hide and muscle. Firebolt. More blasts at point-blank range. Flame engulfed the wound, magic searing flesh. The minotaur dropped its sword, groaning in agony. It staggered and collapsed. The great beast crumbled, fading into ash and crystal. A magic stone clattered to the ground. Silence fell. Dash. Bell stood there, panting, his blade in his hand. He slowly pulled it free. Above, Ace watched, expression unreadable, but her eyes were warm. Good, she whispered. Tiona whistled. That's still impressive. 2 level 1s fighting minotaur. Finn narrowed his eyes, gaze fixed on the fallen greatsword. There's something off about this. Welf approached, clapping Bell's back. That was insane. You all right? Bell gave a shaky nod, his breath still unsteady. I think I am. Chapter 48. Hephaestus's shop, late at night. You did what? Hestia's voice shattered the quiet night like a thunderclap, echoing off the stone walls of Hephaestus's workshop. She stormed out from behind the counter, fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury and fear. Bell winced as he closed the door behind him. His armor was scraped, his cloak torn, and soot stained one cheek, but his smile was soft. I fought a minotaur, he said gently. Why is that the first thing out of your mouth? She snapped, voice trembling. You just finished training, and you're already picking fights with minotaurs. Welf stepped in behind him, dropping a cloth-wrapped bundle onto the workbench with a heavy thump. He didn't pick the fight, he said. It found us. Armed. But Belle handled it. Hestia's gaze flicked between them. The anger in her face faltered, giving way to rising panic. If it was armed, you should have run or called for help. Look at you. I'm not hurt, Belle said quickly, raising his hands. Really? Just scrapes. Her breath caught. The lamplight shimmered in her glassy eyes. You idiot. I know. She rushed forward and pulled him into a tight embrace, burying her face in his chest. You absolute, reckless, stupid, brave idiot. Belle chuckled quietly and returned the hug. I'm sorry for scaring you. She held on a moment longer before stepping back, wiping at her eyes. Next time, I won't forgive you so easily. I'll keep that in mind. The door at the back creaked open. A single heavy footstep echoed. Welf glanced up, already guessing. You're making a lot of noise at this hour, Hephaestus called down, voice calm but edged with dry amusement. Hestia straightened, quickly wiping her cheeks. Not my fault. I couldn't leave the shop before you came back. About that sorry, Hephaestus said as she stepped down into the room, coat slung over one shoulder. The scent of oil and metal clung to her. Watching Luther work. I lost track of time. At the mention of the name, Welf's expression soured. So that's where you were. She raised a brow but didn't respond. Welf folded his arms. Did he finally cough up the materials he's been hoarding? Prices are still sky-high, blacksmiths can't keep up, and honest shops are going under. Hephaestus sighed and brushed her fingers through her hair. The shortage is easing, slowly. New shipments are coming in a few days, but prices won't return to normal anytime soon. Great, Welf muttered. Guess we'll all just stop making weapons. It's not like we can make any profit in the current situation. Well, Hestia began, but he raised a hand. No, I'm just tired of watching good smiths go under while he floods the city with weapons he builds inside that damn church. Welf's voice was low but seething. He turned to Hephaestus, eyes hard. You know what he is. Why are you still standing by him? Hephaestus met his gaze evenly. Because most smiths have grown complacent. As long as they can forge a blade that cuts, they think that's enough. But he's different. He builds things with everything he has, every thought, every breath. While trying to figure out how can this be better. Welf's voice cracked. So now you think people like me have no will to improve. You want to improve, she said gently. But you've also accepted your fate. You made peace with what you are. She stepped closer. You chose not to make magic swords, but you've also chosen to live with that limit. Welf's jaw tightened. His voice dropped. Limits aren't a weakness. They're a choice. A principle. Hephaestus nodded slowly. And I respect that. But don't mistake principles for progress. She looked toward the workshop's hearth, its coals long since cooled. Luther tears everything down if it means building something better. That kind of mind is dangerous, but it's also creating miracles. Miracles for what? Welf asked bitterly. For war. Hephaestus met his gaze again. For survival. Her voice softened. Well, you have talent. And heart. Don't let bitterness drown you. Silence began to settle after her final words. Welf's fist slowly unclenched at his sides, the weight of frustration pulling him down. Sensing the shift, Hestia cleared her throat. All right, she said, voice light but deliberate. That's enough gloomy talk for one night. The tension cracked slightly. She glanced at Hephaestus and added with a subtle smile, so, where's Tsubaki? Don't tell me you lost her. Hephaestus huffed a short laugh. She's at the church. Probably sleeping, hasn't gotten much rest these past few days. Welf gave a tired snort, shaking his head. I guess she won't be coming back soon. Hephaestus turned to him, her tone gentler. Yes, she's quite interested in what she's learning. Welf didn't answer, but his silence was less barbed than before. Hephaestus adjusted her coat. Anyway, I should rest. It's been a long day. She looked at Hestia and offered a nod of gratitude. Thanks for waiting. And for taking care of the workshop. Hestia waved her off with a grin. No need to thank me. Hephaestus smirked faintly and stepped toward the rear hallway. As she passed Welf, she paused briefly then disappeared behind the door, her footsteps fading. The workshop fell still again. Hestia moved toward the hearth and gently stirred the cold ash with a poker. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Belle glanced at his gauntlets. I'll rest for a few days, after you update my status. Welf exhaled slowly, running a hand over the minotaur horn. I guess I'm going to build a dagger from this. Then good luck, Hestia said, more serious now. Just, don't take any more risks. It was advice she knew they would ignore, and she could do nothing to stop them. Chapter 49 Building a Truck. Today, the forge was a living beast. Steel bones groaned in the rafters above. Flames roared beneath the bellows, spitting sparks across the stone floor. Smoke curled into the rafters and danced with the light pouring in from the open walls. Here, under Hephaestus's crest, the secondary forge of the Familia labored with pride. Tsubaki stood atop a scaffold, wielding a welding wand that hissed with blue fire. Sweat streaked down her arms as she leaned into her work, binding thick iron plates into the reinforced frame of what could charitably be called a wagon if a wagon had armor plating, shock-absorbing treads, and axle joints thick enough to withstand a minotaur's charge. Lower that brace, she barked, gesturing with her tool. Her smiths obeyed, hoisting a plate into place with a pulley system and locking it in with glowing pins of tempered steel. She grinned. It was ugly, boxy, and heavy as sin, but it would be enough. Then came the sound of boots on stone. Luther Faranus Cogbane entered, a sealed crate in his arms, expression neutral as ever. His coat was soot-marked, his gloves new. The moment he stepped into the forge, the temperature seemed to shift around him, not colder, not hotter, just measured. Sabeki looked down. You better pray this thing works, Cogbane. He set the crate down and opened it. Only if you didn't make any mistakes. She laughed and jumped down, rolling her shoulder. Now I really want you to fail. Ignoring her comment, Luther worked methodically, threading copper wire, connecting monoconduits, and carefully linking the engine to the vehicle. The method he was using was quite primitive, but he wasn't looking to start some revolution, he just needed something simple. Sabeki watched him work, wiping her hands on her apron. You know, I didn't think you would start building something else besides weapons. Luther didn't look up. Looks like you have a very bad memory. Just a few days ago I finished building a power supply. Even so, you're still thinking about weapons. Sabeki let out a chuckle. Not my fault if your weapons are more interesting than other things. As the engine clicked into place, a low hum began, followed by the soft hiss of heat escaping. It worked. A steady, reliable sound that promised stability, not drama. After finishing the installation, Luther stood up. Let's take a little rest, then go out to test the performance. Glancing at the tired faces of the other smiths, Sabeki finally accepted the offer. If there was one thing she'd learned from working with him, it was this: take your rest when you can, because there was no telling when he'd decide to keep everyone working straight through the next few days. By late afternoon, with the installation complete, Luther gave the order to move the vehicle. Not through the crowded streets of Orario, no sane person would attempt that. Instead, he simply put it inside his system space. Then, after going beyond the city walls and arriving at the open place, he released the vehicle from the system space. The vehicle, if one could still call it that, stood at the edge of the practice track. Its massive frame was rune-etched and braced in riveted iron. The wheels were broad and layered with mana-imbued treads. Exhaust chimneys hissed gently. Luther climbed into the front seat beside Sabeki, who wore an old pair of goggles. Let's see if I can drive, she muttered. Just remember the instructions, he said. Without another word, Sabeki pressed the accelerator without hesitation. The vehicle surged forward, rolling smoothly across dirt and gravel. The engine pulsed steadily, absorbing shocks, shifting weight across joints. It climbed a slope, turned without tipping, and handled like a beast bred for endurance. After driving a little bit, they stopped going any further. Sabeki leaned back. If this is just a supply cart, she said, what in hell are you making next? Making a cheaper version so we can rent it out to the merchants, Luther replied. She blinked. Rent? I thought we were going to sell these things. We don't need to sell, Luther said calmly. We have a monopoly. If we use it wisely, one vehicle could bring in money for a lifetime and improve Orario's logistics at the same time. Sabeki frowned, rubbing her temple. Fine, but what if someone copies the design? Start selling their own. Luther's voice dropped a shade. Two things. He held up a finger. First, the engine runs on a refined monocrystal fuel. Without my equipment, it can't be synthesized. A second finger joined the first. Second, no one survives by stealing from a tech priest. Not for long. Sabeki stared at him for a moment, then let out a low, dry chuckle. Right. I keep forgetting how much you love shouting about killing left and right. She paused. Though, I did try something similar, didn't I? Luther glanced at her. He clearly remembered what she had made. What you made was a magic gun. A clever one, but still bound by spellcraft. He turned his gaze back to the horizon. It has no relation to my technology. Sabeki frowned, not quite following. I don't mind inspiration, he said after a moment, but knowledge and inventions are a different thing. There was no threat in his voice. Just certainty. Cold, mechanical, and final. Sabeki didn't respond right away. The silence stretched, broken only by the soft ticking of the cooling engine. Then she exhaled. Then there should be a way for me to acquire knowledge from you without getting a death threat. Understanding her frustrations, Luther decided to give her a chance. I think if we talk to your goddess, we can decide if I join not as a familia member but as another member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Sabeki couldn't believe what she was hearing. The bastard was finally ready to share his knowledge. Even so, she still had something she wanted to confirm. Do I have to leave Hephaestus? It depends, Luther explained. Adeptus Mechanicus only acknowledges the Omnissiah. As for Hephaestus, she can be your friend, teacher, or even someone who provides blessings, but cannot be your faith. As he was speaking, the sun was already setting, and after a pause, he continued, I don't know about others, but I believe in a God which I can never see because I do not want a physical God coming in front of me and saying, I am your faith, and you should submit to me or worship me. After talking a little bit, both of them made their way back to the city, this time driving through the district, as they had tested the brakes, so they were not worried about hitting someone. Chapter 50 Sabeki Confusion. The sun hung low, casting long golden rays over the stone streets of Orario as the vehicle rolled through the western gate. The guards stared not in alarm, but with that peculiar stillness one associates with disbelief. A few passers-by slowed their steps, watching the armored machine trundle past. The treads hummed, and the engine hissed. It was too large to be a cart. By the time they arrived at the Hephaestus Familia compound, the workers had already gathered in the courtyard. Some leaned against pillars as most of them participated in creating some of the parts of the vehicle. Hephaestus waited by the entrance to her secondary workshop. She watched as the vehicle came to a halt. Her gaze shifted to Luther as he stepped down, then to Tsubaki, who remained seated a moment longer than necessary, eyes shadowed beneath the rim of her goggles. "Welcome back," Hephaestus said. Then she stopped and spoke again. "Looks like somebody is enjoying too much to the point she forgot to invite me." Tsubaki cracked a smile, but there was something off in its thoughtfulness. Perhaps. She didn't reply. Luther approached the goddess without a hint of theatricality. "What can we say? You were too busy in the documents." "Do you have no idea why I am busy with documents?" Hephaestus murmured, opening the ledger and flipping a page. She had already prepared the documentation. She gestured to the interior. "Come inside. Let's finalize the agreement." Inside the workshop, the air was cooler. Shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls, half-finished prototypes, enchanted tools, and locked cabinets bearing the Familia crest. The table at the center bore a single scroll-thick parchment, freshly inked, bearing terms of collaboration. Luther reviewed the document of prior arrangement, his exclusive control over the sale and distribution of his weapons, along with stipulations regarding the volume of materials he could acquire. In return, he was granted access to locations of several untapped mines and access to magic crystal supplies. The contract was dense, covering numerous contingencies, but nothing within it was unduly restrictive. Tsubaki lingered at the doorway, silent, one hand resting on the wall. Her brow was slightly furrowed, her expression unreadable to all but Hephaestus. The goddess's eyes flicked to her second-in-command. "Something bothering you?" Tsubaki blinked, then shook her head slowly. "No, just thinking." Hephaestus didn't press, though she noted the hesitation. Instead, she dipped her pen in ink and held it out. Luther signed first, then Hephaestus, her signature sharp and flowing. With the document sealed, the deal was done. "Now we just need to make a truck which is cheaper. We will also need some merchants," Luther said. "It should be easy for you," Hephaestus replied. "I will also look for merchants who are interested." Luther gave a nod, then turned to leave. As he passed Tsubaki, their eyes met briefly. She didn't say anything. He also said goodbye to her. Once the forge door shut behind him, silence fell again. Tsubaki stood there, unmoving. Hephaestus set the quill down and leaned against the table. "You've got that look." "What look?" "When confusion is brawling in your head." Tsubaki let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "You know me too well. I should." Tsubaki crossed her arms. "He is ready to teach me, but his words confused me." Hephaestus didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the door, where the faint scent of heated copper still lingered. "So," she said softly, "he's offering to teach you, but might have asked you to join him." Tsubaki didn't answer. Hephaestus smiled faintly, right, not wounded. "I am curious. What do you plan to do?" Tsubaki's voice was low. "I don't know. While he doesn't mind staying as your Familia does not want me to treat somebody else as God. Then what's the problem? But having your blessing and ignoring your existence feels weird." Hephaestus stepped forward and laid a hand on Tsubaki's shoulder. "You have lots of time to think about this, but I have to remind you what you will see might not be all flowers." Tsubaki looked up. "Even if I walked away, I would still be with you," Hephaestus said without hesitation. Then, with a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth, she added, "And it's not like I can't join him." Tsubaki blinked, startled. "Wait, a god, following a mortal?" Hephaestus shrugged playfully. "It'd make history. Imagine the faces of all the adventurers. Or Loki's expression. Worth it just for that?" Tsubaki finally had a smile on her face. "You're joking," she said, but there was a flicker of warmth in her eyes now. Hephaestus grinned. "It's not a joke. I might look serious, but even I am looking for something new." Then Hephaestus added, more gently, "You don't need to decide everything now. Just don't run from it because it's strange. Let yourself follow what calls you, even if it's staying with a madman, for knowledge." Tsubaki exhaled through her nose, amused. "Madman, huh?" Hephaestus's eyes twinkled. "A brilliant one. Just happens to have the knowledge to reshape the world and everyone in it." Tsubaki chuckled. "Doesn't make it easier." "No," Hephaestus agreed softly, "but it does make it meaningful." There was a beat of quiet between them, weighty, but not heavy. The time both of them finished talking, Luther had reached the gates of the church. Inside the sanctum, the air was dim and quiet. The humming of arcane circuits and the low thrumming of the newly installed compact hyperflux core pulsed through the stone walls like a distant heartbeat. He crossed the hall, pausing only once at the terminal. He tapped a few commands. A schematic unfolded, a crude but functional design for a supply truck, simpler, without any armor, basically old-style truck. The current vehicle, after all, was meant to serve another purpose. Luther exhaled. He wanted to rub his temple, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. There were too many gears, too many tasks. He closed the schematic and turned toward the heart of the church, where the slab waited, and finally prepared himself to start the main project.